All right, let's get on the record in State versus Poole. It is Friday, the 23rd of August, and I believe all our jurors are here. Fantastic. Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, good morning. Anything from the state before we bring the jurors in?
I guess briefly, as it relates to Dr. Connolly, I know yesterday it was talked about he was going to be testifying first today. I guess I understand we had a motions hearing and I heard Dr. Connolly. For the purposes of that hearing, the state didn't object to his being qualified as an expert, but based on the testimony that he gave and the report that he authored, I guess the state doesn't believe that he is qualified in the sense to actually have an opinion or make a finding about the mental state of Mr. Poole at the time that he gave a statement to Trooper Clark. From my understanding, I don't think that he would be able to talk about medications and how they can affect certain people, you know, different side effects and things of that nature. But I don't believe he can give an opinion or render a conclusion as it relates to how it affected Mr. Poole.
He could talk about what your argument is, as I understand it. He could talk about the likely effects and how one might be, but he can't with certainty say how it was because he didn't examine Mr. Poole at the time.
Correct.
Okay. So you're not saying he shouldn't testify. You're trying to cabin the scope of the opinions he offers.
That's correct. I mean, if I'm being blunt, I don't believe he is an expert who can, I don't believe he's qualified to testify as it relates to traumatic brain injuries and things of that nature that we heard about at the hearing. But I think under probably dollar, based on some of the things that he said during the motions hearing, that he I guess fits in the box of qualifications, but he's not someone who primarily assesses and addresses brain activity and things of that nature. And the origin of his profession is being a chiropractor.
Yeah, it wasn't a perfect fit, but my recollection was, for example, on that Glasgow scale, that was useful information that could go, it ended up not being particularly germane in that context because of the case law that says that that's not an issue for voluntariness, but we're in a different setting now where I think it is relevant to the defense to say, to be able to argue if that conversation or interaction occurred, Mr. Poole's ability to process and speak coherently, there are indicators from the medical records that his abilities may have been compromised some. And I think for an expert to opine on these factors could be indicators that there was compromise, but not, and I know they were because I was there, because he wasn't. But let me hear from Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller, I understand the concerns Mr. Abate has raised. I don't think the concerns rise to the level that Dr. Connolly should be excluded. So I want to focus real narrowly on what his ultimate opinion is going to be and how you see that being delivered.
Your Honor, he has a history of, I think to reduce Dr. Connolly to just a simple chiropractor is, especially given the CV that the state has, is a little concerning. He has a history with the anti-opioids task force.
So my question wasn't his qualifications. I think he's qualified to talk about what you want him to talk about up to a point. And it's not a qualifications issue. I don't see there being a qualifications issue. My question was, where do you intend to go with the ultimate opinion he's offering? Is it along the lines of, look, these are reasons to be concerned that Mr. Poole's cognitive abilities were compromised at the time, versus I'm telling you they were compromised. because the latter is what I'm hearing Mr. Abate pushing back on along the grounds of he did weave in. I don't think he's an expert in that space. I'm setting that aside. He's saying he wasn't there. He didn't evaluate Mr. Poole. And so he really cannot offer an ultimate opinion of he was cognitively impaired at the time. That's the argument. And I'm asking, are you pushing back on that? Or are you saying, you're right, I wouldn't ask him to do that because I'd look silly because he wasn't there and he did not evaluate him. But he can flag from the medical records and this and that, all the indicators that could lead one to conclude that he was, I'm using the phrase cognitively impaired. I don't mean to suggest that's the right one, but you get my point.
Yes, Your Honor. He's going to testify as he did at the Jackson Dental hearing. In his opinion is going to be that during the time period that Mr. Poole was at the hospital, given the medical records, EMS records, everything that he's reviewed, as a peer reviewer, that in his opinion, there was no time where he could have given any type of voluntary statement.
Then he needs to testify outside the presence of the jury first, so I can ask him some questions about that. In the context of a suppression hearing, I was fine processing that. It's very different. Jurors hearing from a medical expert. He's a very qualified individual with some impressive accomplishments, saying, hey, I'm telling you to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, or whatever his phraseology would be, that it was not possible at that time for that to happen. Okay. So if he's your first witness, let's bring him in. You let the jurors know we're working through something.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, so God. I did. Lord, I see. Can you say this better than the record?
Chris Conley.
Hello again, Dr. Connolly.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Dr. Conley, we need to cover one little area outside the presence of the jury before you are called back in, and we'll swear you in again in front of the jury just so they hear that. Mr. Miller, do you want to start, or do you want me to ask Dr. Connolly questions in the area where I've got concern?
I'll defer to you, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Dr. Connolly, the question is whether you will be offering a professional opinion, expert opinion, that based on things you were able to glean from medical records and whatnot, that you'll be saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, there's no way Mr. Poole could have had a conversation, a meaningful conversation with someone, or that you'll be highlighting for the jury this Glasgow score, this medication will make it unlikely, or there are reasons to be concerned about Mr. Poole's ability to have been able to interact. Does that make sense? That was a lot of words at once, but I'm trying to drill down to what would be the ultimate message you're conveying to the jury.
Can you repeat the number one, the question, the scenario number one?
Sure. So one scenario is, and I'm not going to necessarily go in the same order. One scenario is that an expert like you who did not interact with the defendant at the time in question comes in and says, here are reasons why I would be concerned as a medical professional about this individual's ability to have a coherent conversation with someone. Medication, Glasgow score, all the things that you talked about with me.
Yes.
So these are reasons to be concerned about the ability to do that. Number two is much more assertive. There is no way it could have happened. I'm telling you, as a medical expert, there could not have been a coherent conversation between Mr. Poole and anyone who was trying to interact with him at whatever time it was, because of course we don't know when the conversation happened, which makes that kind of opinion to me even more of a stretch. But that's what I wanted to hear from you before the jurors come in, because we can't unring that bell if you're going one way versus the other. Hold on, you're going to get your turn. You said I could go. So
I would say number one, because of the fact of, like you said, we don't know, there's a lot of variables, and but I would say the scenario number one.
okay, that you'll be helping the jury understand reasons why it could have been the case that Mr. Poole could not meaningfully interact, or if he was answering, he didn't know what he's saying, and he doesn't know what he's hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
And very similar, yes.
Okay. Mr. Miller, your turn.
Oh, no questions, Your Honor. It's just, it's been narrowed down. Trooper Clark testified that it was on April 9th that he went to the hospital.
That's what he testified to. Who knows when it happened? That's the testimony. You have discredited his testimony, so you may choose to argue to the jury that one thing they should believe, but not other things. But I think that it is fair for the jury to wonder when that interaction occurred. So, Mr. Abate, do you have any questions for Dr. Connolly?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then here's my ruling, and it's a tentative ruling because your testimony could nudge things in a different direction. At this point, Mr. Miller, you should not ask or seek to elicit from Dr. Connolly an opinion that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, Mr. Poole was unable to have a coherent conversation with someone who visited him. You can say April 9th, but you're going to tie down the date and time in whatever way you want. If something changes with Dr. Connolly's testimony that you think you can go there, we'll excuse the jury and we can engage again. But your own witness has told me he doesn't think that it would be proper for him to say, I'm telling you as a medical professional, there's no way there could have been a coherent conversation between Mr. Poole and Trooper Clark. Hold on one second. Yes, sir.
Based on the medical records, he had a brain injury, and he wouldn't have been able to have a conversation or even remember it. But again, I don't know what the officer said or the dates or anything like that. But yeah, based on the medical records and even the EMS, where they said that he was unable to make a medical to authorize for getting treatment, yeah, he would be sort of incapacitated.
So that's different from what you just told me. Now I'm confused because you didn't interact with him. And so I don't, as I recall your testimony, you're not in a position to say, here's what it would have been like if you walked into the hospital room and you needed to interact with him. So why now are you saying something different?
Well, I would say based on the medical records, but it wouldn't be my own clinical judgment.
Okay.
So, again, it's a complicated question, but I just want to make it clear to you as possible.
Okay. And remind me what in the medical records leads you to say that Mr. Poole could not have, for example, answered the question, what's your name?
Well, the ketamine, also the fact that he did have post-traumatic amnesia. At a later date, I did have a consultation with him, and he said that he did not remember anything from the collision, and also the Glasgow Coma scale, especially going back and forth. So again, it wouldn't be my clinical opinion at the time that I didn't examine him, but based on the medical records, that seems reasonable.
So the inquiry isn't, does he remember whether he had a conversation? The inquiry is, could he have had that conversation? And you say from the medical records that he had ketamine in his system. And if you're going to be able to say, based on that dosage of ketamine, no human being could have had a conversation, then you're really option two, because you're going to say, based on this medical, I wasn't there, but I'm telling you, there's no way a human could have meaningfully interacted with someone because of the ketamine that was in his system at that time. Then you really are doing option two, but you also have a scientific basis for doing it. You could say, I didn't need to be there. It doesn't matter, I wasn't there. He had, I'm making the number up, 200 cc's of ketamine in him. You are functionally unconscious unless you're 8 feet tall and 400 pounds. That's not Mr. Poole. Is that where we are? Or my recollection was ketamine is a reason to be concerned about his cognitive ability. It affects people differently. It knocks some people out. It doesn't knock other people out. Probably wouldn't want him operating a backhoe near your house, but it doesn't mean it's lights out. And that if his mom walked in, he wouldn't say, hey, mom. remind me where you are with that. And you don't need to remind me, you're about to testify. What is your answer about the ketamine dosage?
Basically, they didn't define a lot of times what they gave. They basically were treating the pain, but also the severity of the pain. They were focused mostly on getting him life-saving treatment. But if you look as far as the brain injury, the awareness, and also the medications, again, he wouldn't be competent to sign a will. He wouldn't be competent to be driving a car.
All good things, but back to that ultimate issue. Are you in a position to say, hey, reasonable degree of medical certainty, he could not have had a very basic conversation? What's your name? Were you driving the car? Whatever the questions were. When we've heard, I don't need to get into what the testimony was because that's not properly before you. But what you told me just a few minutes ago would be you're going to highlight reasons why one ought to be concerned about his ability, as opposed to saying, nope, he could not have done that. And I need to know where it is you're coming down and why, because of an objection that's been raised.
Yep. And it's a complicated question, and I'm trying to be as detailed as possible. I wasn't there.
Yep.
So, and the notes don't specifically say that he was incapacitated, but it's reasonable to think that someone with a brain injury, someone on those medications would not be in the right state of mind to communicate very well.
Okay. And if that's how you're planning on answering the question, then to me, that's still option one. You're saying here are factors why it's reasonable to think that he was pretty impaired and there wouldn't have been a meaningful conversation. But that's different from you looking at the jurors and saying he could not have done that. And if I just need to know which one your expert opinion is, there's reason to be concerned versus it could not have happened.
Well, I think the notes don't say it could not have happened.
Okay.
There's a significant degree of concern. I think it's unlikely. But again, the notes do not say that he was just, in a coma for, 3 or 4 days.
Okay.
So,
and you don't plan, as I understand it, to apply your own expertise to say, I'm telling you, I know the notes don't say it, but he was in a coma.
No, he wasn't. I mean, the notes don't document the documents. I'm going to try and stick as much as possible to the notes.
Okay. All right. Mr. Abate, do you have any questions? I'm comfortable with what Mr. Miller and Dr. Connolly are going to explore based on Dr. Connolly's under oath answers now. If they start to change, we may need to pause. Do you have anything you want to ask him or any further clarification you want?
No, I think as long as we stay to what you just talked about, I think we're okay. And as long as in the end, there's no use of the word, Mr. Poole most likely would not have been able to voluntarily make a statement, because I don't think this witness can make a finding about whether Mr. Poole could voluntarily or involuntarily do anything, because that's a legal finding and one that's not relevant to this witness.
Okay, so the most likely part I don't have trouble with, that's the professional assessment. It would be the voluntary part. I'm directing both sides, stay away from voluntary. That is a legal question. It would be, would he most likely be able to coherently interact with? You can pick your adverb, or adjective, but it wouldn't be voluntary because the jury is going to be asked to pass on that question based on the jury charge I think they should get. But that is a question for them and not for, based on legal instructions I give and not the expert opinion of any particular witness.
And I guess my only concern is Dr. Connolly would not have been an individual who, at the time that Mr. Poole would have been admitted to Brady or any hospital, that would have treated him. He would have had the privileges to treat him.
But you can explore that with him. I think that's cross-exam. That goes to weight of evidence as opposed to admissibility. And I wouldn't prevent you from doing that. But I don't see that. It's not irrelevant testimony and it is not unfounded expert testimony is my finding. As long as it hews to that line of you're not offering that medical certainty, it could not have happened. Yes, sir.
Would you be okay with the statement it was significantly impaired?
So I'm not wordsmithing for you. You're going to use your own words. The line I am trying to understand whether you're going to cross over is it must have versus it is likely it would have been, because the must have is either you were there or you have some scientific knowledge that says the human body could not have operated in a different way. And everything I've heard from experts in that space of the effect of painkillers and opioids and pain and others, that people are different. You've got stoic people who, I lost my leg in the accident and I'm still looking in your eyes saying, I was not driving the car. And the others, they see a little drop of blood and then they can't function at all. And because you weren't there, you cannot put Mr. Poole anywhere on that scale. And this is nothing unique to you. We get it in trials all the time where the after the fact expert says, let me tell you reasons why you should be concerned and why I'm concerned, but I wasn't there. And so I can't tell you exactly what would have happened. And if you think that's the nature of your testimony, you and Mr. Miller will develop, is it significantly, highly likely, whatever, you guys will go there and the state will push back if they think it's crossing the line. But if you know that you believe the correct expert opinion is it could not have happened, or it must be this certain way, then you're going to need to help me understand outside the presence of the jury, the basis for that opinion, since you weren't there to know what happened.
I think I get it. So likely versus certain. It's
That's the area of concern that was brought to me. It's the area of concern I have. And I think that's the gatekeeping function that I've got here. It's not in any way to get involved with your qualifications, the propriety of your testimony. You clear all those hurdles very easily. And I think it's clearly relevant. I understand exactly why Mr. Miller has called you to testify. I've had you here for 2 days. And the jury's going to hear about that. What Mr. Miller is going to need to navigate is that likely, pick your term, versus certainty. And if you were Dr. So-and-so who was bedside with Mr. Poole, it's a different conversation. But that's not who Mr. Miller's calling to testify. Okay. And I want to be real clear. There's not some button I'm going to hit and a buzzer goes off. You're going to answer the way you answer. The person who will be doing the equivalent of a buzzer would be Mr. Abate rising to object. And if he does rise to object, we just need to pause and we'll work through it. But the reason why we're having this conversation is to give some guidance to Mr. Miller and to you. So maybe we don't need to have that interruption of your testimony.
well,
Okay.
thank you. And I'll try and stay right in that realm of likely and don't go into the certain.
Okay, unless, like I said, things could change. Mr. Miller may elicit some testimony and a light bulb goes off for me and Mr. Miller will say, Judge, I think you need to revisit that ruling. But my directive is we don't get into that realm of must have, had to have, certainly did. I don't think, despite your qualifications, it's impossible for you to be that witness, I believe.
I think so too.
Okay, Mr. Miller, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Dr. Conley, if you don't mind going right outside, you're probably going to be coming right back in.
Just have one more concern.
Yes, don't go, sorry.
Thinking about the motions hearing, during that hearing, I remember Dr. Connolly making a reference to a study or an article that 38,000 medical records were reviewed. And I think ultimately, when he spoke about it the second time, he said they were brain deep, and that 65% of the time are in those 38,000 records that were looked at. 65% of the time, TBIs or brain injuries were overlooked or not diagnosed. I don't believe that's relevant to his testimony as it relates to his his expert opinion as it relates to Mr. Poole generally, based on the records that he looked at and his ultimate, I guess, expert opinion on whether Mr. Poole had the ability to be coherent at the time that he made his statement.
Okay, I'm not remembering that particular part. You testified for a while. Dr. Connolly, tell me the connection between that study and remind me a little bit about the contents of that study to your ultimate opinion about the likelihood or potential incapacitation Mr. Poole had at the time.
Sure. So it was a study at Emory University. They studied 32,000 people and they found that mild traumatic brain injury was missed or not diagnosed in 65% of the patients. Other studies have shown that patients don't get adequate care for traumatic brain injury. So that's very applicable in this case because of the fact that, sure, there's nothing bleeding in the brain, there's nothing that is life-threatening in the brain, but that doesn't mean that there, is not significant brain injury. But basically just to highlight the fact that outside of some life-threatening condition, most emergency situations do not address other aspects of brain injury.
Got it. And this may be a question for Mr. Miller, but I'll start with you. Do you recall from your review of the medical records of Mr. Poole at the time of his treatment at Grady in April of 2021, was there a diagnosis of traumatic brain injury or whatever the similar words would be?
Yeah, head trauma.
Okay.
So there was head trauma, but it wasn't, so you'd expect sometimes traditionally follow-up care, and there's a lot of advocacy towards follow-up care to recognize an early diagnosis of brain injury, say, let's get you the proper care to do that. So there's a lot of awareness in the industry about TBI is missed in many cases.
Sure.
And then the importance of follow-up care.
Okay. What's the relevance, Mr. Miller, to anything about what care Mr. Poole received or didn't receive after the interaction, the alleged interaction with Trooper Clark?
Your Honor, I don't have that noted in my transcript from that hearing, but from reading this transcript, that was actually a question, or that was a response to a question that Mr. Abate had asked.
Okay.
It wasn't one that we were putting out there.
Okay. Well, as long as my thought is the care or lack of care that Mr. Poole experienced after the interview isn't relevant to what Dr. Connolly is going to be talking about. Now, if someone pulls Dr. Connolly there, you can certainly talk about it, but I don't think it's germane to his assessment of Mr. Poole's ability to have had a coherent interaction with Trooper Clark. Anything that happened afterwards, with the exception that I'm thinking of if he reported to you that he has an inability to recall a situation to you, that's an indicator there was an injury, and this could have affected his ability to interact at that time. But whatever treatment he did or didn't get after the supposed interview, it could be unfortunate for Mr. Poole, but not have anything to do with whether the interview happened or how he would have interacted, I think. And so I'm going to say, if someone objects on relevance, I'll likely sustain it. So let's just, as a starting point, not go into what happened with Mr. Poole after that, other than things that factor into your assessment. And it wouldn't be he got treatment or didn't get treatment. But I'm remembering now more what you said, Mr. Miller. It was like, why would you think there was a traumatic brain injury? Look at these medical records. Well, guess what? It often goes undiagnosed, and it doesn't mean there wasn't such a thing. Okay. Does that address your concern, Mr. Abate? That really, I don't think we need to get into that space unless it sounds like it would be something that you elicit, and then it's a reasonable response to that. Mr. Miller doesn't plan to lead, meaning on direct, go there.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Anything else from the state?
No.
All right, Mr. Miller.
For him to elicit it, the question, because it's very, there's two parts of it. It's the treatment afterwards, and then it's the question that Mr. Abate may ask, which is why do the records not reflect that he had a traumatic brain injury? And so that study would be relevant in response to that question.
Agreed.
Any treatment afterwards, I agree, would not be relevant for this hearing. But if that's asked, it opens the door.
I think so. And someone with the knowledge of that study who's been qualified as an expert would say, that's not remarkable to me at all. 66% of 32,000, whatever the numbers were, that's a big number. And it's sort of an invisible injury. And we've heard testimony to that effect, not about the brain, from Dr. Henninger. Like, you look at these bodies, like, why are they dead? There's not a bullet hole, there's a this or that, but there's so much that went on inside the body. Okay. We'll get you in here shortly. Thank you. Anything else from the state before we bring the jurors in?
I guess not, but it seems as if there's any questions asked about, there was no indication in the medical records that there were any neuro deficits or things of that nature. You're saying at that point, the studies become relevant?
Well, why wouldn't an expert be in a position to say, you're right? But to me, because he did interact with Mr. Poole years later, and I believe his opinion is there was a brain injury at the time based on things that were reported to him. The pushback from a cross-examiner would be, well, why wouldn't the medical experts who were there at the time have noted something like that? And I think they did, because they said head trauma, but they didn't use the magic words of traumatic brain injury. I don't know why it's non-responsive to say, actually, that happens all the time, because they're focused on the shattered femur and the oil in his eyes. And because there's not blood coming out his ears, they're not thinking about a traumatic brain injury.
Okay, and to, I guess, kind of piggyback off the point that you just made, that he wasn't treated or I guess interviewed by the doctor 3 years later. How do we know, or how does anyone know that in the time between this incident and the time he was interviewed, he didn't experience something that would also give him the same, symptoms that the doctor's diagnosed?
Right. It's a great question for Dr. Connolly. Mr. Miller, I'm going to have the conversation with Mr. Poole in just a moment about whether he wants to testify. Before I do that, do you have anything we need to discuss before the jurors come in?
Yes, Your Honor, and it was Trooper Clark, during the question portion from the jurors and the Trooper Clark portion, and I don't have it exactly how it was phrased, but our objection would just be question 22. I believe the juror asked, when was the visit to the hospital?
In essence, I got it here. That's in essence what the question was.
Right, and what I noted was the way that question was asked was not the way that Your Honor had asked the question. Your Honor added a little more to it to tailor it in a way that would be more favorable to the state. And so we would just object to that. Again, I don't have the exact verbiage that Your Honor used, but we would object to that.
Okay. Well, if I did, my apologies. That was nothing I was doing consciously. Oftentimes the jurors' questions are worded a little inartfully, or we get 3 questions that ask the same thing, and I try to synthesize them into one. I will note for the record that you had a full opportunity to follow up with Trooper Clark after I asked those questions to clear up any misconceptions that I might have inadvertently created. Mr. Poole, do you understand that you have a right to testify, and that if you want to testify, no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that in the same way, no one can make or compel you to testify? That is, you have an equally powerful right to not testify if that's your decision.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that it is you and not Mr. Miller or anyone else who's going to be answering the question in just a moment about whether Kenneth Poole is going to testify?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you choose not to testify, I will instruct the jury that they are to draw no conclusion, hurtful or harmful in any way to you, from the fact that you chose not to testify, because you have no burden of proof?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you'll need to answer the questions from Mr. Miller, they'll be difficult because this is a difficult situation, but they're what we would call friendly questions. What did you do next? Those kinds of things.
Yes.
You'll also have to answer all the questions from the prosecutor. Even if those are difficult, awkward, you don't get to take the fifth or say, I'm done. I told my story. I told you what I wanted to tell you, and now I'm exercising my right against self-incrimination. You understand that there's no such option for you.
Yes, sir.
It's all or nothing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Based on your understanding of your right not to testify, your right to testify, do you wish to testify in your trial, Mr. Poole?
Yes, sir. I would love for the jury to actually see me for me and not for what's on their paper.
Okay, I'm going to take that as a yes, you intend to testify.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I find that Mr. Poole understands his rights, the consequences of his decision, and he is electing to testify. Let's bring the jury in, please.
All right, the jury. As you as the president accounted for.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to 8D. We had to work through a few more things this morning. I thought we had wrapped everything up last night after you left, but a few more things came up. Hopefully you recall that just before you left, the state rested. So they've presented their case in chief. And I'm now going to turn to Mr. Miller to see if the defense is going to be calling any witnesses. Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense would call Dr. Christopher Conley to the stand.
Wait a second, you raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Go ahead, see. Can you say this lady name correct?
Chris Conley, Connelly.
Dr. Conley, where do you work?
I work in Stone Mountain.
And what is your primary job?
I'm a chiropractor and we see patients involved in collisions, wrecks, sports injuries.
Okay, what's the name of your practice?
Village Chiropractic.
And is this your practice?
Yes,
Are you licensed to practice as a chiropractor?
yes,
How long have you been licensed to practice as a chiropractor?
26 years.
All right, is that since 1998?
Yes.
What are some of your duties?
Well, we evaluate patients. We see patients who have spine injuries, joint injuries, brain injuries. We assess them for what's causing their pain. I always like to say a good diagnosis is the first step to a great treatment. And then we focus on, care based on what their treatment is. We do different things to help them, laser, shockwave, rehab machines. We also work very closely with orthopedic offices, and we have a neurosurgical group that comes to my office every Thursday to see patients as well.
All right, where did you attend school?
Life University in Marietta.
In undergrad?
Bradford University.
How'd you graduate?
I graduated cum laude with a degree in biology and minor in chemistry.
And from Life University, how did you graduate?
Summa cum laude.
All right, do you have any other certifications?
Sure, I'm certified as a brain injury expert by the CBIS, Brain Injury Association of America. So that's the same certifications nurses, medical doctors, any providers that deal with brain injury patients see. I'm also certified in impairment ratings. I'm certified in the 5th edition and the 6th edition of the AMA impairment ratings. I'm certified as an independent examiner, and that my certification is until 2028, I believe. Sports medicine certified, bunch of certifications over the years, also as a review agent. So I have billing and coding. So sometimes I'll get involved with coding issues, billing issues, utilization reviews, things of that nature.
All right, approximately how many patients do you treat with trauma or have you treated with trauma?
Over my 26 years, approximately 20,000 patients over those 26 years.
And for the majority of those patients,
Pause for 1 second. We got to put those medical records somewhere else. It turned on. That's the COVID era air purifier that would keep us all alive. Now, I think if you hit, I don't know, all those bright lights on it now. Hit that one more time. Maybe I'll make it. Okay. You can leave them right there. Just don't put them on the button area.
I'll take it.
Okay. There. Let's see if that works. Or we all may beam up to the ship. See what happens. All right. Mr. Miller.
I'm sorry, approximately how many patients have you seen in your 26 years?
Approximately 20,000 traumatic patients.
And approximately what percentage of those would you say were involved in a motor vehicle accident?
I'd say approximately 75%. The other 25% sports injuries, weekend warrior type events, slip and falls, things of that nature.
Just regarding just visits, approximately how many visits have you had with patients?
Over 300,000 patient visits over my 26 years.
And would you still say about 75% of those visits were with individuals that have been involved in motor vehicular accidents?
I'd say that's fair, yes.
Because what is a peer reviewer?
So the state of Georgia has in our Board of Examiners a law or a statute that you have to be an accepted peer reviewer to give medical opinions concerning necessity of care, billing, coding, scope of practice for chiropractic. And I'm one of approximately 15 accepted by the Board of Examiners to give such opinions.
And have you been consulted as in a case in which you were given second opinions on a matter?
Yes.
About how many times?
Over my 26 years, I've done lots of peer reviews, paper reviews, file reviews, even depositions, going to court. So I would say over 1,000 peer reviews of that nature.
All right, so we kind of touched on this before, but what is a board certification?
So typically, like a board certifications, you meet certain qualifications. You then maybe take a review course or take a test, and then there's certain qualifications that have to be met. Like for mine, for brain injury, you have to apply for the Brain Injury Association of America to accept you to even take the test. Then typically you take a review test or you take a review course, and then you take I think that one was a 4-hour test. And then you have to meet certain standards. And then for the brain injury certification, you have to every year meet certain requirements to keep your certification active.
All right, and could you name a few of your board certifications?
Sure. Certified as an independent medical examiner, and that was through the ABI and the American Board of Independent Medical Examiners. That was also for impairment ratings and disability evaluations. Also certified by the American Association of Pain Management. And again, that was one where you take the classes and then take a certification test. And then also as a sports chiropractor. So that's another one where you take the classes and then take a test and pass your boards.
All right, now with respect to the brain, do you have any board certifications regarding the brain?
Yes, certified. It's called a CBIS, certified by the American. It's the American Brain Injury, the Brain Injury Association of America. Lots of different.
All right. Do you maintain all these certifications?
Yes.
All right. What is needed for you to maintain these certifications?
So you either have to teach seminars or you have to go to seminars. Over the last couple of years, I've taught a lot of seminars on brain injury. In fact, I have 3 brain injury seminars coming up where I'm teaching brain injury modules, but also I take seminars as well. So you have to take certain seminars above and beyond what we typically take as far as for our chiropractic license.
All right, now we heard about the Brain Injury Association. Are you also certified as a brain injury specialist?
Yes, that's who the same, I guess, organization. I've also taken classes for the VA. I'm taking classes by the CDC. So I would say over the last 12 years, I've been deep into brain injury, also post-traumatic stress, musculoskeletal conditions. And as I said, good diagnosis is first step to a great treatment. So that's really the emphasis, is to really find what's causing the patient's symptoms.
With respect to motor vehicle trauma, do you have any certifications?
Yes, I'm certified in post-traumatic stress for motor vehicle collisions.
And regarding concussions?
Yes, that was the Brain Injury Association of America.
What was done to get your certification in concussion management?
There was another certification class I took to be able to treat patients better. So it's a group out of Canada, and they treat hockey players, and then they developed a 40-hour program on what are the best practices. Because although there are medicines to help with the symptoms, there's actually no medicine to fix brain injury. So it's a functional problem. So it's how to help patients functionally. Sometimes it could be lifestyle changes. Sometimes it's avoiding things like alcohol, or increasing their exercise, or increasing their sleep, or it could be mental health, getting the right mental health care. So a lot of it is a functional approach. So that's a seminar and a series I took on better management for patients, and that was a 40-hour course.
What is BrainScope 1?
So BrainScope 1 is a machine that I started using maybe about 8 years ago. So at the time, brain injury is becoming a lot more aware that there's problems with brain injury. So BrainScope 1 was used by Grady, and I was the only chiropractor in the country to use it. Now there's others, but I got certified by BrainScope as far as like how to use the machine, how to assess and screen for patients with traumatic brain injury.
All right, and did you tell the jury about brain concussion?
Sure. So Brain Cushion is a company that I started because of the awareness. And like I said, I work with lots of different providers. One of my philosophies is working together to get patients better. So we work with neurosurgeons, orthopedists, lots of medical doctors to try and help patients get better. And I saw there was a need for neuropsych and also neurologists that specialize in the functional rehabilitation of brain injury. So we're in 40 states and we do telehealth visits for patients who have brain injury to help them get the care they need to reduce the long-term symptoms.
All right, are you familiar with the term mechanism of injury?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury what that means?
Well, part of the certification for impairment ratings includes injury causation, and this is actually the textbook that we use. But basically, mechanism of injury is that you correlate the patient's symptoms, the physical findings, the anatomical cause of the pain with a particular event. And there's a different protocol you go through with that to help determine that. But mechanism of injury, does it seem reasonable? Is it likely? Do the studies show that this is something likely from that type of event? So mechanism of injury flows into injury causation.
All right, now you talked about the seminars that you taught. Approximately how many seminars have you taught on mechanism of injury?
I would say probably about 20. I have 2 coming up actually this October and 1 in December. So I would say 20 or 30 on injury causation. I've taught maybe 30 on brain injury, a bunch on facet injury, spinal problems, disc problems, and I would say probably 30 or 40 on billing, coding, standards of practice, because also sometimes I'm involved in malpractice cases. So sometimes I'll go in and I'll discuss, what are the things to do to reduce the risk of malpractice.
Have you written any books?
I did. I wrote a book on getting better after collision, and particularly for people with spinal problems, MRIs sometimes are overutilized. Sometimes, there's a lot of different things that occur after a collision. So basically helping the patient understand sometimes things just take a while to heal, not to rush to a lot of things. So I wrote a book about that and I give it to patients. It's also on Amazon, but basically, I wrote a book a couple years ago.
All right. Now, have you testified as an expert in trial before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I would say probably 50 times in person and 50 times in deposition, 50 or 60.
And your testimony has been as both the treating doctor as well as a non-treating doctor?
Yes.
Could you just quickly kind of tell us what that difference is?
Sure. Sometimes I'll come in say for like a insurance carrier or something like that, and I'll look at the films, and I'll say, well, look, there's no damage caused by the collision, or maybe there's pre-existing factors that's called apportionment, where you say, look, they had pain and problems before and they had a collision. That doesn't mean all the problems are from the collision. So sometimes I'll come in and apportion it out. I also do overreading on MRIs because sometimes radiologists are aggressive sometimes. So I'll come in and sort of be the voice of reason to say, yeah, this is a significant pathology, or no, it's not. Or sometimes it could be a very normal variant.
All right. Now, well, at this time, Your Honor, defense will move to tender Dr. Connolly as an expert in traumatic brain injury as well as injury causation.
Mr. Abate, do you want to examine Dr. Connolly now, or do you have any objection to having Dr. Connolly designated an expert for the purposes of this trial in those 2 fields?
No.
All right, Dr. Connolly, for purposes of this proceeding, you are designated an expert in the field of traumatic brain injury as well as injury causation.
Dr. Connolly, you're here with us now, which means that you're away from your actual practice, your chiropractic. As such, are you able to charge those patients that you're missing out on for being with us here today?
No. So typically it's my time away from being in practice, from doing paperwork, administrative services, and seeing patients. So I'm still in active practice and, work sometimes 5 and 6 days a week, but I still maintain an active practice.
All right. Do you, have you charged us for your testimony?
Yes. And my rate is $450 an hour. And that's what I charge for every aspect of things. So it could be file reviews, it could be testifying, even when I'm doing expert work as far as reviewing files or looking at MRIs, that's the standard charge, because that's what typically I make in the practice seeing patients.
Now, have you been paid anything prior to you coming here?
Yes.
And what was that in reference to?
That was reviewing all of the records. We had a couple of conversations, and then coming here once. But basically, it's for the time involved in reviewing the records and discussing the case.
All right, so this is your first time actually testifying in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the compensation that you receive for your cases, does it ever influence your opinion that you get?
No, not at all.
Have you testified for, I guess, in civil matters for both sides?
I have. I've even actually had patients who I testified and sort of turned into the other side's witness where I said it's not related to the collisions. It was there before. So I like to sort of be the voice of reason and call it like you see it.
What would you say is the benefit of you being able to testify for both sides in cases?
Just give a reasonable opinion. Just look at the facts and come up there. There's sometimes I'll give an opinion and whoever is asking for it says, okay, we don't want that opinion, so we're not going to use you. But it's something where it's always best just to look at the facts and give an honest statement.
Your work as an independent medical examiner, what does that entail?
So again, file reviews, billing reviews, we'll look at codes, billing. Over the years, that spawned into Injury Claim Solutions, which is a company that does that. And we have about 40 medical doctors that do that as well for injection surgeries, peer reviews. So a lot of times there's a question like utilization review, do they really need more visits or, what does the MRI actually show? Is there clinical correlation between the patient's symptoms and the diagnostic test? So I'll come in there and we discuss, what's the actual tissue damage related to the event.
Are there times as an independent medical examiner where you'll find something in the medical records that may have been missed by the treating physician?
Oh yeah, all the time. Medical records, the main goal of any provider is treat the patient, and I like to think of it like you're taking notes in class. You're trying to write stuff down as quick as possible, but there's only so much we could write down. And I find in the records, a lot of times things are missed. But again, our main goal as providers is treat the patient as best as possible.
Now, we kind of touched on this acronym TBI. Could you please explain to the jury what TBI is?
It's called traumatic brain injury.
And how do you define traumatic brain injury?
So it's an alteration of brain function caused by an external force. So you can have an alteration of brain function caused by an internal, like say, for instance, a stroke or MS or something like that. But typically acquired traumatic brain injury is from an external force. It could either be a blow, like sometimes we'll see veterans that have explosions and they have brain injuries. It could be from a direct impact, like hitting your head on something hard, or it could be from acceleration, deceleration symptoms or causes, or sometimes it could be a multiple of causes. Sometimes it could be hitting the head plus acceleration, deceleration.
All right, how long after an event has occurred are you still able to diagnose someone with having traumatic or TBI from that event?
Well, there's been times where a patient had an event and then it's been 6 months or a year down the road and we sort of connect all the symptoms and it's like, well, no, you didn't have a cervical disc herniation. It was a brain injury that caused you to have the headaches and vertigo and sensitivity to light and things like that. So it's optimally as close to the event as possible because that helps to reduce the risk of a second impact, but also get the patient the best care possible. So optimally, the sooner you get the diagnosis, the better. But there's been times where I've come in, I think one of the longest was 2 years after the event, and we sat down and they had all the symptoms of brain injury. And when you look at the notes, it was actually pretty clear, just no one connected the dots.
All right, when did you get involved in this case?
I think it was around August 24th of this year.
Cool.
April. I'm sorry, April 24th.
All right.
Yeah.
And what all did you review before, and did you form an opinion in this case?
Yes, I did.
What all did you review before forming that opinion?
Lots of medical records. There's lots of records from the hospital. I also reviewed information from EMS, and then we did a consultation. So I did a traditional impairment rating where I had him fill out forms, and then we did a virtual consultation to see how is his brain injury at this stage.
All right, did you prepare a report?
I did.
Showing you Defense Exhibit 7. Do you recognize Defense Exhibit 7?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a report I produced.
All right, is it in the same condition as when you created it?
Yes,
Any changes or alterations?
none that I see, no.
All right, at this time, the defense will move to enter defense exhibit 7 into evidence.
Mr. Abadi, any objection to defense 7 being admitted?
Yes, Your Honor, I do have an objection as it relates to some of the issues we took up earlier this morning.
So why don't we make it part of the record? But it's not anything right now that would be publishable or anything like that. But we'll at a minimum, I'll admit defense 7 to make it part of the record. We can talk later about whether that's something that will go back with the jury.
Yes, sir.
So 7 is admitted, Mr. Miller, subject to those current restrictions.
Dr. Conley, what were your findings after reviewing everything in this case?
Well, after reviewing everything in consultation that Mr. Poole had a traumatic brain injury and that he still has long-term symptoms consistent with the brain injury.
All right, now we heard about Glasgow score. Could you please explain to the jury what Glasgow is?
Sure. So with brain injury, it can be life-threatening, and we have different grades of injury. So you have severe, moderate, and mild. Now, of course, severe and moderate typically can be potentially life-threatening, and there's different things you look at to give the grades. Imaging, is there structural imaging that's positive, like a bleed? But most cases, patients don't have a bleed. So that's good because that could be life-threatening. But that doesn't mean there's not injury to the brain. And so you have the neuroimaging, you have loss of consciousness, alteration of consciousness, post-traumatic amnesia, and Glasgow Coma Scale. So that basically helps. The Glasgow Coma Scale is a scale 1 through 15 that helps to assess a patient to see, okay, what is their cognitive ability? So you're looking at the eyes, you look at the speech, and you look at motor skills. And in this particular case, it fluctuated a little bit, but basically went from like 11, which is considered moderate, to 14, and then to 15. So it did fluctuate, which with someone with a brain injury, you see that's fairly common. But also he had post-traumatic amnesia, and that again fits into that category as well. And so he rated moderate in the scale of severe, moderate, and mild, as far as based on the clinical symptoms and the findings that were in the records.
Showing you defense exhibit 8. Do you recognize defense exhibit 8?
Yes, it looks like all the records that I reviewed, and I reviewed them in PDF format, but there were a lot of records. I believe over 3,000, maybe 4,000 records.
And those records, they look to be in the same condition, only printed out as when you reviewed them?
Yes, they do.
All right. Any changes that you can see from there, from the ones that you saw on the PDF?
I mean, there's a lot. I would, in substance, especially in looking at Grady's records before, this looked consistent with records from Grady.
At this time, defense will move to enter defense exhibit 8 into evidence.
Mr. Abadi, any objection to the admission of defense 8?
No.
Admitted.
Dr. Conley, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10. Have you seen State's Exhibit 10 before?
Yes,
And what is State's Exhibit 10?
it was at the scene, the Grady EMS report.
All right. In State's Exhibit 10, what was the Glasgow score that Mr. Poole had?
It looks like it was 15.
All right. And when he arrived at Grady Hospital, what was the Glasgow score that he had at that time?
I believe it was 11.
All right. What is the significance of someone having a 15 and then going down to an 11 when they arrive at the hospital?
Well, first of all, like EMS and anyone that's going to be at the hospital, I mean, their main thing is, make the patient survive, so they do document as best as possible. But also with patients with brain injury or even significant injuries, it's going to fluctuate. So sometimes patients can go in and out of consciousness. Sometimes they could go in and out of different states. But it's not uncommon to see Glasgow 15, Glasgow 11. And I think it went to a Glasgow 14, then back to 15, then back to 14. So it's not uncommon because this is a snapshot in time. This is something that at that particular state, that's how their brain is functioning. And Glasgow coma is a entry level classification for how the brain is functioning. After that, it's called the Glasgow Coma Extended Scale. And so after typically 4 weeks, you do another assessment, and that's called the Glasgow Coma Extended. But in this case, and especially at the entry level, it was just the Glasgow Coma Scale because that's the entry level.
All right, now looking at those two records, were there any other symptoms or diagnosis that the EMS records have or neglect to have that Grady has in their records?
You know, again, their main job is saving lives, and especially with injuries like this, there's a lot of significant injuries. But one of the things that sort of jumped out is basically they said there's no complaints of neck or back pain, but we know at the ER they diagnosed him with a vertebral fracture, so he fractured his back. But they say here no back pain. And so again, they're doing as best they can. It's like they're taking notes, but also more importantly, they're trying to save lives. So I sort of like to look at the whole picture of things, and even the clinical files at Grady the whole time. You know, what is the entire clinical picture? Because there's one snapshot in time that may be relevant at that time, but then what does the entire clinical picture look like?
Now, I'm not sure if it was mentioned, but did you actually interview Mr. Poole?
I did, yes.
All right, and when did that interview take place?
That was April 24th, 24.
All right, and were you able to diagnose Mr. Poole with having a concussion during this event?
Yeah, so we have, it's called TBI, traumatic brain injury. After 3 months, it's called persistent post-concussive symptoms or disorders of continuing brain injury. And then that's something after 3 months, that's a different category of things. So the assessment was long after the initial event. So I do something called an impairment rating. We used to do, there's different things you assess with him on how his brain is functioning, what are the symptoms and things of that nature. And so he still had continued symptoms of a brain injury. And at that particular time, it would be considered more of a mild to moderate brain injury.
Are you able to say to a medical degree of certainty that he had a brain injury at that time?
Yes.
At what time? So I'm clear. When you're saying he had a brain injury at the time you interviewed him, April of this year, or some other time?
I don't know if I got your question. I'm sorry.
You were just asked, can you share with the jury to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. Poole had a brain injury at that time? And I'm asking you, at what time are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty Mr. Poole had a brain injury? When you interviewed him or some other day?
I would say both. From the records, it's consistent with a brain injury. And also when I interviewed him, it's consistent with the continuation of the symptoms of the brain.
Thank you.
All right, what other diagnosis did you find in the Grady hospital records that would show that he had a brain injury?
Well, one of the things that was sort of, and again, you look at all the records and there's tons of records, but one of the things that was, there's a couple of things, you know, even when they first came in, given the signs of trauma to the head, the mechanism of injury, there's concerns of possible skull fracture, intracranial hemorrhage. But one of the things that was most valuable that I wanted to point out was that it was on, let's see if I have it. Here it is right here. So it looks like it was 4/23/21, and the assessment that was made by Dr. ELIEL MD on 4/23 talks about the Glasgow Coma Scale is now 23, and he's more engaged and active today. Okay, and those are all things. Again, you know, you're like, okay, they're saying that there's more engagement, there's more activity, which is again a consistency of someone who's had an injury and in becoming more aware, more recovery.
I think you misspoke there. You said that it was 23 at that time.
Oh.
What was the Glasgow?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was 14.
On April 23rd.
On April 20th, it was a Glasgow Coma Scale 14.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that.
So that was a stark improvement from previous Glasgow scores that he had.
Well, and again, the statement of he's more engaged and active today. You know, that's again something where this is somebody who's may not have the time to write down a whole detailed essay on how they're doing, but they're still involved in the treatment to say, hey, it looks like they're doing better. They're more aware today. And I look for things like that in the notes as far as, because they do everything like all the different standard stuff, but then sometimes they'll put in different things that are much more personal and more visit specific.
What is an acute brain injury?
Acute brain injury. So we have, I won't go into the 7 different types of things that could happen to the brain, but basically it's acute tissue damage that could occur to the brain. It could be vascular. It could be neuronal. We also have cells in our brain called glial cells. It could affect that. It could also affect our blood-brain barrier. So there's lots of different things that could happen to the brain. Think of it like an electrical storm. So things get set off. So sometimes even you see seizures, things of that nature. So basically think of it like a dysfunction in the function of the brain.
And so you would characterize the brain injury that he had, would you characterize that as being an acute brain injury?
Yes.
All right, and typically, what is the recovery time for someone that is suffering from an acute brain injury?
So we have a physiological recovery and a clinical recovery. So the physiological recovery, typically see the brain starting to get back to normal around 28 days. That's what the science says as far as the physiological recovery. A lot of the symptoms start to recover and they say, hey, yeah, I'm like 90% better, and the symptoms start to reduce. But the physiological recovery is 28 days typically. The Brain Injury Association has something called persistent post-concussive symptoms, which they also use in multiple aspects. And that's where the symptoms persist more than 3 months. And that's called persistent post-concussive syndrome. And that textbook-wise is 3 months if the symptoms persist past that point.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Do you know how long that Mr. Poole was in the hospital?
I believe it was 17 days.
And during that time period, is it reasonable to say that he would have recovered from an acute brain injury?
It would be, typically would be 28 days textbook-wise.
Given the records during that 17-day period that he was at Grady, are you able to tell what, if anything, that Grady did for his brain injury?
Yeah, and there's a lot of injuries here and a lot of things that could be life-threatening. And there was nothing life-threatening. So it didn't really get into functional tests. Like I said, that typically you'd see Glasgow Coma extended scale. You'd see that at about 4 weeks, which we're still not even 4 weeks at 17 days. But basically their job at this point is just monitor, make sure things don't get worse, and just see how things progress, because they want to make sure there's nothing life-threatening.
All right, so you did not see any neuro or cognitive tests done for Mr. Poole?
No, not at all.
With respect to medication, from your review of the medical records, what medication was he given while he was at Grady?
Ketamine, opioids, morphine, lots of different things to help with the pain.
And the ketamine that he was given, are you able to tell when that dosage of ketamine was given to Mr. Poole?
I believe it was right when he got there.
So immediately upon him getting to the hospital, he's given ketamine?
Yes.
What are some of the side effects of ketamine?
Well, it's great for pain relief. It's an anesthetic where basically they feel calm. They may hallucinate, but it is wonderful for pain relief and just an overall calming sensation. But there is a certain degree of hallucination ability too.
Now, you said that he was also given some opioids?
Yes.
Specifically, what opioids was Mr. Poole given?
I believe it's oxycodone.
What are some of the symptoms or side effects of oxycodone?
Well, they shouldn't drive a car. I mean, the symptoms of medications can be individual to every patient. So just like a brain injury is like a snowflake, everyone's different. With medications, they respond differently as well. So with opioids, I mean, it could be very severe very quickly, or it could be something that they could manage it. But typically opioids, you would not want to drive and you wouldn't be as functional.
Would you, would someone that's under the influence of either ketamine or an opioid be able to do something like sign their will?
I believe not, no.
And you stated that you wouldn't trust that person behind the wheel of a car?
No, not at all.
What is morphine sulfate?
Again, it's just a pain relief drug that they typically do to help with pain. Throughout the notes, it was basically based on the patient's tolerance for pain at that particular time. So many times in a hospital setting, they'll be like, okay, it's here if you need it. And sometimes they'll do morphine drips or other things like that. But basically the pain medication is monitored and assessed at a given time. So sometimes it's not documented like to the milligrams or to the specific point because it depends on the patient's tolerance for pain and their pain at that particular time.
Are in tramadol?
Again, yeah, so for pain relief,
Another pain relief?
yes.
Now, if Mr. Poole was given ketamine shortly after his arrival at the hospital, in your medical opinion, do you believe he would be coherent enough to give the statement?
You know, I wasn't there, but also, you know, with those facts, it's unlikely, but also, you know, I wasn't there, but the notes don't really go into detail with it.
All right, now, do the notes reflect a period of time when the officer did go to the hospital?
I believe it was on the 17th
Of April?
of April, yes.
This collision occurred on April 9th at 3 a.m. Is there any indication in those medical records that the officer was at the hospital during that time period?
I think it was the 17th, and then basically, I think the blood pressure had increased, and but that was the only time I saw on the records was the 17th.
Okay. Is slurred speech a symptom of brain injury?
Yes,
Would you expect someone with a brain injury to have slurred speech?
they could.
In the EMS report states, exhibit, is that 10?
Is that this one?
140. It describes Mr. Poole as event-oriented, alert, conscious, someone that's been in a collision into a wall going at 80 miles per hour. Would you expect that person to be to register in that way?
I'm gonna object as to cause speculation. Or
Well, it was, would you expect? And so we'll need to see what the answer is, whether it's, I'm certain they wouldn't be, or they could be, or what. So you can repeat your question. The way you framed it, I think, overcomes the objection.
With someone involved in a collision with a car going about 80 miles per hour into a wall, would you expect that person to register as alert, event-oriented, and to person, place, and time?
You know, based on the injuries and even blood from the mouth and the severity of the injuries, I think probably in a state of even shock, because it's, you know, significant.
In the EMS report, did you see, or was it documented any type of interaction or conversations that were had between Mr. Poole and the EMS worker?
I don't really see any specific conversations. No, and I don't see what's along with just the normal life-saving things, you know, that they're looking for. But they didn't really document what kind of questions they asked.
All right. Now you stated that you've treated over 20,000 patients involved in trauma cases. Could you tell the jury what type of injuries that you are typically seeing when you're treating these patients?
We typically see facet injuries, sometimes disc injuries, brain injuries, wrist injuries, shoulder injuries, knee injuries if they hit the dashboard, things of that nature. Sometimes we'll see contusions as well, like if they hit their arm on the knee on the dashboard or the head on the steering wheel. So it really depends on the events of the collision.
So you mentioned head on the steering wheel. Are there times where you've had patients that will come in and they have an indentation on their forehead from that steering wheel?
Yes, I've seen that before.
And are you given your expertise in car accidents, are you also aware of studies that show the safest place to be in a car?
So typically it's the back seat. Front seat, you have a lot more things to hit, the dashboard, the knees, I see a lot of times with that, especially taller people. The steering wheel, the airbags tend to be more significant, and also like hitting the door, rollover, things of that nature. So typically the back seat and probably more the middle of the back seat would be the safest from what I've read.
Okay, now, in your review of the medical records, did you see any type of injuries to Mr. Poole, to his torso?
No, I believe that there was a lung contusion, but that was about it.
Given, what was the final diagnosis? And you can go down the list from the medical records of everything that Mr. Poole had from this collision.
There's a whole list of things even from the beginning, but what I could do is and they x-rayed multiple things. I have a print off of sort of like their exit, what they had talked about, and they talked about orbital fracture of the maxillary sinus, so a broken face bone, which again is a sign of head injury, multifocal pulmonary contusions on the right side, the L3 vertebral transverse process fracture, the left superior pubic ramus fracture, the acetabular fracture, femoral shift fracture on the right side.
And Dr. Conley, can you explain what some of those things are, those fractures, where they are in the body?
Okay, so broken bones, so multiple broken bones, the face, pulmonary contusion, the vertebral fracture, the transverse process, so multiple broken bones throughout the body.
And that was in the face, and where else?
In the back. You also had it in the leg. You also had in the hip, and you had in the pelvis, and also the metatarsals, which would be the fingers. I mean, the feet.
All right. Now, have you had patients that have suffered injuries from airbags?
Yes.
And what type of injuries do you see when you're evaluating those patients?
It could be lots of different things. It's a second impact. It saves lives, but also it does come out pretty violently. So sometimes you could have burns. Sometimes you'll see like sinusitis because of the dust that's from there as well. Sometimes it could cause accelerated neck and back issues just because of it's a double impact. So airbags save lives, but also sometimes can cause secondary injuries.
All right, now to a reasonable degree of certainty, can you say that Mr. Poole, on the morning of April 9th, while he was at the hospital, was capable of having a coherent conversation?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. So one calls for speculation, two, this was what we spoke about earlier.
You need to ask your question in a different way.
I'll ask it another way.
Great.
That was not the way that we had discussed. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, are you able to say that Mr. Poole was alert while he was at Grady that initial morning?
Same issue.
All right. So a reasonable degree of certainty, would you be able to say that Mr. Poole was significantly impaired while he was at Grady Hospital on April 9th?
Same issue, Mr. Miller. We spent a lot of time outside the presence of the jury talking about this.
Your Honor, that literally was one of the ways that you said that I could say it.
I'm happy to ask him a question, but you are misremembering what will be in the record when this record is reviewed, should it be reviewed.
Your Honor, I wrote it down, verbatim what you said.
Oh, you didn't write the right thing. I don't know what to tell you.
Dr. Conley, to a medical degree of certainty, what can you say about Mr. Poole on April 9th?
I'm gonna object to the exact same line of questioning.
Right. It's your introductory phrase. What we talked about is the lack of medical certainty because he wasn't present. I don't want to say much more because it was a conversation outside the presence of the jury, but you're going to need to go in a different direction if you're going to start your questions that way.
Dr. Conley, all of the findings that you had in this case, were they done to a medical degree of certainty?
I'm gonna object again, Your Honor. It's the exact same question, just with the medical degree of certainty of the bad.
So first, the phrase needs to be a reasonable degree of medical certainty, something along those lines. It's not medical certainty, but I'm going to ask you a question and then I'll let Mr. Miller follow up. Because you were not able to interact, or you did not interact with Mr. Poole on April 9th, the time of the incident and his immediate arrival and soon thereafter at Grady, are you able to say with a reasonable degree of medical certainty his exact cognitive functioning at that time?
I want to get it right. So basically, based on the records and, all of the things going on, I wasn't there, so it's not 100% certain, but it's more likely than not. So 51%, I guess you could say. So it is something where it's likely, but that's based on the medical records. But again, I didn't examine them. But then if you look at the records are pretty clear.
Is it likely that Mr. Poole would not have been able to make a coherent decision during that time period?
I'm gonna object as to that was same objection.
Okay, I'll allow you're couching it as likely. You don't know, but based on what you've seen, it's more likely than not. You can proceed.
Exactly. Yes. So again, I wasn't there, but again, more likely than not.
All right. Is it more likely than not that, given the fact that Mr. Poole was given ketamine as soon as he got to the hospital, that his interaction with anyone at that time would be very minimal?
Yes.
Is it more likely than not, then given the amount of oxycodone that Mr. Poole had, that any interaction he would have had with someone would be very minimal?
Yes.
Is it more likely than not that Mr. Poole would not have been able to give any coherent statements?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Abadi, do you have questions for Dr. Connolly?
Good morning, Dr. Connolly.
Good morning.
I just want to go over some of the things that you discussed with Mr. Miller. So you said you're a chiropractor, correct?
Correct.
And so you're not a medical doctor, correct? Yeah, you're not an OD, correct? And you can't prescribe any sort of medication, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you don't really have any privileges to work in a hospital like surgeons or other doctors, correct?
Correct. I've never tried.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors the majority of your practice, what is it, I guess, made up of?
Lots of different injuries. Could be spine injuries, chronic conditions, acute conditions, sports injuries, motor vehicle collisions. With sports injuries, also I see concussions, particularly in young adults.
Okay. And I think you talked about earlier that 75% of your practice, you said, was motor vehicle injuries from motor vehicle crashes.
I would say the makeup would be about correct. Yes.
Okay. And of those of that 75%, how many of your patients are specifically you treating for, I guess, traumatic brain injuries or TBIs?
I would say maybe 5% in different capacities. Sometimes the acute stage, sometimes it's more in the chronic stage, and then I'll order a DTI, MRI that will look at the brain to see the chronic degenerative effects. So sometimes it's acute and sometimes it's later on in the chronic stage.
But you said it's 5%?
I would say roughly that, including the impairment ratings. Yes, I would say with brain injury, about 5%.
Okay, so I guess the remaining 70% is something different, whether it's related to their extremities, pain, they're feeling, in their back or muscle issues, correct?
Exactly. So musculoskeletal conditions.
Okay, and you talked about your fee. I think you said it was $450 an hour.
Yes.
And Mr. Miller kind of went down, I guess, the work that you had done, but how much have you been paid in total as it relates to this case, including your testimony?
I believe it's about 4,500, somewhere around there.
And I want to talk a little bit about, you said your company, it's called, is it Brain Cushion?
Brain Cushion, yes.
Okay, and you said it's a company that works with individuals, is it virtually?
Yeah, so it's a brain injury awareness company. I'm called the Chief Education Officer. So my job is to help educate providers and the public, and also help to support the treating providers in research and education.
And when you say providers, can you tell me, what do you mean by that?
So typically neuropsychologists that focus on brain injury. So we work with a company called Impact, which Impact is one of the largest TBI testing companies in the world. I think they've done over 30 million TBI tests. So we partner with them with creating awareness, and also we use their product.
And can you tell me, what is a neuropsychologist?
There's somebody that deals with the function of the brain. So typically a neurologist deals with structure of the brain, like a bleed, MS, things like that. Neuropsychologists deal with how the brain is actually functioning. So it deals with the function of the brain.
Okay, and I guess in there, well, tell me about the background that a neuropsychologist would have to have in order to do or to treat patients.
They get licensed like any other profession, and then they focus in brain injury. So, it is, they deal again more with the functional aspects of brain injury, not as much the structure.
Okay. Are they dealing with primarily treatment of prior diagnosed brain injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a provider as it relates to those neuropsychologists, where you are, I guess, diagnosing brain injuries and then referring them to these neuropsychologists?
No. Basically, they're independent. I'm just there for support, but they do diagnosis on their own and do everything independently.
Okay. And then you said in your practice, 5% of them are people who are suffering from some sort of brain injury. In the 5%, I guess, how many or how often are you actually diagnosing a traumatic brain injury for the first time?
It's hard to speculate on the amount. A lot of times they went to the ER and they rolled out a bleed, and then they come and we talk about it, and they may say, hey, you have a concussion. And so concussion is considered a mild traumatic brain injury. And then we go over, okay, what are the best practices and what to do, what not to do, avoid a repeat head injury. Also, it's really important. There's a lot of stress. There's a lot of anxiety with patients with brain injury or any injuries. So we calm them down and say, it's okay. Let's just let the body heal itself. Don't get crazy with doing things or put yourself at risk for another injury. So some of them tend to be, they've already been diagnosed and I'm diagnosing them. Others that they actually come to me the first time and I'm diagnosing them.
Okay. Now, we talked about, or you talked on direct a little bit about some of the signs of brain injury. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you talked about slurred speech, right?
Yes.
And I guess lack or in and out of consciousness. You remember that?
Yes.
And what are some other, I guess, initial symptoms, or for lack of better words, clues that someone is suffering from a brain injury or traumatic brain injury?
Well, again, we have severe, moderate, and mild. Okay, now severe could be just they're in a coma. They're just, they're not responsive. You typically could also have moderate injuries, which typically they're going to go sort of in and out with the Glasgow Coma Scale. They're gonna have post-traumatic amnesia, sensitivity to light, throwing up. I've actually had patients throw up in my office from brain injuries. You would have sensitivity to light, sensitivity to noise, headaches, ringing in the ears, spots before their eyes. Vertigo is a big one as well. So after the initial stage of the entry-level acute diagnosis stage, which is severe, mild, and moderate, then it goes into something called the subtypes of concussion. That's where you do with the treatment. So there's 5 subtypes and 2 associated subtypes of concussion. So we classify after that entry-level medical classification of TBI based on their functional ability to more of a symptom recovery, and we do treatment for that. So like say it's a vestibular subtype of concussion, we'll refer to a vestibular physical therapist that will do vestibular rehab on them. So brain injury is very complicated, but again, understanding the diagnosis is important.
Okay, and specifically, you said you looked at the records, bless you, as it relates to the defendant, Kenneth Poole, correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury is where within the records, or I'll ask it this way, but nowhere in the records does it say that Mr. Poole is suffering from a slurred speech, correct?
I didn't see that, no.
And nowhere in the records does it say that Mr. Poole was never alert or oriented while he was at the hospital, correct?
Well, the Glasgow coma is one thing that they monitored with, but also going back to that one note where they talk about he's more aware now, and you know, I don't want to know the exact phrase he used, more engaged and active today. You know, that's something important for me that I look to see the provider's notes, but they didn't have any technical evaluation for that because again, there's a lot of other injuries going on. And also there was nothing that was jumping out to be life-threatening.
What page is that, sir?
Let's see, I have the date. It was the 423 note.
So the page. bottom.
It looks like it's page 371.
Now, let's talk about the, for short, because I'm gonna butcher it every time I say it, the GCS. You have to talk about that a little bit on direct with Mr. Miller, correct?
Yes.
And you said, I guess, can you give me, you said there's mild, moderate, and severe, correct?
Not for GCS, not for Glasgow coma scale. So we have mild and moderate and severe brain injury, and there's 5 criteria for that. And this is just the entry level diagnosis. So within, say, for the first couple of days. So mild, moderate, and severe, and there's 5 different things you look at. Structural tests. So if there's a bleed on CT scan or MRI, you look at loss of consciousness, you look at alteration of consciousness, Glasgow coma scale, and post-traumatic amnesia. So those are the 5 things you categorize. Based on the Glasgow coma scale, he would automatically be in category number 2, which is moderate traumatic brain injury. He also had post-traumatic amnesia as well, and that would also classify between that mild and moderate brain injury.
Do you would agree that in the medical records, there's 0 reference, there's no reference for post-traumatic amnesia, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree that there was no structural issues after they did a CT scan indicating that Mr. Poole had any sort of brain injury, correct?
Yes, there was no sign of any bleeds, but also CT scans only detect maybe 10% of bleeds. And it only detects about 3 millimeters of blood. So less than 3 millimeters of blood, it's not going to show. That's actually how I got familiar with Brady and with what they're using with BrainScope, because BrainScope can tell if there's 1 millimeter of blood. So they found that they were overutilizing CT scans. So they use BrainCushion to help define patients with small bleeds.
Okay. But you would agree that there was no evidence that Mr. Poole was suffering from any structural injuries to his brain, correct?
No vascular issues, yes.
Okay. Did he have any fractures to his skull?
Well, to his face, yeah, that's part of his skull.
Okay. Did he have any fractures, I guess, in the area of his head as it relates to his skull?
Well, the maxilla is part of the head, but you mean the cranium.
Right.
So no cranium fractures.
Right. And there was no evidence he had any swelling to his brain, correct?
Well, there was multiple facial abrasions, and also he's bleeding in the mouth at the scene that I remember reading in the records. So again, there's signs of tissue damage, but also the maxillary fracture, that would be a significant impact if a fracture of the maxillary bone.
Okay, and so I know I'm not a doctor or a chiropractor, so I'm not as familiar with the terms as you are, but I'm talking about his actual physical brain.
Mhm.
Was there any evidence that his brain, the part that allows you to think and do all of those things, was there any swelling to that?
There was no vascular issues. Okay, from a brain injury aspect, we have neurons, we have glial cells that make up the brain. You know, the brain we like to think is solid, but really think of the brain as like stewed tomatoes. Okay, it's very viscoelastic, and when those things shake, that causes tearing of axons called diffuse axonal injury. So structurally, that is a problem, but it's more on a microscopic level. But as far as to your point, there's no vascular condition that was shown on CT scan. That doesn't mean there's no structural issue. That just means there's no vascular issue.
Well, what you just described, other than the vascular issues, was there any detection of that?
That would be done on follow-up scan with DTI, or maybe a month later, two months later, or up to a year or two later, you want to do a DTI MRI of the brain to show that.
Okay, was that done?
No.
Okay, and you said that Mr. Poole was discharged from the hospital, you said roughly 17 days?
Correct.
And whose responsibility is it to, I guess, get aftercare or do the things that you just described?
Well, there's a problem. And that's why there needs to be awareness, is that most patients with brain injuries don't have follow-up care. And the CDC and the VA have made it a point to say that about 50% of people don't have access to follow-up care. And that's why they call it a silent epidemic, because those changes that occur into the brain lead to degeneration of the brain. That's why we have a lot of problems with CTE, with neurodegenerative changes in the brain. And so it depends on access to care, but also a lot of providers say, well, look, you're not bleeding, you're not dying, so good luck.
So after he left Grady, based on your review of the records and your virtual meeting with Mr. Poole, did he get any aftercare?
No, not that I saw.
And that was a choice that he made, correct?
Yes, but also some people just don't have access to care.
Okay, well, he has access to you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and he chose to, I guess, utilize that access, you said, on April of this year, 2024?
Yes.
So roughly 3 years after the motor vehicle accident, correct?
Correct.
And you know nothing about his ability as to whether he could have had access to you, someone more qualified than you, or equally as qualified as you, to treat and have aftercare after the motor vehicle crash, correct?
We didn't discuss that. We did go over follow-up care about the things to do for a healthy brain and things to do not for a healthy brain. So we did go over some of the treatment things because he's still struggling with a lot of issues. But basically, you know, I don't know his ability for access for care.
Okay, so you said that there were 5 things, and you referenced the one thing that helped you come to your conclusion was the GCS score of 11. Is that what you said?
The Glasgow Coma Scale, yes.
Okay, and where did you see that?
I saw that in the records, and then also it was a Glasgow Coma Scale of 14 as well, multiple times in the records. I could give you the page number. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is right here, and it was intake summary. I don't have the page number though, but basically Glasgow Coma Scale between 11 to 13, mechanism attributed to trauma. And then there's another little snippet I take on 4/9/21. Arrival time was 400, I guess 4 o'clock in the morning. And the Glasgow Coma Scale was 11 at that time.
Okay, so I want to show you what I think you have in front of you, which is State's Exhibit 140 that has been previously admitted into evidence, okay?
Okay.
No coffee spilling, please. Yes, ma'am. Sure, we're gonna take a quick break. How about this? No, don't ever apologize. If you need a break, you need a break. Do we have 30 seconds? Yes, okay. Do you all want to do your morning break now, or wait till we finish with Dr. Connolly and then explore that? No morning break? Okay, so we're gonna take 2. Nope, she's going. Everyone else is gonna sit tight. Thank you for flagging that. Well. No, we're gonna have a break. We're gonna do a morning break. The question was, were we gonna do it right now because of this pause? And what I heard was, no, we're not. And so we'll do it when we finish with Dr. Connolly. So. Sure, I don't want to prevent that, but that was the question when we should take our morning break. If you can make it a few more minutes, let's get through Dr. Connolly. And then I promise we'll do the break. Thank you. Don't fall out of there. You all still wanting to do truncated lunch today? Yes? Okay. We'll do that. All right, Mr. Bate, you're back up.
Okay, so let's back to State's Exhibit 140. Now, if we're looking at State's Exhibit 140, do you see where it says vital signs in the middle of
You
the
may have something on you.
Yeah, I have
Stay
some-
muted. Hit the stay muted,
I think it's the same one as this cycle.
but also please hit stay muted.
Oh, me? Okay.
Yeah, you. Great.
Okay.
And you're welcome to look at the hard copy or the screen, whatever's easier for you.
You see where it says vital signs?
Yes,
Okay, and do you see where it says GCS and then E plus B plus M?
yes.
Okay, can you tell the jurors at 3:48 a.m. what was the defendant's GCS score?
It was 15.
Okay, at 4 o'clock a.m., can you tell the defendant or tell the jury what the defendant's GCS score was?
It was 15.
Okay, and you'd agree that you said earlier that the patient arrived at Grady at 4 a.m., correct?
Yes. Well, according to the record, yes.
Okay, so according to the EMS report, his GCS score when he arrived to Grady was 15, correct?
Well, based on this record, yes, there was the other one that was at I believe at the ER where they did 11.
Okay, and let me ask you, can you tell the jurors, I mean, you've reviewed, it sounds like, medical records on a number of occasions, correct?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors what is, I guess, contained in the medical records, an ambulance en route information? What does that mean?
Well, one, they're trying to save the life to make sure someone doesn't die. And then they're just documenting, the vitals and as much as possible, the information that they can.
Okay, so I guess I should ask a better question. That the information about the ambulance being en route, is that information that someone before the patient has arrived to Grady? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors what is pre-vitals?
And I'm sorry that the screen went away, so I have to look over here.
I'm asking you, what is pre-vitals mean?
Oh, well, the vital signs are typically like, respiration, your blood pressure, your heart rate, things like that.
And you would agree, so you said that you looked at the medical records and you saw it was the Glasgow Coma Scale was an 11?
Yes,
Okay, and what you're referencing, that was found in the ambulance en route information form, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and if I can get it up there. And this would be page 5 of Defense Exhibits 8. Okay, so first I want to look at the top of the page where it says ambulance en route information. Can you tell the jurors who authored this portion of the medical records?
Todd Clark.
Okay, and not Larry Berry, correct?
No, it's Todd Clark.
And do you have any information as to whether Todd Clark saw or ever treated the defendant, Mr. Poole?
No, it says paramedic nurse extender.
Okay, and if it's information in this area of the medical records, the ambulance en route information, this is information that was allegedly, I guess, told or given to Mr. Clark by someone, correct?
Correct.
It's not from doing the GCS, him or herself, correct?
I wasn't there. I mean, I don't know the context of that, but
Okay.
I just took the record as the record.
Okay, and do you see where it says time trauma team was notified was 3:58 a.m., correct?
Yes,
And this is all prior to the arrival of Mr. Poole, the defendant, correct?
correct.
And so this GCS score of 11 is not a score in which Mr. Clark himself evaluated Mr. Poole and came to that conclusion, correct?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't have first-hand knowledge of who gave that information.
Okay. Would it be fair to say, based on the number of years that you've been working as a chiropractor and that you have looked at medical records, that this information was something that Mr. Clark recorded based on something he was told about Mr. Poole in an ambulance?
I don't know.
Okay. But Mr. Clark would know, correct?
Well, I'm sure he would, yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says patient arrival time is 4 a.m., right?
Yes,
And you remember looking at State's Exhibit 140 at 4 a.m., Larry Berry, the treating paramedic, found that the defendant's GCS was at a 15, correct?
yes, that's the entry level, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, because we haven't really gotten into the explanation of give me the ranges for, I guess, the GCS scores.
So 13 to 15 would be considered mild traumatic brain injury.
Wait, like, if I got it, what would I get right now?
Well, so you look at the symptoms. So the classification of mild traumatic brain injury, you could still have 15 and have mild traumatic brain injury, but I have a little chart here that explains it. But
I didn't mean to interrupt, but so am I incorrect in saying that someone with 0 brain injury would normally get a 15? Or do you just, if you measure someone who they stubbed their toe and that's all that happened, but for whatever reason you did the GCS, what ought they to score?
So remember, there's 5 things you look at. You look at the structural imaging, like CT scans. You look at post-traumatic amnesia. You look at the Glasgow Coma scale. You look at the loss of consciousness, and you look at altered mental.
I'm asking about number 3.
Yes.
So what would a GCS score be for someone whose primary complaint is stub toe?
Oh, well, it'd be 15. But you're not really assessing for brain function because there's no sign of brain injury.
Okay, but why does 15 for someone with no brain injury also mean what I heard you say? And this is the reason why it confused me. 13 to 15 mild brain injury, and I apparently misunderstood that. Actually, 13, 15 is just someone walking down the street who's never bumped his head in his life.
Well, no, 14 would be, again, signs of other injury, but you could also be 15 and still have a brain injury.
Okay.
And this was developed, this is not something I made up.
Mhm.
These are from the VA, the CDC, been used for years. In fact, last year, 2023, they came out with new guidelines, the American College of Rehabilitative Medicine, and they sort of addressed some of that shortfalling, but he would still follow under the classification of brain injury under these new guidelines as well. But basically, the Glasgow Coma Scale is just to see, like, what is their basic level of life surviving function, because they just want to see, look, are they in a coma, unconsciousness? Okay, this could be life threatening. So it's not necessarily to say that they do or don't have a brain injury. It's more or less just to say, how are they functioning? Got it.
A 15 would be less indicative of the likelihood of a brain injury than a 13 would.
Of a life-threatening brain injury.
Okay. But 15 is also what someone with no brain injury would score.
Yes.
Someone who had too many beers, would they show a 15 or something less than 15?
Well, if they're passed out, they would be less than 15.
Okay.
But 15 just means that they appear to be fine. Okay. So somebody could appear to be fine, but they're not fine. So
Understood.
This is just a entry level assessment.
Okay.
Okay, and you said this entry level assessment, he was scored as a 15, correct?
At that particular time, yes.
And at that particular time, the other 4 factors that you described, there was no evidence of that either, correct?
But that's what's documented, yes.
Well, you said that's what's documented. Well, these are the documents that you looked over to come to any sort of conclusion, correct?
Yes, well, that's why, you want to look at everything in totality. Like even in those same records, it says they have no back pain, but yet we know at the hospital they had a fracture. So, everything is just based on that particular snapshot in that time frame.
So I'm gonna put a note. We'll come back to GCS, but you said the record said he had no back pain in the EMS report, correct? That's what you're referring to?
Let me find the one. I don't want to take also one of the ones that may not be. Yes, it was on the same one that you just referenced. Oh, here it is.
Okay, and that would be based on whatever is being, I guess, told to Mr. Clark from the paramedics who were en route to Grady, correct?
It was page 3 of the paramedic report.
Okay.
No complaints of neck or back pain.
Okay, and then what does it say after that?
Unable to assess spinal column as he was placed in a LBB prior to being brought here, but no complaint.
Okay, so he had no complaints of neck or back pain, but the paramedics is not saying that he didn't have any back injury or injury to his spinal column, correct?
Well, we just said no complaints.
Well, that's no complaints would be by who?
That's what they're reporting, I guess.
Who would have no complaints?
That's what's written in the records, no complaints of neck or back pain.
My question is who would have no complaints?
Mr. Poole.
Right. And then after it says that he had no complaints of any back pain or neck pain, what does Mr. Berry, the paramedic, say?
Unable to assess spinal column as he was placed in an LBB prior to being brought to EMS.
So you would agree that Mr. Berry didn't come to any sort of conclusion as it relates to any injuries to his back or spinal column because he couldn't assess it, correct?
Well, again, EMS is just life saving. It's essential, but also their job is not to give a diagnosis or to give a definitive statement of cause of anything. Their assessment is to save lives.
But you would agree he was unable to assess any sort of spinal or back or neck injury because he was unable to because of the backboard or whatever you want to, a medical term you want to call it.
I don't know what he did or didn't do.
Well, you know what he did in the records you reviewed. It's cross.
Well, there's still limitations, but finish your question and then I don't want you repeating things.
Well, I've only asked.
I just asked your question. You didn't get to finish it, so I'm not in a position to say, wait, we've covered that.
I'm all right. I'll move on. So back to the GCS scores within the medical records. Can you tell the jurors within, I think it's 2,200 pages of medical records that are in front of you and that you reviewed, can you tell the jurors how many other times a GCS of 11 appeared within those 2,000 pages?
I don't know how many times. I didn't survey for the number. I know it fluctuated, went to, I believe it was 11 to 13, then I think it went to 14. So it did fluctuate depending on the notes.
Okay, and would you be surprised that GCS is referenced within the medical records 130 times?
I wouldn't be surprised.
And would you be surprised that within the medical records and those 129 other times that the lowest score that Mr. Poole, the defendant, had was a 14 GCS?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, and a 14 GCS, I guess, what does that mean?
That's still a sign of a brain injury.
Okay, I guess how severe?
It'd be mild.
Okay, and so the ranges are what, 13 to 15?
Exactly.
And 15 means that the likelihood of a brain injury is unlikely, correct?
Well, again, these are life-saving assessments. So the entry-level diagnosis of mild, moderate, and severe is just the entry level to see if there's something that needs to be done, a concern about something life-threatening. It does not have an influence on the long-term survival or even the progression of brain injury. So it's just an initial level.
These initial levels are indicators of the defendant's awareness and consciousness and alertness, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that nowhere in the medical records and all 2,200 pages is it ever indicated that Mr. Poole was unable to speak, correct?
I didn't see anything, no.
That he had slurred speech, correct?
I didn't see anything. No.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's how we started.
I'm moving on to another area.
Okay.
And you said that he's at the hospital for life-saving measures, correct?
Correct.
And these are tests that are done in order to make sure that those measures are achieved, right?
Well, that he survives, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Poole survived, correct?
Correct.
And are you indicating that there's something in the records that would show that he didn't receive the medical care required for him to survive?
Well, surviving with a brain injury is different than living with a brain injury. Okay. And so, in fact, a document last year put out by the government talked about the diagnosis of mild traumatic brain injury, how they tend not to get aftercare, but yet they have outcomes that aren't very good. So, yes, it is not life-threatening, but long-term, it could still be very detrimental.
Okay. And would you agree that nowhere in the records was there an indication that a brain injury prevented Mr. Poole from understanding or comprehending anything about his care, correct?
Well, yes. So at the EMS did not allow him to sign, so that he was incompetent to make his own decision to sign. So actually the EMS person signed on Mr. Poole's behalf. So he felt that he was not competent to make a decision. So he actually signed for Mr. Poole, feeling that he was not competent to make an opinion.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You're saying that the last page of the EMS report says that Mr. Poole is not competent to sign something.
Says in this section, if the patient was not mentally or physically incapable of signing and no authorization.
Can you read that? Maybe it'll be on the screen.
It will. Which page is it?
You down a little bit. I think it's the last page 6 of 7. So right there, complete this section if patient was mentally or physically incapable of signing and no authorization representative was available or willing to sign on behalf of the patient at the time of service.
Okay, and so you're saying that because Mr. Berry signed, that Mr. Poole was not competent, how?
That he had them defer and he signed for him. So I mean, it's not me saying that he's not competent. It's whoever signed for him.
Where do you get competent? And what if both your arms are broken? Then you're physically not able to sign.
Exactly.
But so I'm just not seeing the word competent on there. It's
Incapable.
okay. I just wanted, okay.
I'm sorry. Competent.
So let's talk about the physical injuries that Mr. Poole had at the time that he was brought to the ER. Tell me about those.
Lots of broken bones, burns to the eyes, facial broken bones. So it doesn't list a reason why they said he was incapable, but
he was in a neck collar, right? He was in a
yes,
neck
he was,
collar.
yeah.
He was on a backboard, right?
Yes.
So is it uncommon for somebody in a neck collar and a backboard to not be able to sign the EMS report that is generated simultaneous from when they were brought into the hospital?
I don't know how common or uncommon it is. Most of the time I've seen that typically the person may go and that they actually are capable of signing.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors when was the signature made on this report?
It's on at 4:57
4:57 on what day?
on 4/9.
Okay, and is that so 4:57 a.m. on April 9th of 2021?
Yes,
And Mr. Poole was admitted at 4 a.m., correct?
correct.
At that time, he'd still be suffering from the physical injuries that you've described as it relates to his back and his legs and his torso and his extremities, correct?
Correct.
And isn't it true that that very well could have been the reason as to why Mr. Barry, the paramedic, signed 57 minutes after Mr. Poole arrived at the hospital?
It could be, and it could be, again, medications, could be lots of different things. I don't know, but yeah, but that was something that struck out me that he was not able to sign.
And you would agree that nowhere in the medical records does it indicate that Mr. Poole is incompetent or incapable to comprehend anything mentally as it relates to his care in all 200 pages, right?
Objection asked and answered.
You have covered that.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about some of the clues. What is a neurodeficit?
Well, there could be lots of different neurodeficits. So it could be, speech deficit, consciousness deficit, loss of feeling. There's lots of different things. It tends to be like a very comprehensive exam. So if you, to truly get a neurocog exam would be pretty extensive, usually about 3 to 4 hours for a neurocog exam.
Okay, and you would agree within the medical records that you have before you that it said on multiple occasions that Mr. Poole was not suffering from any neurodeficits, correct?
Of other things. I'm not quite sure what they're thinking, but okay.
All right, for the jury. Joseph, President of the County Court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. I'm curious, is that chair broken? No one ever seems to want to sit right. Okay, well, it's good. All right, I'll make, because I want anyone ejected. All right, look at that. Proof. We paused at a slightly different space in that we weren't done with the witness, but I owed you belatedly a morning break. Dr. Connolly has had a direct exam, a cross exam, and we're seeing if there's any redirect now from Mr. Miller.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Conley, it was briefly discussed about the need of patients with brain injury to do aftercare. You remember that?
Yes.
What is kind of?
I got to pause you for 1 second. Do you mind? I know they're pre-trying cases, but it's like we're in a pub or something. Thanks. Okay. I have a colleague with an adjacent courtroom. We share a holding cell, and she's got a bunch of inmates brought over today, and so their lawyers are chatting with them outside the courtroom, but effectively inside our courtroom. So let me see if they can talk a little less loudly. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller.
Wait on.
Nope. It just, unless you want, I mean, it'd be better if we press on, but I just wanted to make sure Deputy Gordon was going to have the deputy over there, try to get them to turn it down.
Sure. What is the main need for someone, to receive aftercare, for a brain injury?
Well, brain injury, the brain is one of the most metabolic structures we have in our body, and it takes about 25% of all the glucose, about 20% of all the blood supply. And of course, the brain controls everything. So it's a very complicated structure. And I always like to say a brain injury is the most complicated injury because the brain's the most complicated structure in the body. But what happens is most of the time there's no aftercare for mild and moderate injury or even severe brain injury. So long term, it winds up causing neurodegenerative changes. We know about CTE, we know about other things like that. So there's no medications to treat brain injury. There's of course no surgeries, but lifestyle medicine and different things to do to help the patient functionally recover, even normalize blood flow to the brain is essential. So functional recovery is essential.
Is there a financial burden that someone with follow-up care would have to incur?
Oh, definitely. And even for providers, there's a lot that are not aware. And that's part of my role is brain injury awareness. And I go around and I educate providers. In fact, September 7th, I'm doing one for about 200 providers here in Atlanta about what are the best practices for brain injury. What should you do? What should you not do? And so even within providers, there's a lot of information that now is becoming more aware. Back in the past, it used to be, oh, you have a brain injury, you'll be fine. But we now know it leads to a lot of other problems.
With regards to Mr. Poole, were you made aware, or do you know if he had any health insurance to continue with that treatment?
I'm gonna object as to relevance, actually.
What's the relevance?
On cross-examination, Mr. Abate tried to hammer down that there was no aftercare that was done by Mr. Poole. And so one of the things necessity for that is the ability to pay for that aftercare.
Okay. And so your question is just in general, do you have any sense of Mr. Poole's financial means? But you asked it through insurance. Okay.
About access to care is a problem. About 50% of people with brain injuries don't have access to care. They don't know where to go, or they don't have the financial means to go to a provider that can provide good care. And also there's not a lot of providers that do provide aftercare for brain injury.
Now, when we were looking at the EMS report that Mr. Abate brought up, one of the things that he kept harping on were that there were no complaints of back injury to the EMS. You remember that?
Correct.
In order for Mr. Poole to have made that complaint to EMS, would he have had to verbalize it?
Correct.
Is that something that would have been I know we have objective and subjective. That's something that would have been a subjective complaint.
Yes.
Now, the airbags burn. To your knowledge, is there a way to determine whether a burn is caused by airbag versus one that's caused by motor oil fire?
I'm not a burn expert, but from seeing patients with airbags, typically they're also going to have burns across their chest. They're going to have a lot of internal organ structure damage, but typically airbags are not just to the head, they're to the torso as well. So, but as far as a burn expert, I'm not an expert on burns to say what type of burn may be from a certain problem.
So it's safe to say if someone were to have suffered burns from an airbag, there would also be other indicators that airbag had ejected into that person's body, correct?
I'm gonna object right out to outside the scope of this witness's expertise. He just said he's not a burn expert. He doesn't know how to distinguish between the two. So I'm gonna object.
Okay. Do you have any basis for answering that question other than my common sense answer would be X?
Well, from seeing patients with airbag injuries, they're usually going to have chest injuries as well. So typically you see face and head because the airbag is very violent. So you see a lot of internal structure, but As far as the burns are concerned, like I said, I default for the burns.
Okay.
All right, now, the medical records, right there to your left, they're about 2,000 pages. Regarding airbag burns, did you even count to see how many times that?
No, I didn't even
made
take
that
the
note?
count, number of times words were said and.
All right, understandably, I'm going to show you. Those medical records. And one thing that's that we see on page 443, where it says NBC with airbag burn to face. Who is the doctor that made that note?
It looks like it was, and I'm very bad with names. Zarei.
Okay, and on what date was that note made?
4/17.
All right, now I hit airbag burn again. I just did a search of the entire document. There's another time it's mentioned, and that's on page 447. And again, who is the doctor that said airbag burn?
The same doctor.
Okay, and throughout the 2,202 pages, as you're aware, there are no other mentions where it says airbag burn, are there?
That looks like there's just two mentions.
All right. Now, with regards to motor oil, just looking at page 501, and this was a note by on April 12th, 2021. What was it said that the face was exposed to?
Motor oil.
Oh, well, that was an undesired. What was that other one? Or is it the chemical burn? Four 41. Do it this way. All right, on April 12th at about 6:35 p.m., what are we showing that the burn to those eyes were?
A chemical injury.
All right, and at the bottom of that, what is the cause of the facial burns?
It says from oil.
All right. Now, when it comes to diagnosing someone with a brain injury, the Glasgow score is not the only indicator of that, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you interviewed Mr. Poole, one of the questions you asked, does it relate to his memory?
Correct.
All right. What importance or what did you find regarding Mr. Poole's memory?
Well, there's certain things you look at as far as working memory, forgetting things, doing daily activities. Like I said, severe brain injury is you're non-functional. You're basically just not even there. Moderate is that you're just, you need help with everyday activities. Mild brain injury typically progresses into, you could do everything you did before, just made more difficult. And he related a lot of the things that he's able to still do, it just made more difficult. Small things, remembering, okay, I have to pick this up, or, remembering things about work or remembering things about family. So those are all things that, sure, they're mild, but when they're pretty significant because of the fact it just interferes with your daily activities. And we tend to think of brain injury as severe, someone who's in a coma, incapacitated, but luckily a lot of patients in that situation, they're not in that situation. But mild brain injury is very common, and it's a functional injury to the brain.
Did he share with you how much of this incident that he remembered?
None of it. So basically, that was another factor, is the post-traumatic amnesia. So that's one of the strongest factors of predicting outcome. Studies show is that basically the brain basically blacks out. So basically, they lose memory of before and after the collision.
Going back to this note, from Grady EMS. What was the GC at the Glasgow score once Mr. Poole presented to Grady Hospital according to their notes?
It was reported as 11.
All right, in the report at the bottom, would you typically expect the person that actually did the work to sign it in some manner at the bottom of that page?
That's typically what they would do, yes.
Okay, so is it safe to say that Todd Clark is the one that did all of this evaluation?
When you put your name at the bottom, that's typically, you're the one who's responsible for it, yes.
Now, we know that there were some things that were not found in the ambulance en route to treatment that was later found. Is it possible that while evaluating and trying to keep Mr. Poole alive, that there were some things that may have been missed by EMS?
Yes, and I mean, even if you look at the blood pressure changes, it's going to change from minute to minute. So things will change. It's not static, in the body, especially in this type of crisis stage with this number of injuries and pain and burns, it's going to be static. The initial thing is going to be shock. After that, then the body is just trying to survive. And so it's not uncommon also to see the blood pressure be elevated in something like this as well.
Okay, and so a blood pressure of 180 over 110, you see that exclamation point in parentheses there. Is that cause for concern?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Body,
I have a question.
can you take your screen sharing down, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Jurors, questions? Sir? All right, ladies and gentlemen, be at ease for a moment. Mr. Body, Mr. Miller. Be nice to have some of those. Just getting them organized. Okay, doctor, you mentioned 5 either criteria or tests to ascertain whether there's been a TBI. And I remember you rattled them off, and GCS was the 3rd one because you and I talked about that. Explain to the jurors how you were able to determine with any degree of medical comfort or certainty that Mr. Poole had a TBI based on your 45-minute Zoom interaction when presumably you couldn't do some of those 5, if that makes sense.
It does.
Okay.
So extracting data from the records. So the alternating Glasgow Coma scale, basically having it go to 11, 15, 14, the fluctuating Glasgow Coma scale is a sign of someone that's having a brain or had a brain injury. And I'll give you an example. So like, for instance, like awareness. So if I'm like this, okay, that would be normal. Okay, if my eyes are closed and someone says, Chris, and I go like this, okay, that would be 1 point. If I'm like this and someone basically, pokes me and presses on me and I wake up according to pain, then that's another point. If it's something I'm just not responsive, then that's, you get no points at all. So there's different things that the person doing that, administering the evaluation would be able to do. But like I said, during the course of the treatment records, and again, you look at all the records, not just one, that's something where the Glasgow Coma scale was very powerful, but also on that one data service where the provider said, it looks like they're now more responsive. Another criteria is post-traumatic amnesia. So he said basically he doesn't remember anything about the collision. Now, the guidelines basically say you take it either by observer or you take it by the patient if the patient reports it. So basically it's by patient reporting if I don't remember anything, because it's hard to tell if people do remember stuff, or also if there's somebody else that could validate that they just don't remember or they lost consciousness. But basically the Glasgow Coma scale changing and going the scale fluctuating is very consistent with someone with either a mild or moderate brain injury.
So it wasn't that you did all 5, but you felt you had enough data points to reach your conclusion.
All you need is 1.
Okay. Can adrenaline have an impact on your GCS score?
It can make you appear more conscious to someone. Again, if you're in a state of shock, you could be like this, and they say, "Oh yeah, your Glasgow Coma was 15," but in reality, you're not there because it's shock and it's heightened state of adrenaline or just the pain can make you appear to be like your eyes open, but literally you're just not there.
Share with the jurors the difference between vascular and structural aspects of brain injuries.
Sure. So the good thing is most patients don't have vascular injuries, but vascular injuries can be a stroke. It could also be a bleed. So you could have micro bleeds in the brain. Now the bleeds are bad because you could die from a bleed, but long term, they don't really have any influence on prognosis. So of course, it's a severe bleed with hematoma, subdural hematoma, things like that. That could influence the brain, but it's actually not the bleed that could cause the long-term problems once they survive the initial bleed. It's actually the tissue damage to the brain. So we have 100 billion neurons in the brain, 100 billion. We have over 1 trillion glial cells, which I'm not going to get into the whole what are glial cells, but so we have lots of stuff going on in the brain, even with the blood-brain barrier and stuff. So when the secondary changes occur to the brain, that's what causes the secondary injury of the neurodegenerative changes. So after brain injury, typically the blood flow to the brain reduces by about 50%. If that blood flow is never normalized, then you start developing CTE and things of that nature.
Can a moderate to severe brain injury occur with only vascular injuries?
Yes. So basically, that would be like a CT scan that would show subdural hematoma. They would have basically like almost in a coma. I've seen in a coma before, or severe loss of consciousness and no reflexes. Also, that's like someone's laying there and they're pressing, they're poking. It's no response at all, no motor response. Another thing you look for, now it's not in this case, but if you look for like a fighter or a football player, sometimes you'll see they get a brain injury, and it's called fencing, where your arms are like this. And that's another sign of a brain injury. So you look for different motor responses as well.
Your conclusion or finding that Mr. Poole had post-traumatic amnesia was based solely on your Zoom interview with him and not anything that was set forth in the Grady records. Is that correct?
That is correct. And the guidelines recognize that it's like, it's hard to verify, but also it's difficult to verify, memory or loss of memory.
Okay. Is it correct that from your review of the Grady records, there was no diagnosis of a brain injury?
Well, they diagnosed head trauma, and they felt strong enough that they were doing CT scans and other types of things. So there are definite signs of external forces that would cause brain injury. But it's, again, they're focusing on all the other factors, but the technical diagnosis of mild, moderate, or severe was never evaluated or put into the records.
From your experience working with patients, have you noticed a difference in the nature of airbag injuries for a driver versus a passenger?
It's so individual, but basically, what I've seen in very severe impacts, you're going to see a lot of facial damage, a lot of cuts, contusions, even with the steering wheel or like the side window. But you're going to see a lot of internal thoracic injuries as well. So typically, you're going to see, like if it's a front seat person, there's going to be a lot more thoracic, like internal organ damage, just because of the velocity and the airbags as well.
From your recollection of what's in the Grady medical records, was there a finding made as to the cause of the corneal chemical injury?
Well, they put in there that it was from oil. So that's what the records had. The person put that they were doing the records, they felt it was from oil. Okay.
And I appreciate these are what the some other doctor or nurse concluded, not you.
Correct.
You're now the relayer of what was in the medical records. What about what the record said, if anything, about what caused any of the burns to Mr. Poole's face?
It wasn't very clear. And again, I'm not a burn expert, so I guess someone could go and the type of burn they could have assessed what was the cause of it.
Okay. And do you recall there being anything in the medical records about when Mr. Poole was exposed to motor oil, other than in the course of the incident?
In the course of the incident.
Okay. Because in an ER setting, the primary goal is to stabilize all the life signs. In your experience, could there have been a lag in the documentation, in other words, in the records, of any central nervous system depression and the actual time medication was administered? This is focus on here's when ketamine was administered, or at least here's when it was recorded in the medical records.
Sometimes that is the case, you know, again, their main job is to save people's lives. Their main job is to document, so they do the best they can. But just like writing notes in a classroom, I mean, sometimes you can take two students and they're in the same class, but the notes look completely different. So, but their main job is to save people's lives, which they did a great job, but it's difficult to tell when they put it in how close to the time.
Mr. Miller, any follow-up with Dr. Connolly based on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
Just a couple questions. You said you reviewed all the medical records and the EMS report and making your conclusion, correct?
So yes, I reviewed everything, yes.
And when you say you reviewed everything, you'd agree that when the defendant was at Grady, starting on April 9th and going forward, you said he had a CT scan, correct?
Well, it was some type of test, I believe. I think I pulled it out, or they talked about, here it is. Given signs of subdural hematoma, he will get a CT for the brain evaluation, yes.
We did have a CT scan.
Yes,
You had x-rays and other imaging done, correct?
lots of x-rays, yes.
You didn't review any of those prior to, you never reviewed those actually.
No, I never reviewed any of the actual films. I just went by the validity of the notes that the providers documented.
You said earlier that there are times when providers miss structural or bleeds in the brain. You remember saying that?
Yes,
And wouldn't it be important for you when you're making your diagnosis to look at those scans to determine if anything was missed, if you can confirm that their conclusions were correct?
well, the better thing, and the CT does have limitations. It does miss a lot of bleeds. They have a test called an SWI MRI, which basically what it shows, it's an MRI of the brain, and it actually shows the iron that's dried in the brain. So what happens is hemoglobin is iron. So when you have small microbleeds in the brain, the iron will actually dry in the brain. So when you do a SWI scan of an MRI, you could actually see the dried blood that's in the brain to show sure there was no severe bleed, but there's signs of microbleed. So there's other diagnostic tests that weren't done. Again, Grady did a great job. CT, there's nothing life-threatening, but they have CT, SWI, DTI, functional MRIs. They have a whole gamut of other tests to look more on a cellular level. What are some of the things vascular that may be occurring?
Yes, I understand there's a whole gamut of tests, but what I'm asking is the tests that were done, you didn't look at the images in which they used to see if he had any brain injury, correct?
No.
And you said that during your Zoom interview, the defendant was unable to remember anything as it related to the motor vehicle collision on April 9th of 2021, correct?
He had amnesia, basically, just like, I just remember, I don't remember anything about the actual events.
Okay. I think we're-
Thank you, Dr. Connolly. Appreciate your time. You should leave
Yes.
anything that's not yours
Yes.
up there.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Miller, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, defense would call Adriana Poole. Adriana Lewis, my apologies.
Is that the same person who's listed as Adriana Poole on your witness list?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't look up in time. Is someone getting her?
Yes.
Great.
So the city, can you turn to face me and raise your right hand? You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I will.
So Gloria al Señor. Can you state the spelling name for the record?
My name is Adriana Lewis.
Ms. Lewis, I'm gonna need you to get a little closer to the microphone. It bends, unfortunately, it doesn't slide, and I know that you don't want to bonk into the desk there, but as close as you can get would be great. Thank you.
My name is Adriana Lewis.
Ms. Lewis, how do you know Mr. Poole?
He's my first cousin.
Okay, and, how are y'all related?
He's my father's brother's son.
Now, where do you stay?
I stayed in Georgia.
All right, and is most of your family, is it fair to say that they're in Memphis?
Yeah, they're in Memphis.
Okay, how long you been in Atlanta?
5 years.
Where were you staying in Atlanta in 2021?
I was staying in Cobb County.
What part of Cobb County?
Vinings. Magnolia Vinings. That was the name of my apartments.
What street was that on?
Cumberland Parkway.
On April 9th, 2021, those morning hours, you know why you're here, correct? Going to that day, April 9th, 2021, I want you to tell that story. What happened that morning?
I was awakened by a phone call from my aunts, his mom and my other aunt, which is his KP's aunt. I got a phone call telling me to go to the hospital until they were able to arrive here to check on my cousin. I wasn't aware of the whole situation. I just knew it was an accident and it was severe.
You got to the hospital, what time was it?
About 8:30.
All right, and what did you see when you got to the hospital?
When I got in the room, he was laid out. He had masks, tubes, whatever it was they had on him. He was non-responsive. I'm trying to talk to him. He's not responding to me. I touch him. He's not moving. I took a few pictures to update my family.
Send those pictures to your family?
Yeah, I sent it to my aunt and my dad, but I didn't post anything online.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 9, Defense Exhibit 10. You take a look at those.
Mhm.
Do you recognize those photos, or do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What are you looking at there?
I'm looking at KP in the hospital bed with a neck brace, and I see nurses checking on him. I'm not sure what they were doing. I was just there.
Those pictures that are there, are they in the same condition as when you took those pictures?
Yes.
They accurately reflect the condition that Mr. Poole was in when you saw him that morning.
Yes.
At this time, defense will move to enter Defense Exhibit 9 and 10.
State, any objection?
Okay.
They're admitted.
All right, Mr. Poole. On that screen in front of you, I'm going to show. This is Defense Exhibit 10. Was this your cousin?
Yes.
All right, and when you went to the hospital that morning, were you able to talk to him at all?
No, I was talking to him, but he wasn't responding.
And as far as his eyes, we see that they're closed. Was he able to see at that point?
I'm not sure, but I did peek his eye open and they were bloodshot red and the pupils were very dilated. It was gray. So I'm assuming he wasn't able to see anything.
All right, was there ever at any point where he was able to communicate with you that morning?
No.
How long did you stay with him?
About 3.5, 4 hours until his mom came.
I'm now showing you State's Exhibit 10. What do we see in State's Exhibit 10?
So it's not State's Exhibit.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. And I thought you said the previous one was 10. I just want to make sure the record is clear.
It's 9. All right, Defense Exhibit 9. What do we see in Defense Exhibit 9?
Kenny in the hospital bed with two nurses looking on him, I guess cleaning him up. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, when, at that point, was he responding to those medical professionals at any time?
No,
Was there any communication that he was able to provide to them, while you were there?
no,
How long did you stay with Mr. Poole at the hospital?
3 hours.
3 hours?
Yeah,
Who finally relieved you, from that hospital?
his mom.
And during the 3 hour period that you were there, were you able to, did Mr. Poole even know that you were there?
No, I'm not sure if he knew because he was unresponsive. Come speak, he wasn't saying anything to me.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Abadi, any questions for Ms. Lewis?
Just very brief. Good morning, Ms. Lewis.
Good morning.
You said you, at that time, you were staying in Cobb County?
Yeah.
And, I think I heard you correctly. You said you arrived, at Grady Hospital at 8:30 a.m.?
About 8:30, yes.
Okay, and in the photographs that they're in front of you, so I won't put them back on the screen, but can you tell me, the photos, I know one of them was taken at, say, 8:55 in the morning?
Yeah, that
What
was,
time was,
the first one was 8:36,
okay, so the one with the nurse in it, could you tell me, what time was that taken?
8:55.
And I believe that's Defense Exhibit 10, right?
That's 9.
9, okay, and then in, Defense Exhibit 10, the first photo that you were shown, that was taken at what time?
8:36.
8:36, okay. And you said that you were with your cousin for 3 to 4 hours?
Yeah,
Okay. And when you were at Grady Hospital, when you arrived, at that point, did you know Terrius Minor had been pronounced dead?
I was actually pulled out of the room by a social worker, and she updated me on their status. So I found out when I was sitting with him.
Okay. But when you found out when you were sitting with your cousin, 8:30 on, sometime after that?
Yeah, like probably about 2 hours after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Questions for Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis, thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Careful getting off the stand. Next witness, Mr. Miller.
Your Honor, state would call Andrea Poole to the stand. Put these back in.
You swear affirm that testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Swear that I will see. Can you state the slave name for the record?
Andrea Poole, Andrea, last name Poole, Poole.
Ms. Poole, How do you know Kenneth Poole?
I'm his aunt.
And, where are you from?
Memphis?
And you live in Atlanta?
No. I reside in Memphis, Tennessee.
And what?
I reside in Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, still there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you still living in Memphis, Tennessee on April 8th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Was April 9th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On that day, can you tell us the events? I want to get right to it. What happened, or how did you learn about the condition, Mr. Poole?
I received a call about 5 a.m. from his mother and his grandmother stating that he was in a terrible accident in Atlanta.
Okay. And what did you do after hearing that call?
At that time, I got up, put some clothes on, made sure that my kids were okay before I left the city, and I made a stop to pick up his other aunt, Atoria, and me and her actually rode down here together.
Okay, how long is that drive?
Like 5.5, 6 hours.
Okay, and so did you know if anybody was already here?
I know his mom, grandmother, and sister were on their way, so they left out probably like an hour or so before I did.
Now, at what time did you get to the hospital?
Maybe about, I'm gonna say 12 o'clock.
All right, did you see him that same day on April 9th?
On April 9th, I couldn't actually go in. His mother went in due to COVID. They were only allowing one person in the hospital at a time. So his mother went in on the 9th and she was sending out pictures to us while we were outside.
And so at what point did you actually get a chance to see Mr. Poole?
I got to see him on the 10th.
Okay, and on the 10th, were you able to communicate with him at all on the 10th?
On the 10th, he was just laying there with his eyes closed. I was talking to him and trying to get him to respond to me, but he wasn't saying anything. He did move his hand, but he wasn't speaking to me. He was just laying there. I was only in there for like 30, maybe 45 minutes because we could only sit for an hour.
Okay, and regarding his eyes, was there any kind of bandages or what was going on with his eyes?
They did have his eyes closed. I can't remember if it was bandages, but he could not open his eyes because they were saying that he couldn't focus and they were putting eye drops in his eyes like every couple of hours.
Why?
They said he couldn't focus. They didn't say he was blind, but they said he could not really see. He could not focus on us. I asked him, could he see me? He didn't say anything. He was just laying there.
All right, around what time on April 10th did you get to the hospital?
It was after 1 because the visitation didn't start until 1 o'clock.
All right. How long did you all stay in Atlanta while he was in the hospital?
Me and his grandmother personally stayed until that following Monday. Because I think, if I can recall, he had a surgery on that day, which is the 12th. So we stayed up until that Sunday night, and me and her left, and we returned around the 14th.
Is it fair to say that the family was kind of in rotation?
Yes.
Versus somebody always being with them?
Yes.
In that time period? All right. Now, while you were there, did you learn anything about his belongings that you all needed to retrieve?
Yes, while we were
Subject to hearsay.
Based off of what she learned.
Okay, why don't you ask her not what she learned, but how she learned it, and then I'll let you know if I'm sustaining the objection.
Okay. Was there ever any time where you all needed to go get his belongings?
Yes, while we were at the hospital, his grandmother was looking for his wallet, his identification. So we knew like his social security card and everything was in his wallet. So we were looking for his personal belongings and they didn't have all of them at the hospital.
And you stop because we need to know how you learned the things you learned. So
Okay.
So Mr. Miller needs to control this a little bit more because there's a pending objection. So you need to ask her how she learned whatever she wants to relay or you want her to relay about these belongings.
Well, the family was looking for these belongings, correct?
Right. Initially, his grandmother brought up the fact that
Okay, stop. So you're not doing anything wrong. You may not ask any more questions other than how do you know what you told me, meaning Mr. Miller, about who was interested in the belongings, who was trying to get them? There's a hearsay objection. And if her knowledge of these things is someone else told her, then unless you've got an exception or an exclusion, I need to sustain the objection, and I will. You can't skirt around it by saying, tell me what happened. So take it from here, but I'm going to cut you off this topic if you don't get to the point of how does this young lady know the things you're asking her about? If the answer is grandma told me or mom told me, you've hit a dead end.
Why was the family looking for his belongings?
Because it had his personal information.
I need to continue.
I don't know if you need to continue. Ask your next question.
All right. Did the family want to go get his belongings?
Yes.
Okay. And how are you all going to go about it?
So if she did it, you can ask how Andrea Poole did it. But if the way they were going to do it is mode X and she knows about that because person X told her, you are running into the objection.
Okay. What did you do so that you all could get his belongings?
What did you personally do? Not what did you do as a group?
Yes, I personally called around the city of Atlanta trying to figure out where the car was, how to obtain the vehicle so I can get the personal belongings.
Ready to rule?
You have, what's your next question? That question she answered. You're going to ask her, what did the city of Atlanta tell you? I'm happy to rule.
I'm moving on with my question, but we have a lingering objection we have to move on.
Well, because you moved away from what someone may have told her. So why don't you press on?
Ms. Poole, what did you do next?
Myself and my niece and my sister, which is his mother, once I got the information of where the car was located, we went to the impound lot. His mother drove. We went to the impound lot and went into the facility to go inside to get the belongings.
Okay. Did that impound lot ever tell you that you could not get your belongings?
No, actually, I called before we went to see what we needed to obtain before we got there. They told me we needed his driver's license, proof that it was his vehicle, and showed there was some type of relation to him.
Okay. Did they at any point tell you that you couldn't get it because there was a hold on that vehicle?
No, they did not.
What did you all do next?
Once we got to the facility, the young lady took the information and a gentleman escorted us to the vehicle. Once we got to the vehicle, he asked us if we needed any help. We said no. So we started to gather the belongings. And upon gathering the belongings, the gentleman seen that we had a lot of stuff. So he said, hey, if you guys have a car that you can pull in the back lot, I'll let you guys in to put the stuff in the car. So we called the mother and the mother pulled into the back gate near the car so we can load the belongings.
While you all were at the car to get these belongings, did you take any pictures of the car?
Yes, sir, we did.
Why did you do that?
For insurance purposes and just to show how the wreck looked. Because keep in mind, we're not here. So we only seen like screen captures off the news and the internet. So we actually just wanted pictures of the vehicle.
You remember the date that you all went to go see the car?
It was the morning of the 15th.
How do you know that?
One, because we had just got back to Atlanta on the 14th and we went the following day. While I was in Memphis on the 14th, that's how I obtained the insurance information to give them and show proof that his sister was his sister. So we came back on the 14th and went on the 15th.
Showing you what's been pre-marked as defendant's exhibit 14 through, 11 through 17. Could you take a look at those?
Yes, sir.
All right, have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you recognize that as being a vehicle, when you all went that morning of April the 15th?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those pictures accurately reflect the condition that vehicle was in when y'all went on April 15th?
Yes, sir.
Changes or alterations that you see to those pictures?
No, sir, none that I see.
The fence was moved to enter the fence exhibit 11 through 17 into evidence.
Mr. Body, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right, Ms. Poole. What did the car look like when you all arrived or when you all walked down there to the vehicle?
I mean, it was total.
And I see that the front door on this side is taken off. How were you able to gain, access to the vehicle?
Yes, sir, we gained access through that back passenger door on the driver's side, as well as the items that were in the trunk, because the trunk was actually open.
All right, and showing you the fence exhibit. It's like 12. Was that the way the car looked when you all walked to the inside of it?
Yes, sir.
All right, now the items that you all retrieved, what were those items?
It was a couple backpacks, a duffel bag, that was inside of the car. In the trunk, it was their barber cases.
What was you said backpacks and then a what bag?
A duffel bag,
Duffel bag.
a Nike duffel bag.
Got it.
What part of the car do you remember, if you do remember, what part of the car were those book bags and duffel bags located?
They were kind of stuffed in the back because the front seat was basically clogged up with like parts, rubber, a piece of the door. So everything was like kind of stuffed in the back.
Okay. And the back, we see that there was a lot of damage to that front end. We're looking at the passenger side of the vehicle. From the inside on the back, well, tell me this, from the front end, what did you witness in the very front of that car?
It's just parts. It was the airbags were deployed. It was just a lot of rubber, tape.
Were there any substances in the front of the car that made it so you all did not want to go to that part of the car?
Oh, it was blood and oil and things like that.
All right. Now, the back of the car, was it more pristine than the front portion of it?
Yeah, it wasn't as bad. It was like little pieces of glass. It was no glass back there and rubber, but it was mostly their stuff. So we were able to grab it.
All right. Do you remember everything that you all had grabbed from that vehicle?
Basically, it was just the backpacks, duffel bags. The duffel bags had like a lot of clothes and shoes in it from them traveling. That was all that was in the back seat, but in the trunk, as I was stating, it was the barber cases.
Okay.
I know it was a light in there. It was a lot of stuff, but we grabbed basically what was in bags because we didn't want to kind of go through everything because it was glass. So we don't have to pick stuff up and move it around, basically.
Once you all grabbed all of those materials from the back seat, what did you all do afterwards?
We put it in the car and we drove back toward the hospital for my sister to finish her visit. And I went, me and my mom and my niece went back to the hotel, but the grandmother went to the hospital. I mean, not the grandmother, the mother. Me, the grandmother, and the sister went to the hotel.
Okay. And what did you all do with the materials before you left, was there any paperwork that you had to sign from the tow yard? Yes,
the young lady at the front desk asked us if we wanted to get the car towed back to Memphis or did we want it to be scrapped? And we said, you guys go ahead and scrap it because, I mean, it was no point in getting it towed.
Okay.
It was total.
All right, and as you said, this was on April the 15th.
Correct.
Now, did you sign any paperwork saying that you wanted it towed or scrapped, or which one did you sign?
We signed to let her know that she can scrap the car.
All right, and there was nothing, that the tow yard had that was showing y'all or telling you all that you could not have access to that vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
No holes on that, vehicle, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, the tow yard walked you all up there to the car.
Yep, a gentleman walked us to the car and left us at the car to get the material.
Do you know what happened to all of the things that you all took from out of that car?
Yes, once we got back to Memphis, my sister contacted the guy, I don't know his real name, they call him Scooby, the owner.
Stop for a sec.
All this is hearsay. My
Okay.
sister contacted Scooby, who
I was actually.
No, you're good. We gotta let the lawyers talk it out. You're doing nothing wrong. You're just answering questions.
I'll move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Abate, do you have any questions for Ms. Poole?
I do very quickly. Good morning, Ms. Burke.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Are you still living in Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Well, welcome back to Atlanta.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, what do you do for work?
I'm actually a recruiter for GE Appliances.
GE Appliances, okay.
Mhm.
And we just heard from, I think, Ms. Lewis, Ms. Adriana Lewis. How is she related to you?
That's his cousin on his father's side. I'm
Okay.
on his mother's side.
Okay, do you know Ms. Lewis?
I know of her.
Okay, and what is, if you know, and you may not, what does Ms. Lewis do for work?
I think she's a hairstylist, I think.
Hairstylist, okay. Now, you said you arrived in Atlanta to see your cousin.
My nephew.
Or excuse me, your nephew. I'm sorry, on what day?
That was actually the 9th.
You just look so young, so I apologize.
Oh, I just turned 40.
Now, who was there when you got there?
When I arrived to Atlanta, his mom, sister, and grandmother were here. I think his girlfriend was here by then because she rode with the cousin, and me and his other aunt on his father's side arrived together.
Okay. And you said later it sounds like you called around to try to locate the vehicle.
Yes, a couple days later, yes.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe I heard you say that you went on April 15th to retrieve his belongings.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to show you. Things are good at 170, okay?
Okay.
You'll do me a favor and just look at, sorry, it's the third page. Third page of State's Exhibit 170. Can you see where it says CDR data and vehicle inspection?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me, from looking at State's Exhibit 170, when was that inspection done?
I see it was a warrant obtained on the 14th. That's what it's saying.
You see the date, well, here, I can put it up on screen so you can see, so everybody can see.
On April 16th, you're saying CPLE? That's what you're talking about?
Well, right underneath, there's a date right where it says, see where it says CDR data vehicle inspection?
It says April 14th, where obtain a search warrant.
Yes. And then can you tell the jurors when you said you went on the 15th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then to your knowledge, was the car ever, when was the car scrapped?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So you don't know if it was scrapped on the day that you said, or you signed or your family signed the paperwork on the 15th, correct?
Right. I doubt it was, I mean, it was the same day, but that's the day we signed the paper for it to be scrapped was the 15th.
Okay. And prior to, you said you were taking the pictures for insurance purposes?
Insurance purposes and just to have, because it was a terrible accident and we just wanted the pictures.
Okay. And did you, to your knowledge, did you send them to members of an insurance company for your nephew?
Not to my knowledge. I don't
Okay.
know if his mom or grandmother ever did.
Did you give those pictures to, I guess, other family members for the insurance purposes like you
No.
referenced? What did
No.
you do?
I just kept the pictures. Me and his sister have the pictures. We didn't give them to anybody. No one asked for them, so we didn't provide them.
Okay. And then the personal items, you said, can you tell the jurors, what exactly did you take?
It was backpacks, duffel bags, and barber cases.
And at the time that you were taking the items, did you have any idea who, I guess, each backpack, duffel bag, or you said a barber case belonged to?
I know Kenneth's stuff, so I knew what was his and what was not.
Okay. And did you take things that you knew were not his, whether it be a backpack, duffel bag?
Right. We grabbed everything.
Okay. And everything you said at that time was either in the trunk or
In the bag.
backseat.
Mhm.
That's all I got. Thank you, Judge.
Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, looking at the fence exhibits. 27, you said that the warrants.
So it's state's exhibit.
Exhibit, you said that the warrants were sworn out on, what was that?
It said on the 14th, I obtained a search warrant.
Okay, that very next paragraph, what day does it say that, someone actually went to the vehicle?
April the 16th.
Any recross? Okay, any questions from the jurors? All right, Ms. Poole, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. It's round one. What time would you like the lawyers and Mr. Poole and me to be back? Because we'll be here for you. You can say 1:10. We'll do it. 1:30. You tell us. 1:30. We will be ready to go at 1:30. If you need more time, let us know. Otherwise, we'll expect you to be here at 1:30 as well. Thank you so much. No talking about the case or outside research.
Excuse me, well, Your Honor, our screen is a picture of you. Does that mean anything?
You don't want that?
I mean, it's very lovely.
I will address it. Let's get them out of here. Thank you for flagging that. All right, Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, anything before we break for lunch? Our short lunch. See you guys here at 1:30. Mr. Miller, I'll work on fixing the screen at the defense table. Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense.
You've got witnesses to fill the rest of the day?
We do.
Okay, then we'll see you guys at 1:30.
All right.
All right, you're gonna check on them and we need they're ready. Good, well, we need to be ready. Where's Mr. Poole and Mr. Miller? You're always here. They don't give you a break, I guess, huh? No. That's okay. If you get them in here, please. Is Mr. Miller coming? There he is. All right. Ms. Rivers, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. Let's get back on the record in State versus Poole. The jurors are ready to come back in. Mr. Rao, anything from the state before we bring the jurors in? Okay. Mr. Miller, are you ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask that the court give some instruction to the alleged victims' families. During the lunch break, they attacked my witnesses outside the hallway near the elevator, and then followed them again to American Deli, yelling at them, trying to get them not to testify in this case.
Okay. Tell me what you mean by attacked. That's a pretty serious word. Like there were physical blows?
Verbal.
Oh, it was all verbal.
Okay. It's still not a good thing. I don't want to say something happened that didn't happen. So bottom line, they need to leave everyone alone. Okay. Mr. Abate, if you could have your victim witness advocate relay to anyone associated with Mr. Jones or with Mr. Minor that they need to not engage with any of Mr. Poole's relatives. And I'll say the same before the jury comes in, but no words, no mean mugs. People go their different ways. If we need to keep people in court while the other side leaves, I'm not saying anything happened. I'm just, based on what was reported to me, it is good to remind everyone to keep separate.
I'm sorry, I had stepped out. What was reported?
Mr. Miller relayed, the initial claim was that Mr. Poole's family members were attacked. And then that was downgraded to they were verbally accosted about their testimony or not to testify or who knows what. But it sounds like whatever it was unwelcome, and we should just avoid something like that. Take it back to Memphis, not here in Atlanta, especially during the trial. Okay? But that's a juror, hopefully. That's who? Oh, it's Ms. Hansberry. Okay, that's not anyone associated with any of the folks in the mix. Okay, but your next witness is right outside, Mr. Miller?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great, then let's bring the jurors in, please.
Where's the video?
Please call Poole when it comes through.
All right, for the jury. Jury, President of the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated, please. Hopefully no one has indigestion in that world's shortest juror break for lunch, but we honored your 1:30. We're ready to go. Mr. Miller, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, the defense would call Corey Williams to the stand.
Court says, President, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give and the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? You are now seated. Can you state the spelling name for the record?
My name is Corey Williams, CORY WILLIAMS.
Mr. Williams, how you doing today?
Good.
Is there a name that everybody calls you go by?
I go by Big House. That was my mother's maiden name, but
Big House?
Big House, yes, sir.
Big House, got it.
All right, now, Mr. Williams, I'm gonna try to call you Mr. Williams the entire time, but if I accidentally call you House, I'm going to.
That's fine. I go by both.
All right. Now, Mr. Williams, do you know Mr. Poole?
Yes.
And how do you know Mr. Poole?
We work together
Where at?
in the game cuts,
All right, can you tell us what is in the game cuts?
the barbershop.
What's so special about it? If anything?
It's more of a celebrity barbershop, like who's who of the area, like rappers, a lot of big name people in the city come get their hair cut.
Did you know the deceased Devin Jones?
Yes.
All right, how did you know him?
He had recently started working in the game,
How long had he worked there?
about 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay. Did you know Terry is minor?
Yes.
How did you know Terry is minor?
He worked with me also
All right, how long did you work with Mr. Minor?
since 2019.
Okay, out of the three of them, Mr. Poole, Mr. Minor, Mr. Jones, were you close to any of the three more than any of the others?
I treated all of them pretty much the same, but I know DT longer. KP, he came right after we opened the new location, and but I treated them all the same because they was like brothers.
Okay, now to help out the jury, when you say DT, who are you referring to?
The Terriers.
All right, Terry is minor,
Yes.
and when you use KP, who are you referring to?
Kenneth Poole.
All right, and Mr. Jones, Mr. Devin Jones, what did everybody call Mr. Jones?
Devo.
Bill Devo?
Yes.
All right, now, how did everyone see you at the barbershop?
More or less as a uncle, father figure. I was the oldest in the shop. Pretty much, I ran the shop. I was a manager, and I had that type of respect, and they gave it to me, and I treated them with respect also.
All right, and what would you say was like the dynamic in the game barbershop?
It was a family.
What do you mean?
It was family oriented. We went out together. We partied together. We saw each other every day.
I'm gonna take you back to April of 2021. I know it's been a while, but do you kind of remember April 8th, April 9th of 2021?
Yes,
All right, now, you don't have any, records that you actually kept, did you? So your memory based off of April of 2021 is based solely off of what?
just the trauma. It traumatized me.
All right. Now, I would love to not have to explore that trauma, but I know that in order for us to, for the jury to understand what all you went through that morning, can you tell us about April the 8th, 2021, the day before everything happened? How did you all get from Memphis, Tennessee to Atlanta, Georgia?
Myself and a couple of coworkers, Scooby and Bud, we drove to Atlanta in Scooby's truck.
Okay, now Spud, do you know his real name?
Larry.
Larry?
Yeah.
Last name Underwood?
Yes.
Now, the three of y'all, what kind of trucks well, you just said Scooby. Who is Scooby?
Scooby is the owner of the shop and my partner. And he was the name behind the shop.
He related to any of the three individuals I mentioned before?
Yes.
Who?
He's related to the Terriers Minor.
That his cousin?
Yes.
All right. Now, what happened when you, Scooby, and Scooby's real name is Quentin Patrick?
Yes.
All right. When you, Mr. Patrick, and Mr. Underwood, what time did you all leave Memphis on April 8th, 2021, if you remember?
Approximately around noon.
Okay. And how long is that drive from Memphis to Atlanta?
About 6 hours.
Who was driving?
Took turns.
And whose car was it?
Quentin Patrick.
Scooby's car.
Yes.
Was that unusual for you all to be driving each other's car?
I object to relevance as to Mr. Williams driving Mr. Patrick's truck and Spud driving, or excuse me, Mr. Underwood driving. There's no relevance to April 9th of 2021.
What's the relevance of what's going on in a different vehicle?
It goes to the dynamic that the barbershop had. You already mentioned that it was a family type organization. And this is just one of those things that shows that dynamic that they had.
Okay.
Was that unusual for you all to drive each other's cars?
No.
All right. What time did you all get here eventually?
Around 6:30.
And what did you do upon arriving in Atlanta?
We went and got the Airbnb and got something to eat.
All right. Did you see anybody once you all arrived?
No, we got here first. We were just pretty much just wasting time. We did go to the Terriers barbershop. We sat there with him for a while.
So Mr. Minor, was he already in Atlanta?
Yes, he had already moved here.
How long had he been staying in Atlanta?
A couple of months.
In the shop that he was working at, do you know where that barbershop is?
I don't know my way around like that.
Do you know where once you left the barbershop where Mr. Minor was working, where did you go next?
Back to the Airbnb.
And what did you all do from then?
We was just kicking back, smoking, drinking, just catching up.
Now, initially at the Airbnb, who was there when you all first got there?
That's just me, Larry, Underwood, and Quentin Patrick.
And did everybody else start to kind of fall in later on?
Correct.
You know approximately what time everyone else started to show up at the Airbnb?
It was around 10:30 or 11.
All right, who do you remember, or if you do, who do you remember coming first?
Jay Jones, then Zorro, and then Brandy and EJ.
Okay, now, Jay Jones, does he go by the name, is his real name Jamarcus Phipps?
Yes, that's Jamarcus Phipps.
Okay, and EJ, is his real name Eric Harrington?
Yes.
Do you know the real name for Zorro?
Yes, Alvin Austin.
And who else did you say was there? Brandy?
Yes.
Last name Jefferson?
Yes.
Okay. When they got there, tell us what else happened?
Like I said, we was kicking back, smoking, drinking, just having a good time. And like I said, it got probably about 11:30, 12. I mean, we was just getting high, chilling.
Like, did you all, at any point, when you all first got there, was Mr. Poole present at that Airbnb?
When we first got there,
Right.
no.
All right. Later on in that evening, who were the last people to get to the Airbnb?
That was, I think it was Brandy, EJ, and KP.
I'm sorry, it was who?
Brandy, EJ, and Kenny Poole.
Who?
Yes.
Who was, do you remember, when Brandy arrived, do you remember who she arrived with?
EJ.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you know how did Mr. Minor ever make it to that Airbnb?
Yes, I think Brandy and EJ might have left together to go and get him. They came back together.
Okay. Now, when they left to come back, was Mr. Poole, was that Mr. Jones, was he there? Do you remember him being there as one of the initial people? Devin Jones.
He came with KP.
Okay. Were they the last two to get to the Airbnb?
Yes.
All right. Now, once Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones got to the Airbnb, what did you all do after that?
I was laying back on the couch. Everybody else was just lounging around, kicking it, but I don't remember whose idea it was, but we ended up leaving and going to a bar.
You know approximately what time it was that you all decided to leave and go to a bar?
Approximately about 1:30.
Okay. The bar that you went to, do you know the name of that bar?
No.
You know the area that that bar is in?
It wasn't far from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. I remember that.
What happened while you all were at the bar?
Just we was having a good time. And, I noticed a police car pull up next to where we had parked because I could see out the window to the street. And I told Scooby that it looked like they were putting tickets on the truck and we should probably be heading out because if they tow the truck, how we gonna get anywhere? So we kind of assembled then.
Did you all kind of assembled at that point?
Mm-hmm.
What time approximately, what time did you all get to that bar?
About 2 o'clock.
And do you know how long you all were there?
No more than an hour.
What happened, once everybody assembled?
Spud and I went to get the truck, and we went to get the truck and pulled around. Scooby and the rest of the guys were still hanging back. They was talking to some young ladies on the sidewalk.
See, Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones, leave the bar.
Yes, they went and got KP's car.
And then who was outside talking to the young girl?
KP and Scooby.
And do you remember anyone else being out there?
Brandy.
Okay.
Brandy? Yes.
Now, what happened next?
We was getting ready to leave. We got in the truck, pulled up.
We got in the truck, are you talking about you and Spud?
Yes.
And you were driving,
I was driving Scooby's truck.
Patrick's truck?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
We pulled up and picked up everybody off the curb. And Kenneth Poole got in the back seat with he had a plate of chicken wings that they had got to go, I guess. But DeTerrius was driving and Devin was in the passenger seat.
All right, who was driving Mr. Poole's car at that time?
DT.
All right, how do you know that he was driving the car at that time?
I rolled my passenger window down and asked them where were they going, because I assumed they was coming back to the spot, but he said that they had another stop to make before they came back.
Do you know where that spot was?
He didn't say.
And when he rolled down the window, could you see inside his car?
Yeah, I could see him.
Okay, and the conversation, was that all that the two of you all said to each other?
It was just basically we all coming back to the spot. And they said he had one more stop to make.
All right, what happened next?
We left and I think Spud had met a couple girls that lived in the same condo. They were strippers, and we went to pick them up from work. He said that we're gonna pick them up from work when they get off at around 3:30. So we left there and picked them up and headed back to the spot because they live there too.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We pulled up and picked up the two young ladies from their job, hung out there for a second, and brought them back to the Airbnb because they lived there. You know, we were just renting an apartment there.
All right, how did you all learn, or what did you all learn, kind of once those young ladies were there at the house?
Everything was good. You know, we was just having a good time. But around 5 o'clock, Scooby got a phone call, and I knew it was something because, you know, he got sick to his stomach, ran to the sink and vomited. I was like, what's wrong? And he was crying, telling me that it was a bad wreck, and he think that it was our guys.
Okay, what did you all do after that?
We was confused. We didn't really know what to do, but everybody would break it down. And, you know, I'm trying to be strong, but, you know, we end up going to the hospital and finding out who was hurt and who was gone.
All right. When you said that we all went to the hospital, who all rode to the hospital with you?
Brandy, Spud, Scooby.
You all had the opportunity to go inside the hospital.
Yeah, we went in, but they wouldn't let us see anybody.
Did anybody make it in?
Not to my recollection.
Well, left that hospital. What was kind of the mood in the car at that point? Take time.
I mean, everybody heartbroken. You know, it's like your nephew, your son. I treat them like my nephews. You know what I'm saying? They all hurt. 2 of them gone. Nobody thought that was gonna happen. Nobody ever could. Everybody was distraught, crying, trying to call home. And we just lingered around the hospital. I think it was Poole aunt who came. She kind of helped console us, told us we need to try to get some rest, but you know, nobody thinking about getting rest or going home at the time, but it was time for us to go.
Y'all did eventually leave. Who drove home?
I did.
Driving Mr. Patrick's car at that time.
Yes.
Said that when you were outside of that restaurant, that you rolled down your passenger window to talk to the people that were in Mr. Poole's car.
Yes.
Are you positive that the driver at that time was deteriorated mind?
Yes.
Is that the last time that you saw him alive?
Yes, it was.
Questions from the state?
Good afternoon, Mr. Williams. I just have a couple questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you said you work at the barbershop in Memphis. What's it called again?
In the game.
Okay. And I heard you say you manage it, but you also, Scooby was your partner. Are you part owner in the shop?
Yes.
Okay. And how long has that shop been open?
It was open from 2020 to just recently. We shut it down and relocated it here.
Here to Atlanta.
Yes.
Oh, welcome.
And can you tell the jurors, so I just want to make sure it's clear. So you guys left, it sounds like around noon on April 8th of 2021?
Yes.
And what was the reason, or why were y'all coming to Atlanta that weekend?
Just a party, hang out, visit.
Okay. And you said that you rode with Mr. Patrick and Mr. Underwood, right?
Correct.
Okay. And their nicknames are Scooby and I think you said Spud.
Yes.
And you said it took y'all about 6.5 hours to get here?
6 hours.
6 hours. And when you got here, can you tell the viewers, where did y'all go first?
We went, checked in the room, and then we rode to the barbershop to see DT.
Okay, and I know you said you couldn't remember the name of the barber shop, but I want to ask you, do you remember where you stayed here in Atlanta that weekend?
It wasn't far from where we are now.
Okay, not far from the courthouse?
Right.
Okay. But was it I know you said it was Airbnb, so was it an apartment? Condo?
Yes.
Okay. And did you rent the condo?
No.
Who rented the condo, if you know?
It was more of a favor. One of Quinn Patrick's friends owned the Airbnb and it was vacant, so he let us get it.
Okay, sounds like from what you're saying that Mr. Patrick kind of organized y'all to be able to stay at the Airbnb.
Correct.
Okay, and so you three get here, you go to the Airbnb, it's just the three of you?
Yes.
And who's all gonna stay at the Airbnb? How many bedrooms is it?
It was just a 2-bedroom loft. It was just gonna be us three staying there.
Okay, just you three. Okay, and can you tell the jurors, you said that once you guys got settled in, where did y'all go, you three?
We probably just got, not probably, we got McDonald's and stopped to see DT.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, when you went to the barbershop, how far was that, if you remember, from the Airbnb or the McDonald's that you stopped at before getting there?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Was it, do you believe it would be in the same general area? Did it take you a long time to get there?
I guess around 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. And so if you get into Atlanta between 6 and 6:30, about what time do you think you get to the barbershop?
No later than 7:30.
Okay. And how long do you stay at the barbershop?
About 30 minutes.
Okay. And then do you, Mr. Patrick and Mr. Underwood all come back to the Airbnb at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And is it still just the three of y'all?
At that time, yes.
Okay. And so you leave the barbershop, DT stays there, right?
Mm.
Okay. And you just got to say yes for Ms.
Yes,
Rivers, who's supposed to be
yes.
there, but she's in front of you probably.
Okay.
On the computer screen, I'm sorry. So when y'all go straight back to the Airbnb?
I don't just recall if we made any other extra stops, but we stopped to get something to eat and headed back to the Airbnb.
Okay, yeah, I know it's been some time. So when you get back to the Airbnb, when you guys get there, is it still just you, Scooby and Spud?
Yes.
Okay, and how long are you three at the Airbnb before other members of your crew kind of start to join?
A couple of hours.
Okay, so if we're be thinking like midnight, 11:30.
I don't think it was that late.
Okay. And you said when you guys got back, you were drinking and smoking and having a good time?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the difference? Do you remember? I know, again, it's been a while and you're an adult. So how much had you had to drink at that point in the evening?
About two cups, well, 2 mixed drinks rather.
Okay. And is everybody, and I say everybody, you three at that point, when you get back from getting some food and you're back at the spot, are you all kind of, you said you were having a good time, everybody's drinking?
Correct.
Okay. And the next people to join the get together is, I was unclear. So is it Mr. J. Jones, Brandy Jefferson, EJ, and Zorro, who all come at the same time?
They was all coming in like 5 or 10 minutes apart. It was like Jay Jones showed up first with Zorro. Excuse me.
Yes, sir. Is everybody from Memphis or was anybody local to Atlanta?
Well, yeah, everybody was from Memphis, but Jatarius had already moved to Atlanta.
Okay. But the people we just talked about, Miss Jay Jones,
Yes.
Brandy Jefferson, and EJ, and I'm sorry, I don't remember his first name or last name. Everybody lived in Memphis and they were all joining you here in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
Okay, and were they gonna stay at the Airbnb with you three or somewhere different?
Somewhere different.
Okay. Now, do you guys continue to drink, have a good time? I think you said, I couldn't hear you, but it sounded like you said get high.
Yes, we smoke.
Okay. We're talking marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. And so everybody's kind of smoking marijuana and drinking whatever mixed drink or alcohol that they enjoy, right?
Right.
Because everybody was there to have a good time, right?
Yes.
And then you said at some point Kenneth Poole shows he comes to the Airbnb.
Yes.
Okay. And were you there when he arrived or did you see him come?
Yes, I was already there.
Okay. And you said he came with who came with him?
He was with Devin.
Okay. And at what point in the evening does Detarius come?
Brandy left to go and pick him up
Okay.
from work, I guess.
Okay.
I'm not sure where she picked him up from, but she did leave and go get him.
Okay. And at that time, when Brandy gets back, is everybody, I guess, from your crew now at the Airbnb kind of enjoying being together again?
Yes.
Okay. And how long do you think that everybody was at the Airbnb at that point, kind of drinking and having fun with whatever at that point before you leave?
Couple of hours.
Couple of hours. And after those couple of hours, where do you go next?
That's when we got up and went to the bar that we was talking about earlier.
Okay. The one you said that was close to Mercedes-Benz?
Yes.
Okay. And everybody goes?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember who you went there with?
Yes.
Okay. Who?
Scooby and Larry. I think we were the only three in the truck.
Okay. And did you guys all leave the Airbnb at the exact same time?
Yes, we trailed each other.
Trailed each other?
Yes.
And do you remember who drove Scooby's truck to the spot near Mercedes-Benz that night?
Scooby was driving to the spot I drove from.
Okay. And then did other members of your group, did they, I guess, leave in different cars?
Yes.
And one of those cars was Kenneth Poole's white Infinity, right?
Yes.
And who else drove?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you see any other cars in your, you said you guys were tailing each other in the caravan. Who else was driving?
Zorro, Alvin Austin, and I'm really not sure who drove to the bar.
Okay. And so I know you said the car that you were in, you knew because you were in it, that Scooby drove. But when you guys all left, did you take note about who got into which seat in the other cars?
Yes, I talked to DT.
Okay. This is when
we were leaving.
Okay. I'm talking about when you were leaving the Airbnb to go to the Mercedes-Benz bar or restaurant.
No.
Okay. So you didn't take notice of who got into which seat when you guys were leaving, right?
No.
And then you guys get to the spot and you continue to kind of drink, smoke, whatever you were doing, right?
Correct.
And so at that point, you have been drinking and smoking for a couple of hours, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you noticed either a police officer or the Atlanta ticket people who I'm sure you're experiencing they give a lot of tickets out. Okay. And you were afraid that the truck that you had ridden down in was going to be towed, correct?
Yes.
And so at that point, you kind of, it sounds like you're said the uncle of the group, kind of got everybody together to get out of there, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And everybody kind of gets out of there, and you said, do you go get Scooby's truck?
yes,
Okay. And you said that Scooby is on the street talking to some females, right?
correct.
All right. And when you come back, where is everybody else when you come back with the truck?
On the sidewalk,
Okay. And when does Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor roll up in Kenneth Poole or KP's vehicle?
probably,
Objection, Your Honor, roll up. Oh,
When does he pull up?
kind of confusing.
I apologize. When did Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones drive up in the white Infiniti? I didn't mean to use the word roll up.
they pulled up a few minutes after I got the truck.
Okay. And you said a few minutes after you got the truck?
It could have been a minute or two. It wasn't long.
Okay. And when you come out in Scooby's truck, does him and Mr. Underwood immediately get in y'all's truck?
Now, they was talking for a second.
Okay. And you said you rolled down the window, and I guess you said something to Mr. Minor.
Yes,
And did Mr. Minor already have his the window down?
yes,
Okay. And after you and Mr. Minor had an exchange, you said that they indicated they were going to another spot.
he said he had another one stop to make before he came back to the condo.
Okay. When you say he, you mean everybody that was going in that car was going to another spot?
Yes,
Okay. And that would have been Kenneth Poole, Detarius Minor, and Devin Jones, correct?
correct.
And after that, you, Mr. Patrick and Mr. Underwood, you guys drive off, correct?
Yes,
And you don't leave at the same time that the white Infiniti leaves, correct?
well, we pulled off from the light at the same time. That's where I rode the passenger side window down and asked them
Okay.
where were they going.
So you spoke to him after you guys had pulled out at the passenger or at the stoplight?
At the light, yes.
Okay, so not at the.
Not on the sidewalk, right,
Okay. And you go your separate ways regardless of where it is.
right.
And you have no idea if they went to the next spot, correct?
No,
And you have no idea after they got to the spot that they switched positions in the car, correct?
no,
You have no idea who was where when that Infiniti owned by the defendant crashed and eventually Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor were killed, correct?
DT was the last one driving as I pulled off. But after that, no, I wouldn't know.
Right. So I guess my question is that after he pulled off, you have no idea what they did, right?
No,
No idea where they went, right?
they never made it back.
You don't know if they stopped at a gas station and they switched seats from when you last saw everybody, correct?
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. And because you guys switched, who drove what car at any points because you were like a family, correct?
Yes,
I'm sorry for your loss and thank you for your time.
Mr. Williams, is there a time zone change between Memphis and here?
yes, sir.
How much?
1 hour.
Is it earlier or later in Memphis?
It's earlier in Memphis.
All right. Mr. Miller, do you have any redirect for Mr. Williams?
Yes. Briefly, Mr. Williams. I know this happened a while ago, but one of the first things that you mentioned was that you've been dealing with trauma. Correct?
Yes,
What is it that time when you rolled your window down to speak with Mr. Detarius, was there anything significant about that time to you that would make it memorable?
that was the last time I saw him.
times that you're referencing, these are all Atlanta times when they occurred, correct?
Correct.
Anything else?
Just very briefly, Mr. Williams, after all of this happened, the things that you've talked about today, you never told any members of the Georgia State Patrol, correct?
Objection, burden shifting.
Overruled.
What was the question, sir?
So after all of this happened, after both Devin and Darius were killed, and the stuff that you told all of us here in the courtroom today, you never told anyone from the Georgia State Troopers or law enforcement about what you told us today, correct?
No.
Okay. You didn't call anyone from the district attorney's office and tell us about what you just told us today, correct?
No.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Nope. Do you have any questions, ladies and gentlemen, of Mr. Williams? No? Yes? Thank you. All right, counsel. Mr. Williams, you, in answering some of the questions, described that you had been drinking and people were smoking marijuana. Did you observe Mr. Poole during any of the times you all were hanging out, doing any of the drinking or smoking? Everyone was. Okay. Did anyone in Mr. Poole's car, when you rolled that window down and interacted with Mr. Minor, did any of them tell you where that other stop was or what it involved?
No, he just said they had one more stop.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Miller, any follow-up on that?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Abadi?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Williams, thank you for your time. Mr. Miller, next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Defense will call Eric Harrington.
Okay, and while he's coming in, do you mind collecting, you have some exhibit, unless you're going to use them with Mr. Harrington, you have some exhibits up at the witness stand. Thank you.
Oklahoma City, please me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth of God.
Yes.
You know, y'all see. Can you say, spell your name for the record?
Eric Harrington, ErikHarrington.
Mr. Harrington, what do you go by?
EJ?
And do you know Kenneth Poole?
Yes.
And where do you know Mr. Poole from?
Barbering?
Do you know the name Deterius Minor?
Mm-hmm.
What did you know him as?
DT?
And where do you know Mr. Minor from?
From school, 7th grade.
All right. And Devin Jones, do you know him as well?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harrington, when you're answering, if you could say yes or no, the court reporter needs to take down words, if that's okay.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Yes.
And where do you know Mr. Jones from?
I know Mr. Jones from barbering as well.
All right. How long have you known Mr. Poole?
I've been knowing KP for about 4 years. About 4 years.
And you said you've known Mr. Deterius since middle school. About how long have you known him?
7th grade, we're about 12, so over 10 years at least.
And Mr. Jones, how long would you say that you know him? Or knew him?
About the same amount of time as KP, about 4 or 5 years maybe.
Out of the three of them, who would you say you were the closest with?
DT.
Why?
We grew up.
Stop for 1 second.
Why he's the closest to DT is irrelevant to the issue.
Why is it relevant as to why they're the closest as opposed to they were the closest?
Well, we're still in the introductory phase, so I can move on.
Okay.
Excuse me, Judge, can Mr. Miller please move closer to the microphone?
Sure. So there's one at the podium. They don't move, unfortunately.
Put it on. So maybe that might help.
Okay, try that.
I can speak up as well. All right, I'm gonna take you back to April 8th, 2021. Do you remember that time, that weekend?
Yes.
All right, where were you working during that time?
I was working at Fine Arts Barbershop.
Okay, was that in Memphis, Tennessee?
Yeah, that's in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, were you planning on coming to Atlanta that weekend?
Yes.
Why?
We were going just to, I guess, have a vacation, like just a vacation, really.
All right, who all is we?
It was me, well, going from Memphis, me, KP, Devin, well, Devo, who else? Rob, and pretty much everyone from the shop that Deterius, KP, and Devin worked at. It's called In the Game Cuts. Pretty much all the barbers there.
Okay. Where were you all supposed to meet before you left for Atlanta?
We were all meeting up at the gas station just to meet up and then get gas and, blah.
Whose car were you riding in?
I was riding in Brandy's rental car.
And who all was in the car with you all?
In the car with me was Rob and Brandy.
How long was that trip from Memphis to Atlanta?
About 5 or 6 hours.
All right. So it was you, Brandy, and who else in one car?
Rob Darius.
Who?
His name was Rob.
Oh, Rob Darius.
Mm.
And were there 2 cars traveling, or how many were traveling when in the caravan with you?
It was 2 cars, but like I said, the car I was in, it was just 3 of us. And then the other car that we took was KP's car. That was just KP and Devin in that car.
All right. Was there anybody else in the car with Mr. Poole and Devin?
Nah, no.
All right. What happened when you got here?
When we first made it to Atlanta, Randy dropped us off at our Airbnb because I had an Airbnb. It was supposed to be with me, Rob Darius, KP, and Devin. So when we first made it, we got dropped off at the Airbnb, me and Rob Darius, and Brandy went her separate way. And and KP and Devin never pulled up to our Airbnb when we first arrived because they went and did like a mixtape release party or something. I think KP had to cut this rapper's hair, so they never came to the B&B.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time that you all came to Atlanta or arrived in Atlanta?
Approximately probably like 10 o'clock, something like that.
Was it dark out?
When we first arrived, was it dark? I think, yes. Yeah.
Did you eventually make it to the Airbnb where Corey Williams and Quentin Patrick were?
Yes.
Around what time, if you remember?
That was probably around like 11 o'clock.
And this 2024, we're talking about something that happened in 2021. What are you referring or what all are you relying on to remember the events and times for what happened that time?
I've just been relying on like just pictures or whatever from maybe the time period, and just based off just my fake memory and just everything whatever I got on my phone, like from videos and pictures.
All right, so the videos and pictures that you have in your phone, are they stamped with the time in which they were taken?
Yes.
All right, when you got to the Airbnb where Quentin Patrick and Corey Williams were, what all were you all doing while you were there?
While we were there, we were just waiting like for everybody else to pull up. So we were just there chilling, like minding our business.
All right, did Brandy eventually arrive at that Airbnb?
Yes.
And who came with her?
I believe Brandy came to that B&B by herself.
All right. What else happened while you were there?
While we were there, nothing. We were just, like I said, at the Airbnb, we were just sitting there chilling. Nothing really spectacular happened there. We were just minding our business there until we all met there and left.
All right. When you left, where did you go?
When we left, we went to some lounge out here.
Do you know where that lounge is?
I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know. Can't remember.
You know approximately where that lounge could be in Atlanta?
I think maybe in like, where's Lennox at? Maybe in like Buckhead or something, like or downtown. One of these.
If you don't remember, just say I don't remember.
Okay, yeah. I don't remember.
Okay. Are you familiar with Atlanta at all?
Not really.
Okay. Do you know around what time that y'all got to that lounge?
It's around like about like 2 o'clock. No, 1 o'clock.
Do you know if it was around 2 or 1? Which one was it?
Yeah, I'll say 1 o'clock.
All right. And who all was at that lounge at that time?
At the lounge, was everybody. It was me, Brandy, Rob, KP, Devin, DT, House, Spud, Scooby, and Jay. I think Jay Jones came later, if I'm not mistaken. But pretty much, yeah, that's pretty much everybody.
What happened while y'all were there?
While we were there, just chilling, drinking, smoking hookah, I guess, like regular stuff you do at a lounge.
And then what happened?
After that, we ended up leaving because they was giving out parking tickets outside, and I guess we was trying to avoid getting a parking ticket, so we ended up leaving due to that.
And what happened when you all left?
When we left, we were all going to our vehicles that we pulled up in. So when we were leaving, that's when originally I was supposed to ride the vehicle with DT, KP, Devin. But on the way to the vehicle, like when they opened the doors, I'm noticing like it was just too much stuff in the back seat for me to fit in. So I didn't get in the car because, like I said, we had a B&B and they never came to it to drop their stuff off. So it was only enough room for, I guess, the three of them to fit in. Like one person could fit in the back, but it wasn't gonna be enough for two. And that's when I seen Devin and DT got in the front, KP got in the back.
Okay. going back to, at what point did Terrius Minor join the group? Do you know that? Just kind of backing up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. The Terriers had joined the group. Matter of fact, no. I'm not sure when the Terriers joined the group, because when we got to the Airbnb, I believe the Terriers was already at the Airbnb. When I say the Airbnb, I mean Scooby's Airbnb, where everybody else is at. So, yeah, I can't say when he joined the group. He was there before me.
Okay, but when fast forward, was Mr. Minor, was he already staying in Atlanta?
Yes.
And how long had he been staying in Atlanta before you all came to Atlanta that weekend?
Approximately about like 3 months.
Was Mr. Minor, and I'm kind of going back to Memphis, was he cutting hair? Were you all cutting hair at the same barbershop?
I wasn't cutting hair at the barbershop he was cutting hair at, but our shops are like on the same street, so they real close. But I didn't cut hair at the shop that he cut hair at, but the rest of them pretty much cut hair all the same at the same shop.
Okay, and I know you said that you've known him since 7th grade. Was it a situation where kind of all the barbers in Memphis, at least the talented ones, knew each other?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Had you and Mr. Minor been in contact since 7th grade?
Here and there, I wouldn't say not much. We kind of reconnected like probably around like 2019, 2020, when I first started cutting hair. Like I would see him here and there like throughout the years, but we didn't like reconnect and start hanging out and stuff like that again until about 2019, 2020 when I started cutting hair.
And was that based off of you all being in that same kind of group with the barbering?
Nah, that came from us, like the barbering group came from us just cutting hair over time, but I end up like just kicking it with DT because we had a past relationship and he was already a barber. So Peter's like showing me different things about cutting hair and whatnot. So we just got back cool like that.
All right, so excuse me. When he came to Atlanta, do you know the reason why he left Memphis to come to Atlanta?
I'm gonna object from here, sir.
And I can rephrase that question.
Okay.
You had a good relationship with Mr. Minor, correct?
Yeah.
Did you learn through your relationship why was it he was moving down here?
Don't answer yet.
Still hearsay.
Okay. I agree based on what the way you asked it. You need to establish how he knew, and if he knew because someone told him, then you've got a hearsay issue.
Gotcha. We can move on. Leaving the club, where going back to the lounge or club area, you don't remember where that was, correct?
Yeah, no.
Do you remember how long you all were at that lounge?
We're probably there for like approximately between like an hour and a half, something like that. It wasn't too long.
Okay. And do you know why y'all left?
Yeah, it's like the parking tickets. We heard they was giving out tickets outside, and so I guess somebody may have been parked when they weren't supposed to be parked. So we started leaving after that to avoid getting the ticket.
Who'd you walk out with?
I walked out with a group, but specifically I walked out with KP, Devin, and the Terriers.
All right. And whose car did you ride back home with? Who did you ride back with?
Back home, I rode the rental car that Brandy had got to come to Atlanta. I rode that car back to the B&B that we had got.
All right. Did you continue to stay out that night?
No, I didn't stay out no more after that.
Thank you.
Mr. Abadi, do you have any questions for Mr. Harrington?
I do just, Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Harrington. How you doing?
I'm all right, how you doing?
Good, thanks. You said you are, you cut hair, you're a barber?
Yes,
And how old are you, sir?
I'm 26.
Okay, how long you been cutting hair?
I've been cutting hair since 2019.
Okay, and you said that you knew, it sounds like Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones. You kind of met them through, I guess, this tight-knit group of barbers in Memphis, right?
Sure, yes,
Okay, and you said you had known, I guess, DT before that, correct?
yes.
All right, and you said you guys had planned a trip, like a vacation to Atlanta, to leave on April 8th of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you get down to Atlanta again?
Through a rental car that we got through Brandy.
Okay, who drove the rental car?
Brandy.
Okay, and if you had to guess, or if you can recall, approximately what time do you think you left Memphis?
Trying to believe it was probably approximately around 2 or 3 o'clock, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, so 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you said it took about 5 to 6 hours to get here to Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay. And was it just you and Miss Brandy in the rental car?
No, it was me, Brandy, and Rob Darius.
Say his name again?
Rob Darius.
Rob Darius. Okay. And was Mr. Rob Darius, was he also a barber from Memphis?
Yes.
Okay. And when you guys get here, you, Miss Brandy, and Mr. Rob Darius, can you tell the jurors, do you go straight to the Airbnb?
Yes, we go straight to Airbnb. Yeah.
Okay. And I know you said you weren't very familiar with Atlanta. Can you tell jurors, do you remember where the Airbnb was located?
No, not the area. I can't, like, I could probably look it up, but I don't know where we were at.
Okay. And the Airbnb that you were going to stay at, who was going to stay at that Airbnb that weekend?
When I rented, it was going to be me, Devin, KP, and DT.
Okay. So you were the one who kind of rented or set up a place to stay here in Atlanta for the people who were staying with you, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And I guess when you set up the Airbnb, was this through actually through Airbnb, or was it somebody that you knew and you were I guess using it because of a relationship you had with somebody here in Atlanta?
You know, it was through Airbnb.
Okay. And you pay for it with a credit card and things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you nice enough to foot the bill for everybody, or was everyone going to throw in some money to?
Everybody paid like to send me their part of what they owe for the B&B.
Okay. And was it a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom? Can you tell me?
I believe it was either like a 2 or 3 bedroom.
Okay. And so you sprung for the big one.
I mean, it was like 4 people, so
Okay.
yeah, it had to make some room.
All right. So you, Miss Brandy, and Mr. Rodarius arrived at the Airbnb. Are y'all the first ones to get there?
You said who?
You said Mr. Rob Darius, right?
Rob, yes.
Y'all all.
Yeah, we're the first ones to get to our Airbnb, yes.
Okay. And how long do you stay at the Airbnb before you go somewhere next?
It's a good question. I don't recall, honestly, I don't recall how long we were there.
Okay.
Before we pulled off.
Okay. Where do you go next?
After we left our Airbnb, we went to Scooby's Airbnb.
Okay. And do you remember how you got to Scooby's Airbnb?
Yeah, I believe we got there. Oh, I remember. We lifted to Scooby Airbnb.
Took a lift?
A lift or Uber, a ride share.
Okay. And it was you and who took a lift or some sort of ride share to the Airbnb where Mr. Patrick was staying?
Me and Rob Darius.
Okay, so just the two of you? You'll say yes for the record?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And when you guys lift to Mr. Patrick's Airbnb, had anyone else arrived who was staying with you guys at the Airbnb you had rented?
Did they come to our Airbnb?
Yes.
No, ain't nobody else on our Airbnb.
Okay, so for the people who were staying in your Airbnb, you guys were the only people who kind of checked in and got the house, I guess, ready for other people to come before going to Scooby's.
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you get to the next Airbnb, who's there?
When we get to the next Airbnb, like I said, it's pretty much almost everyone. It's me, Rob Darius, DT, Brandy, House, Spud, Scooby, and eventually KP and Devin arrive, and eventually, KP and Devin arrive. Yep.
Okay. And did you say when you got there, Darius was already there, or he got there after you, or do you remember?
Darius was already there.
He was already there. Okay. And how long do you guys stay at the Airbnb that Mr. Patrick rented?
The Airbnb that who rented? You talking about the other Airbnb?
The second Airbnb.
Okay. We probably stayed there for approximately about an hour and a half, like same time frame, just waiting for everybody to arrive.
Okay. And while you were there and while you were at your Airbnb when you first arrived, had you guys been drinking or smoking, having a good time at that point?
Nah, not when we first arrived, nah.
Okay. When you get to Mr. Patrick's Airbnb, do you begin to kind of enjoy your weekend?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, I know it's been some time, what were you drinking? What were you smoking?
At the time, like I smoked marijuana, so marijuana, drinking, I can't recall that. I don't remember what we were drinking, but I know we passed on the drink.
I guess, what's your drink of choice?
I drink tequila.
Overruled.
You drink what?
I drink tequila.
Okay. So do you think you were drinking your drink of choice that night?
That night, I don't think that was my drink of choice back then. Probably
Okay.
not.
You've evolved, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how long do you think you guys are at that Airbnb kind of having a good time as you guys all arrive and get together?
Second Airbnb, like it's about an hour and a half approximately. Like we weren't there that long.
Okay. And then you go to, I guess, a lounge or a bar next, correct?
Yes.
And you say that you direct that you get to that lounge or bar around 1 a.m., right?
Yes.
Okay. And you stay at that lounge, you said, or bar for about an hour, you said?
Hour and a half.
Okay.
Not
And
so long.
how do you get to the lounge?
How do we get to the lounge? We got to the lounge through the rental car.
Okay. Who rides in Brandy's rental car?
Originally it was Brandy, me, and Rob Darius took the rental to the lounge, but we had more than one vehicle because that was just one car. But we had like I think Scooby might have had a truck. KP had his car, but the car rode in was the rental car. Yeah.
Okay. And you guys stayed at the lounge, you said, for an hour and a half, whatever it may be. And then you kind of round up and everyone starts leaving because somebody's giving tickets, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, you just kind of go your separate ways, right?
Pretty much.
Okay. And where do you go after you leave the lounge?
To our vehicles. Like that's the part where I was about to get in the vehicle with KP, DT, and KP, DT, and Devo.
Mm-hmm.
That's the part where I was gonna get in the vehicle with them, but like it was too crowded because they never got a chance to drop off their luggage. So that's when I just went ahead and got the rental car.
Okay. And you said the luggage was in the back seat, right?
Back seat in the trunk, but yeah, back seat for sure. It was a lot in the back seat.
Okay. A lot in the back seat. Okay. And after you then ride with, I guess, back home with Miss Brandy again?
No, I took the rental car back home. Brandy ended up getting in the truck with Scooby, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But I ended up taking the rental car, me and Rob Darius, because after we went home, like we didn't go out anymore. Like I believe everyone else ended up doing something else that night, but we took the rental car back home, and that was like the end of our night because I didn't know anything about any other moves.
You were the old man of the group, huh?
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your time, sir.
For sure.
Mr. Miller, any follow-up?
No, yeah.
Any questions from the jurors? Mr. Harrington, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Right.
Next witness.
Our defense would call Jamarcus Phipps.
I'm gonna adjust. Can we approach?
If it's quick. Okay. Number 10.
Thank you.
We're good. Let's bring Mr. Phipps in, please.
Before you sit, can you please raise your hand? You swear affirm that testimony you'll give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God. Yes, sir. Go ahead, see. You state the spelling name for the record.
JAMARCUS, Phipps, PHIPPS.
Mr. Phipps, what do you go by?
Jay Jones.
And how do you know Mr. Poole?
From working in the game.
How long were you working at in the game?
4 years.
Do you also know Dentrarius McCrary?
Yes.
How do you know him? I'm sorry, Minor. Dentrarius Minor.
Right.
How do you know him?
Well, I know he worked at a couple shops together. I know him a little longer than KP.
Do you also know someone named Detarius McCrary?
No.
Okay.
That's someone I went to college with. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Minor.
I know what he's trying to say though.
Yeah, Mr. Minor, what do you refer to him as?
DT.
And you said that you've known him for a while?
Yeah, I know him probably about 7 years.
All right. And Mr. Devin Jones, are you aware of who that is?
Which one is Devin Jones? Oh yeah, Devo. Yeah. I know him. I know him the least amount of time.
Okay. And I guess I'm saying these names because that's how the jury knows them, but you know Mr. Poole as KP, correct? Right. You know Mr. Jones as Devo.
Right.
Right. And then Detarius Minor, you know, as DT.
Right.
All right. Now, out of the three of them, who were you the closest with?
Probably DT.
And why would you say that?
Because I've been knowing DT longer.
And all of you all were barbers in the game, correct?
Right.
Tell the jury about in the game. We've heard just a little bit about it.
It's like an upscale barbershop. We started the upscale haircuts in Memphis. Like before everything was kind of real regular. We got like all the best barbers in the city came together, opened up a barbershop. We cut like all the celebrities, all the influencers that came through the city. We was the ones who cut all of them. So ball players, and et cetera. Yeah.
And how many barbers were in the game?
There's 8 of us.
What would you say the dynamic was between all the barbers there?
I'm talking about like our relationship.
Right.
We was like brothers, man. We was all like families. Like that what made the barbershop unique is like, you don't meet too many barbershops where everybody get along or be in competition, like we was all like family.
The weekend of April the 8th, 2021, I'm gonna take you back to that weekend. Were you in Memphis or were you in Atlanta at that time?
I was in Atlanta. I was actually here before everybody else came. I was here like 2 days earlier.
All right, why were you here earlier?
Because I was bringing my girlfriend at the time. She's not my girlfriend right now, but we was coming out here to kick and have fun, and so we just came out for a little vacation. That's it.
All right. Did you also have somewhat of a connection to Atlanta during that time?
Oh yeah, my oldest son lives out here.
So you were out here to see your oldest son as well, right?
Right.
Did you drive your own car or how did you get down here?
Yeah, I drove my own car.
And in the car, who all was with you?
Just when we came up, when I came up.
Right, when you came down.
Okay, when I came down, it was just me and Charlotte, my ex-girlfriend.
When everyone else got here on April the 8th, where did you meet everybody at?
At the Airbnb.
You know approximately what time that was?
I'm gonna say probably around like 10 o'clock-ish, 11 or somewhere around that time, I think.
And how long were you there?
Probably about, because Charlotte was with me at the time, and she don't like hanging with the fellas, so she stayed in the car. So it couldn't be no more than about 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes maybe. You know what I'm saying? Then I ended up leaving.
All right, who all was at the house while you were there?
When I got there, house was standing outside in the street. So he walked me in. Scooby was in there. Then after a while, Brandon showed up with was Brandy, DT. Yeah, Brandon showed up with DT. I remember DT going in playing with Scooby. They was in there having like joking about some type of joke or something.
Did you eventually leave?
Yes, because I had to take Charlotte back to I had a suite on Far Road and Buckhead, Embassy Suites.
All right. And when you left, do you know approximately what time that was?
I can't tell you a direct time, no sir.
All right. Did you eventually come back out?
Yes, I came back out. Yeah, once she had laid down, you know me, I stay out all the time. So I had came back out to come link back up with them because I ain't really kick with them that much because I had my girlfriend with me. So.
All right. Do you know where you met them at?
I'm not sure what's the name of the place.
What kind of place was it?
It was like a little laid back kick it place where you like a lounge where you kick it, they order hot wings and stuff, you know.
And do you know even like the area where this lounge was located?
Oh, sir.
What happened? Do you know approximately what time you got to that lounge?
It's like a couple minutes after 2, probably a little bit after 2.
All right. So when you got there, had everyone else already been there for a while?
Yeah, I don't know how long they've been there, but it was already there when I got there.
All right. How long had you all been there, or how long did you stay there?
I wasn't there that long. It wasn't no more than for about 10, 15 minutes. Then they was house was saying that they were putting tickets on the car or something. So, you know, I was getting up out of there.
All right. What happened next?
Me, DT, Devo, we ran out first. You know what I'm saying? So they was going, I had stopped DT and I had joked to him about, you know, driving, him and Devo, you know what I'm saying, about driving, drinking or whatever. And I jumped in my car and I dipped out.
Okay.
And I went back to Far Road Embassy Suites.
Did you actually see Devo and DT get into the car?
Yes.
And when they got into the car, who was in the driver's seat?
DT was driving.
And who was the passenger?
Devo was passenger.
All right. Why is that moment so memorable for you?
Because I was joking about the driving.
Was that the last time that you saw either one of them?
Yes.
When you were joking around with Mr. Minor, did he tell you where they were about to go?
No.
Did he hint at all at where they were about to go?
No.
Why was it that you kind of joked around with them and then just kind of left real quickly like that?
I mean, cause you know, like they like little brothers to me. I love them boys. So, you know, always, you know, you try to throw stuff out there without being hard on them. You know what I'm saying? So you try to find ways, you know, to say stuff to, you know, younger guys, you know, so they can listen to you without you feel like you're being their daddy.
And first time we were hearing this, you're telling this jury today, correct?
Right.
Has law enforcement ever reached out to see what happened that night to you?
To me? No, not to me.
And you've never reached out to law enforcement either, have you?
No, sir.
Did you think it was gonna go this far?
I didn't. It was never on my mind. No, sir. No, I didn't.
All right. When did you hear about the accident?
Then it's like hours later, early that morning, probably around about 6 o'clock.
And what happened? What did you do after learning?
I mean, it messed me up, man. Cause you know, even though I just met Devo, but when he came to the shop, he cut right beside me. So, you know, he was a very skilled, dude. And I always talked to him, I built a little relationship with him. And, me and DT, we been rocking for years. So, them like my little brother. So yeah, it kind of messed me up pretty bad.
Well, or did you make it to the hospital that morning?
No.
Why not?
Because I had to get back to the house. Had to get back because my girlfriend, she had to work and I had to get back to work and etc. But I came back up here, like a week later and visited.
All right. And when you came back a week later, who was with you?
It was me and Scooby.
And when you came back a week later, what condition was Mr. Poole in? Or did you get the opportunity to see Mr. Poole?
Yes, I did. But he wasn't in good condition, man. He was I think they was changing his bandages or something, and I think they made a mistake and put like the wrong type of bandage on it. I know that I don't think they put like a bandage for open wounds, and they was removing it, and he was kind of in a lot of pain or whatever stuff like that. And we sit there and just looked at him for a little while, kind of prayed with him, and we got up out of there.
Has anyone said anything to you to try to influence your testimony here today?
No, sir.
I'm gonna object at this point, Your Honor, as to relevance. And
Well, if we leave it at that, that's fine, but we don't get into what people say to him that gets close to hearsay, but I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Mr. Body, your witness.
good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good.
Good. So are you, also, you said you're a barber in, the Memphis, Tennessee area?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been, cutting hair?
Cutting hair and all,
Yes.
man, playing with it most of all my life.
Okay.
Taught myself how to cut hair at like 13 years old.
Okay, so you've been doing it a good minute.
Right, right.
Okay, and you said, I guess the shop that you were working at back in 2021 was, I guess, the hot shop to be working at in Memphis, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'm guessing you're still a barber now, right?
Yes, sir.
And where are you cutting hair now? Still in Memphis?
Yeah, I got my own suite in Memphis. Ever since that kind of happened, I really didn't want to do the open floor thing anymore. So I kind of got to my own little private area.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have been, it sounds like, cutting hair with Kenneth Poole or KP.
Right.
And did you cut hair with the person you knew as Devo?
Right. He cut right beside me.
Okay. And what about DT? Were you guys all, was he also a barber? When you worked at in the game?
Yes.
Okay.
But he was at that time he wasn't though. Like when that's why Devil was working there because he had left.
Okay.
Right.
And you said you came down, I think it's 2 or a couple days prior to.
About 2 days earlier.
All right. And you said you came down with your girlfriend?
Yes, my ex Charlotte.
Okay. And I hope she's not listening. Keep calling her your ex.
She is.
Now, when did you kind of meet up with everybody who was coming down from Memphis that weekend?
It was the night of the 8th when they got here, when everybody was coming in. So probably, like I said, it had to be not direct time, but it had to be 10-ish, 11-ish, something like that.
Okay. And you said you and Miss Charlotte went to where'd you go?
We went to the Airbnb. She stayed in the car. I'm in the house. He was outside. He walked me in. I went in, hollered at Scooby, whatever we'll do. Then Brandy came in with DT.
Okay.
And I went to the rooftop, talked, chill for a little while. Then I left because I had to get her back because she was sitting outside. So I had to get her back to the suite we was in.
Okay. And just so I'm clear, house is Mr. Williams, right? Big guy?
Yes.
Okay. And so you said you met up with Mr. Williams or House, and then it was you, House, and then did you say
Scooby, Brandy, DT, Spud also was there too. Spud was there.
Okay. And
what name? EJ.
Okay. And you said you guys went to the roof at that point?
Yeah, rooftop. They had a rooftop up there. They had like little games set up and stuff up there you can play.
Okay. And you said you stayed at the Airbnb for about how long before you had to go back to?
Probably about 35, 40 minutes.
Okay. And while you were there, do you see Kenneth Poole?
Did I see Kenneth Poole at the Airbnb?
Yes, sir.
Not when I first got there. No, I didn't see Kenneth Poole.
Okay. So before you left though, did you end up meeting up or did you pass Kenneth Poole before you left with Miss Charlotte?
No,
Okay. And you left, you said you took your ex-girlfriend over back to the suite, right?
right.
And you said you guys were staying at the Embassy Suite off of, did you say
Far
Far Road?
yeah, PHARR.
Okay. And do you remember, and I forgot to ask you, so I apologize. Where was the Airbnb that you went with Miss Charlotte and she waited in the car? Do you remember?
I don't remember the exact address, but I just know it's around the bus station area, Trinity Road, I think it's called. So it ain't no more than about a quarter mile to a mile away from there.
Okay. So sounds like you're downtown?
Yes.
All right. And how long, I guess, do you stay back in your room over at the suite?
Probably about a couple hours, yeah.
Okay.
Then she kind of laid down, then I got back out the door.
Okay. And you then you said you drive back to or you go to meet up with everybody else at a lounge, right?
Right.
And what kind of car were you driving that night?
I had a 2016 BMW 328 M Series.
Okay. And do you, I guess, drive from the hotel by yourself down to the lounge?
Right.
Okay. And how do you know where to go?
I had the address. Just follow GPS.
Okay. So someone sent you the address?
Yeah, drop the location too.
Okay. And once you got the location, you went there. You said you hung out for about 10 to 15 minutes?
I wasn't there long at all. And I just got there, and we ended up dipping out because they was putting tickets on the car.
Okay. And do you recall, I guess, the area of the address for where the lounge was? I know you're not a resident or.
No, sir. Okay.
And how long about did it take you to get from your hotel to the lounge? You couldn't remember.
I don't want to give a time. I'm not sure.
Okay. And regardless, you get there, you stay very short period of time. Everybody get ready. Right. Excuse me, gets ready to leave.
Right.
Right. Okay. And you said that you, I guess, walked to your car, right?
Right.
Just you, and you said you crossed paths with DT and Devo, right?
Right. We all ran out together.
Okay. And you said you were joking with them about drinking and driving, I guess?
Right.
Okay. And had you hung out with Devin before, kind of out before that night?
Have I hung out with who?
Sorry. Devo. Did you, person you knew as Devo, had you, right. I know you said you worked with him, he was at the station next to you, but had you, chilled, hung out with him, at other places other than this the first time?
That was the first time I hung out with.
Okay. Did you know that Devin didn't drink?
No.
Okay. And did you actually see Devin drink that night?
No.
Okay. Did you see DT drink that night?
I had just got there.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Poole at the lounge that night?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did you see him consume any alcohol?
No.
Okay. And while y'all are, before you get there, you said you were at the Airbnb for 30 to 40 minutes. Did you see Mr. Poole, Devo, or DT drink there?
We was where at the Airbnb?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we always drinking at the Airbnb.
Okay. Did you actually see Mr. Poole drinking?
I didn't see Mr. Poole at the Airbnb.
Okay. That's right. I apologize. Did you actually see Devin drinking at the Airbnb?
I'm not sure. I just know we always drinking. I can't put it on, we always getting, drinking and smoking and stuff.
Okay. You said smoking, everybody's, I guess, enjoying their time together, right?
Right.
So when you leave, you just kind of leave by yourself?
When I left where?
The lounge, I apologize.
When I left the lounge, coming out the door, or when we left the parking lot?
When you left the parking lot.
I left the parking lot by myself. I came by myself.
Okay. And you, when you drive off, can you tell the jurors where is Devo and DT?
They coming up to the parking lot with the car. Scooping them and all them they waiting. And I pull off and dip off, go back to my suite.
Okay. So when you left the lounge, I guess where did you see everybody when you drove off? Were they just like in the parking lot, or were they?
A couple of them was in the parking lot, and Devo and KP, I'm not KP, Devo, and DT was gonna bring the car onto the lot.
Okay, did you see them bring the car out from the lot?
They was bringing the car onto the lot, and I was pulling off.
Okay. As you were pulling off and you saw, what color was the car that was being brought into the lot?
It was white.
Okay, did you know who, could you see into the car?
Yes.
Okay, who was driving?
Just asked me that. It was KP was driving. I mean, not KP was driving, but Devo was driving. Not Devo was driving. Getting the names mixed up. The initials. What's the boy name? DT was driving. The Devo in the passenger seat. You get me screwed up asking me the same different things in different ways.
Okay, well, I hadn't asked you who was driving at that point.
Now I'm saying you asking me the same question. Yeah, right.
Gotcha. Sorry, I'm not trying to confuse you. I apologize.
Right.
So you leave and everybody's in the parking lot, right?
Right.
And do you see anybody that night again?
Well, no, I went to church in my own room.
Okay, so when you left and you have no idea where each car or each person went after the lounge, correct?
No.
Okay.
I didn't get in touch with nobody else until I got a phone call saying that it was an accident happened.
And I believe you said on direct either a week later or sometime later, you came back up to Atlanta to see the person you know as KP, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you came, I think you said with Mr. Patrick or Mr. Scooby, right?
Yes, me and Scooby came back up.
Okay. And you were able to interact and talk with KP while you were here, correct?
We was talking about when we came to see him at the room. He wasn't really saying much at all. You know what I'm saying? We was mostly just talking to him.
Okay.
For him and stuff. You know, he was in a lot of pain. He was going through a lot at the time.
Well, thank you for your time.
Mr. Miller, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, jurors, any questions for Mr. Phipps? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Phipps, for your time. Oh, I'm sorry, not cutting anyone out. Thank you. Counsel. Mr. Phipps, when you were leaving the lounge, so this is when you heard about parking tickets, you got in your car and headed out. Did you ever see into which car KP got?
No, like I said, it was pulling on to the lot. I was leaving off. And so I pulled off.
So you didn't see,
I drove with them on the way when we was coming out.
got it. You didn't see what vehicle Mr. Williams' house got into, or Scooby or KP, you were gone by then?
I ain't say no vehicle, none of them got in. Two people I see in the vehicle was, what's the one name, Devo and, DT.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, anything else for Mr. Phipps? Based on that.
Just to be clear, you were one of the first person to leave the lounge or the club area, correct?
Right.
And so when you were leaving, who were the people that were leaving with you?
It was, Devo and it was DT.
All right, and who were you joking around with?
I was joking around with DT mostly because that's what I know the most, you know what I'm saying? We got the best relationship. I was talking to both of them.
Okay, and with respect to that joking around, why were you telling them to be careful?
Because, you know, because I know we all been kicking it and I know, you know, be drinking and stuff and I just want them to be careful.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Abate, anything else for Mr. Phipps?
You've been drinking that night, sir?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay, and you have been smoking marijuana, correct?
A little bit, not really.
Okay, and when you went to get your car with the person, I think you know, it's Devo and DT.
I went and got my car by myself. We went out the door together, was joking out my car this way, and they went and got to their car.
Okay, what kind of car does Scooby have?
What Scooby have?
Yes.
Scooby has a, he has a truck. I don't got the name of the truck, but he got a truck.
Did the house go with you to go get the truck when you went and got your car?
No, I already told you who went with me. It was, I walked out by myself with Devo and DT.
Okay, no house, right?
No, sir.
Okay, got it.
Did you see DT and Devo get in a car, or you just chatted with them and then you didn't see whether they got in a car or?
Parked far from each other, but I saw them get in the car, then they was pulling off. They were pulling
Okay.
off too. I was pulling off.
So they were moving in the car as you were moving in the car?
Right. We got in by the same time. You know, I took off.
Mhm.
And it's coming on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Appreciate your time.
Yes, sir.
Next witness, Mr. Miller.
Defense would call Brandy Jefferson.
We all right? It's hot. Okay. We'll report that. It's definitely not cool.
Please face me and raise your right hand. You swear affirm that testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God. Yes, swear and answer. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Brandy Jefferson, Brandi Jefferson.
Ms. Jefferson, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Jefferson, what do you do for work?
I'm a barber
And how long have you been barbering?
for about 4.5 years now.
And do you know Mr. Poole?
Yes,
How do you know him?
we worked in the shop together.
Where are you from?
I'm from Memphis.
And how long have you been in, or do you still stay in Memphis?
Now I live in Atlanta now.
How long have you been staying in Atlanta?
About 3 years now.
Can you say that again?
About almost 2 years now.
Okay. If you got some water, would that help? No, you don't need to apologize.
I'm hollering all morning.
You've been hollering all morning? What were you doing?
Oh,
Just hollering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Relationship problems.
Well, you won't have that here, so, but if you need some, if water would help.
Got a cop out if you want one.
No, I'm not sick.
All right, don't yell. You don't need to yell. Don't strain it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Better.
Yeah.
Not really, but we're gonna work through this.
Yeah.
Just get close to the microphone. Yeah. You can, the chair doesn't have wheels, so you have to heft it forward, but the closer you are to the microphone, the better.
All right, man, gotcha.
Thank you.
All right, you were saying, how long have you known Mr. Poole?
Like now or prior when the accident happened?
You can say now.
Now, about 4 or 5 years now.
All right, and where did you meet him at?
The barbershop.
And Deterius Minor, how did you know him?
Same thing, barbershop.
Had you known him longer?
Yeah.
And Mr. Devin Jones, how long did you know him?
Probably around the same amount of time. KP.
And out of the three of them, who were you the closest with?
DT.
And why would you say that?
We always hung out. He was always in my house, you know. We always kicked it. He was like my brother for real.
And what was the barbershop that you all worked at?
You said, what was it in the game?
What was it?
The name of it, in the game cuts.
In the game cuts, about how many barbers were there while you were there?
It's 4 on each side, so about 8. It was 4 chairs on each side. So.
All right, do you still work at In the Game?
No.
Are you at a barbershop here in Atlanta?
Yeah, I have my own barbershop though.
Why? Well, on that weekend, talking about April the 8th, 2021, why were you all making plans to come to Atlanta?
We was really talking about a shop trip, you know, like we all really wanted to relocate to Atlanta and stuff like that. So, you know, we just figured we, you know, go see how it was, you know what I'm saying? Try to, I guess, find the school was gonna find a location or something like that, you know.
I have 2 shops, one in Memphis and one in Atlanta, or close?
From my knowledge, yeah, at that time, yeah, because that one closed.
Who all was planning on coming to Atlanta from the shop?
Everybody.
Can you name their names?
And everybody that wanted to shop too, because EJ and Rob was with me. But Delvo, DT was already there. House, Jay Jones, Scooby.
They were,
Z.
And who?
Z.
Z, are you referring to Zorro?
Yeah.
All right, you said Mr. Minor was already living in Atlanta at the time?
Yeah.
All right, how long had he been living in Atlanta?
Probably about 3, 4 months.
All right, where did you all meet up before getting on the road to head to Atlanta?
I met at a gas station.
And who all met at that gas station?
It was me. In my car, it was me, EJ and Rob, and then KP and Devil.
Were y'all running late?
Yeah.
Why?
Cause I think Devil was trying to get a car or something like that. It ended up like not happening or something. I don't know how it went with his car situation. But so he ended up just riding with KP.
Devil was trying to rent his own car?
Yep, from my knowledge, yeah.
And then that did not work out.
Right.
All right, so when y'all left out of Memphis, what time was it?
It was late. So about probably about 5, honestly. About like 5, 5:30, something like that. It was later than we expected. So yeah, like 5, if not 4, honestly.
Okay, and for this, your memory on everything that happened, besides the trauma that you more likely experienced, or not more than likely that you experienced, what are you using to recall what happened or in the times for that night?
Just my memory, and I always like record videos and, you know, stuff like that. So I got a bunch of like videos of us, you know, So it, you know how iPhones are, they have like the timestamps and the date and all that.
When you all finally arrived to Atlanta, do you know approximately what time it was?
Mm, it had to be like 10:30, like 10:30. Yeah, because we had made one stop in like Birmingham, I think. So yeah.
And where did you go immediately once you got to Atlanta?
When I got to Atlanta, I think I dropped EJ and them off at the Airbnb first. And then I had went to the Airbnb with Scooby and them. I went to the Airbnb with Scooby and them.
And when you got to the Airbnb where Scooby, was Mr. Williams there as well?
House.
Or house?
Yeah, I don't use the house, I'm sorry. Yeah, yep.
Okay, who else was at the Airbnb at that point?
Zorro was cutting her, and who else was there? It was everybody for real. What's his name? Scooby, Zorro, and I just can't even remember who I really was there because like 10, 15 minutes in there, DT ended up calling me. So I didn't even get to see the whole Airbnb for real yet.
Okay, what did he call for?
Because he wanted me to come pick him up.
At that time, did Mr. Minor, did he have his own
Vehicle? Nah.
And you said that he was here already. Do you know where he was staying at?
He was staying at Phipps' place.
And how do you know that he was staying at Phipps' place?
Cause now, like, just being here now, like when I go in the area, I know the area now. Like,
did he ever send you the address to where he was staying at?
yeah, he did. I looked at my pictures. I had screenshotted it, like after everything happened.
Okay.
It was
You
like
said you screenshotted the address that he texted
yeah,
you?
because that was our last conversation for real.
All right, what made you, or what prompted you to save the address that he sent to you?
I guess when everything happened that day, like, I know how iPhones are, like, eventually they delete your messages and all this. So I at least want to have little memories of him and stuff like that, you know? So.
Do you remember the name of that apartment complex?
The whole complex?
No, where he was staying at.
Phipps' place.
All right. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 18. Are you able to identify what that is without telling us what's in it? Is that just a map?
Yeah. Okay.
Does it show the apartment complex where you picked Mr. Minor up?
Yeah.
All right, now at this time, defense would move to enter Defense Exhibit 18 for demonstrative purposes.
Mr. Abadi, any objection to 18 being admitted as a demonstrative?
I don't have an objection to being admitted as evidence.
Okay,
All right, we enter it as evidence.
it's admitted.
Ms. Jefferson, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 10. From Defense Exhibit 10, could you point on that map where you picked up Mr. Minor? You can do it on your screen too, you can start.
You said on here?
Yeah, on the screen here.
What I need to do is say mute or unmute.
Do stay muted, hit that one, and if you tap the screen once, there should be a circle in the lower left-hand corner with a pencil in it. Way down there, tap that. Now your finger is just like a pen. And so if you see whatever it is Mr. Miller's asking you about, you can circle it.
All right, could you circle where you picked up Mr. Minor from?
This area right here.
All right, and that's Phipps Place, correct?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And that apartment you picked him up from, it's near Lenox Mall, is that correct?
That object deleted.
He's already answered. Untimely. He's already answered.
I'm gonna withdraw the objection.
Okay. Don't ask leading questions though, and keep going.
Is there anything significant about that apartment complex, other than the text message that he sent to you, that makes it memorable for you?
Yeah, that Target right there in that in the garage. It's a garage, right? Cause I know I seen a garage.
All right.
Publix and all that.
Now, after you picked up Mr. Minor from Phipps, well, when you arrived at Phipps Place, what did you see Mr. Minor doing?
He was outside the window trying to make sure I seen him.
How was he kind of outside the window?
It's just like some right here.
And were you on the phone with him the entire time that you were trying to get there?
Yeah. I think you said the entire time I
Not
drove.
the entire time, but when you were trying to find the place.
Oh yeah,
And where did you park?
on the side of the street.
Did you ever go in?
Nah.
What
Wait on
happened?
him come out.
He came out. And then what happened next?
We got in the car. We headed back to the Airbnb.
And do you know approximately what time you left from picking up Mr. Minor to getting back to that Airbnb?
About 11:30.
And what happened once you got back to that Airbnb?
Like we was chilling, kicking it. Just kicking it for real for the most part. Scooby was trying to go to sleep, but me and DT were trying to wake him up, make him get up, so we could go out.
All right. Do you know approximately what time it was that you and Scooby were trying to wake up? I'm sorry,
Me and
you
DT.
Mr. Minor were trying to wake up Scooby or Mr. Patrick?
It was late because we was sitting around kicking it, and it was about 12:30, 12:45. Like it was late. It was late. If not 1 o'clock, honestly. For real.
It was honestly what?
I say if not like 12:30, 12:45, almost 1 o'clock. We sat around for a minute, just fellowshipping.
All right. Do you have a video or something that would show?
Yeah, I got it in my phone. Me and DT was jumping on Scooby trying to get him up.
Okay. And that video, do you know the timestamp on that video that shows that you all were trying to wake Scooby?
It should be on there. Want me to look at it?
Like to.
Well, I'm gonna object. I'm not sure what video she's talking about or.
Right. Tell me.
We're just trying to refresh your recollection of the.
So the state needs to see anything you're going to use to refresh your recollection.
Miss Jefferson, can I see your phone?
Yeah, you can see my phone. I didn't know, like,
Are there going to be multiple instances of this? Because this may be a time to break if there are a bunch of things you need to show the state, or if there's only one, we can just do it this one time. But if there are multiple, we got to do that during the break.
There is going to be some other stuff I'm going to answer. I'm not sure how many more times I'm going to need to refresh your memory of.
Okay, and the things you're going to enter, you have shared with the state?
Yes.
Okay, it would just be whatever you're using to refresh your recollection. Okay, why don't we take a break and you guys just iron all that out so we don't need to pause the proceedings with that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break, be 10-ish minutes. When we reconvene, we'll continue with the direct examination of Ms. Jefferson. Please don't talk about the case or do any outside research during the break.
All right, adjourned.
Pardon me? Just wait till they get, and then you're free to go. We have a chilled water for you as well, if you need it, right?
Got your time.
All right, Mr. Miller, if you could just think through if there are going to be other things that you want to have the state look at in advance. I know you can't predict it, but if you think it could be this or that, let's just give the state a chance to see whatever that is. We'll go from there. Anything else you want to get on the record before we break?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Body, anything else?
No, Judge.
All right, see you guys in a little bit. Ms. Rivers, can you hear us? Ms. Rivers, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great. All right. Let's go back on the record in State versus Poole. Mr. Miller, anything we need to talk about before the jurors come back in? Mr. Abadi? Okay. Before they come back in, did you get a chance to look at whatever it was on Ms. Jefferson's phone?
She was able to, they were able to like show the time stamp, the video was never able to play.
Okay, but there was a timestamp, and if that's what's refreshing recollection, you've now seen it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's bring the jurors in, please.
All rise for the jurors. All judges present in the county court.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back. We have Ms. Jefferson still on the stand. Her voice has not miraculously recovered, but she's going to have plenty of water to get her through this. Mr. Miller, when you're ready.
Ms. Jefferson. Excuse me.
You may need water too.
Stated that at some point in time, yourself and Mr. Minor tried to wake up Quentin Patrick. Is that correct? Mr.
Yes.
Patrick?
Yeah.
Now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory, what time was that?
148.
Can you say that again?
I said, look, there was like 148.
You say?
I don't know, 148. Can I look at it one more time?
Yeah, could
You sure
please
can.
refresh your memory again?
I don't know if I think I'm lying. Hold on. $148. That's what I'm gonna go with. My phone just died. Sorry.
That's not the time we can go with.
I don't even know. I just showed y'all we can get a charge and charge it. Y'all can look.
Well, we are where we are. 148 is her testimony.
Does 125 sound more
Yeah.
familiar?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Now,
He seen it though. I showed him.
There's no question. There was just whatever Mr. Miller just said. Your next question.
Mr. Jefferson,
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
When you and Mr. Minor went to wake up Mr. Patrick, was Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones at the house yet?
No.
Do you know where Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones were at that time?
From my knowledge, there was some Kivo money thing.
Okay. And how long after you all woke him up was it that Mr. Poole and Mr. Jones arrived at that house?
A little minute after. Because they weren't there that long before we all left.
What happened when they got there?
When they got there, we had already ended up thinking about what we was finna head to. So we all ended up leaving.
And where did you all go?
Some lounge.
And do you remember who was riding in your car with you to the lounge?
It had to been the same people that came. I don't recollect who was in the car with me at the time.
You remember how many cars you all took to the lounge?
I know Scooby was in his truck because I was following behind him. So
And approximately what time did you all get to that lounge?
like 2 something.
What happened while y'all were there?
What you mean what happened? Was kicking it?
What else?
Like just kicking it, like everybody was recording videos and, just having fun, drinking, chilling, smoking.
You said everyone was recording videos while you were at the lounge?
Yeah.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 19. Have you seen the contents of Defense Exhibit 19?
No.
The video?
Oh, yeah.
You remember seeing the IG video prior to this?
Yeah. You talking the one I was tagged in? Oh, yeah.
All right, and has it changed in any way with the same video that it accurately reflects you all at the lounge at that time?
Right.
The defense will move to enter Defense Exhibit 19 into evidence.
I guess no objection. No objection.
Okay, 19 is admitted.
There's actually 2 videos. Do you remember the video, the IG video where you all were at the Airbnb?
We at the Airbnb. Who recorded?
It was recorded by, if not.
So you don't get to test, right, sorry. The one that's been admitted is the video of what was going on at the lounge. There may be 2 on that thumb drive. We'll just make sure that the second one doesn't go back with the jury unless you later lay a foundation for that being admitted.
All right, so you were testifying the video that you remember from IG was one where you were tagged in it, correct?
Right.
And it's not. It's not a long video, but who is that we see initially in that video?
DT.
And there's some X on there. The screen will cooperate. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, those names right there, what does that mean?
This is everybody over there.
All right, so are those called tags?
Yeah.
All right, so would that indicate everyone that was at the restaurant at that time, correct?
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said.
I said, yeah. Not everybody. If it was only 5, it was more than that, but everybody's name one tagged on there. If that's what you asking me. Oh, you asked the question. Oh, okay.
No, he doesn't get to ask yet.
Oh,
He just couldn't hear what you said.
Okay.
Now, when you all left what happened, we see everybody's there. And do you know what restaurant or lounge or where that place is?
I don't know the name of it.
Since you've been living in Atlanta, do you know the area where that?
Yeah, like now I know the area. Like if I drove past it, like I probably would know that probably area.
I'm sorry?
If I drove past it, I probably know the area.
Any landmarks that you can remember that were close to that restaurant?
Sweet Lounge. I know. I know now. I don't know if it was then there, but Sweet Lounge was there on the corner. Other corner.
Okay. How long were you all there?
Not long because we had ended up getting tickets.
Okay. What happened? Tell us what was going on.
We was just kicking it, and then house talk. So I guess he looked out the window and seen that we was getting tickets placed on our cars on the side street right there.
So what happened next?
Oh, so everybody started leaving out. Everybody started leaving out. I was finna leave out, but then KP was like, "Sir, I just order wings or whatever. Wait on me right fast." I'm like, "All right." You know, because really I was a little lit too, and I forgot to order food, so I was gonna get his food with him. So we walked out last, you know.
So everyone else had walked out, and you and Mr. Poole were about to walk out, but he had ordered some wings. Is that correct?
Yeah, he wanted me to wait on him.
Okay. And you said "sir" or "sis"? What?
Yeah, sis and sir. That's the same. That's what they call it.
Okay. Was that kind of the nickname that he had for you?
Yeah.
Were you kind of like his big sister?
Yeah.
A little bit. To DT, did you have that same relationship?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What about Devin?
Yeah, Devin, we kind of like met around, you know, at the shop and stuff like that. But he know me by B.
Right. He know you by you.
Right.
As far as Mr. Minor and Mr. Poole, you were big sister, correct?
Right.
Now, what happened next?
Man was walking out. We was eating chicken and talking about, I guess, like what we was talking about in the club or whatever like that. Scooby came and joined us eating the food too, out of my hand. So that's about it.
Okay. And at that point, who all is outside? Are you all in the front of the restaurant?
No, so you got to come out like the side. So we came out the side around to the cars that was on the street.
Okay. And who was with you?
At that point, you talking about when I got to the street?
No, when you all immediately walked out the restaurant and you're
just me and KB when we walked out. Yeah, just me and him. Okay. And then we met up with Scooby came because he seen food, so he pulled up.
All right. And then where were Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones at that point?
They was already gone.
Do you know where they had went to?
I didn't see they was already gone.
Okay, so what happened next?
We was eating the chicken and all that, and they were talking about the tickets, and EJ was like, "So you got a ticket too?" type thing, and I was like, "Dang, I got to run on." And it was just a whole bunch of commotion. Girls was outside, you know how they do all that. So,
all right, and what next?
We all got in our cars.
All right. Did you see Mr. Poole get into his car?
No, I did not see him in the car.
Okay. Did you see who rode in your car?
Who rode in my car? Right. On the way there or to back?
Oh, when you all were leaving.
I don't even know if I drove back. I think I got in the car was in the back seat or something. If I didn't drive, honestly, I don't remember driving. But I was lit, so I can't, you know.
So as we sit here today, you cannot say that you saw Mr. Poole get into his car, correct?
Correct.
But what you can say is that Mr. Jones and Mr. Minor.
Don't answer the question. Just let him finish the question, but don't answer. You done with the question?
Yes.
I didn't hear.
No, you don't need to do anything yet.
I'm gonna object to leading.
Sustained.
Can you say where Mr. Minor and Mr. Jones were?
I know they was headed to the car because we was all headed to the cars.
And when you left, where did you go?
From the club, from the lounge, I mean.
Right.
We went all outside to go look at our tickets and all that, you know, see what was up.
When you got into the car with Mr. Patrick, who was driving that car?
House.
All right, and where did you all go?
We ended up going to a little night, like overnight thing with strippers.
And how long were you all there?
We was there for a minute, but not that long, cause my guy Spud, like, he had something going on with strippers, like where he was picking them up or something. They was getting in with us and all that. So
Did y'all eventually leave that place?
yes,
And where did y'all go next?
to the Airbnb.
And what happened then?
Kicking it with the strippers and stuff, and then like all of a sudden, Scoop was just like, "Y'all, hold on, like turn me down." Like he was like, "I got a call, like plenty and one a call. It was like plenty missed calls from DT and Devil Mama, you know what I'm saying, or whatever." So he was like, "Let me see what's up."
And what did you learn at that point?
I'm gonna object to hearsay at this point.
Scooby, Mr. Patrick is here to testify.
Then he can tell us.
What happened next?
Basically, he like just broke out crying and we was just like, you know, what happened, what's up? And you know, he said that they got into a wreck.
And what happened?
We ended up we even just leave right away. Like we went outside, but couldn't nobody drive for real because it was like devastated. So we was outside for a minute, you know, just crying and stuff, trying to gather ourselves. And then we ended up getting in the car and going to the hospital.
Who all got into the car to go to the hospital?
From my recollection, me, Scooby, House. I don't remember if Spud was with us, but yeah.
Did you actually go into the hospital?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't know, man. I was just crying so hard I couldn't even. I couldn't think straight.
What y'all do next?
So we was out there for a little minute, and Scooper went in though for sure. I know he went in. And we was out there for a minute. Though. And after he came back, and you know, Slick tried to tell us like what, you know, like how he was, you know, or whatever. But we weren't really no talking. Everybody just was hurt for real. So we end up getting on the road. I left my runner with EJ and them because I didn't want to stay because my heart was broke. So I just left with Scooby and them.
Okay, so who returned your rental car?
EJ.
And the ride back, what was going on in the car at that point?
It was quiet for real. We was just all crying.
Did you eventually come back to Atlanta?
What you mean? To move, yeah.
That was the next time you came back?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Vadi?
So good afternoon, Ms. Jefferson. How long have you been a barber?
About 4 years.
Okay, and you said you started cutting hair in Memphis, correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been cutting hair here in Atlanta?
since I moved here.
I figured that much, but when did you move here?
It's been about 3.5 years now.
Okay.
Three. About 3.
Okay,
Going on 3. I ain't been here that long.
okay. And you said you met DT, KP, and or Devo through, I guess, cutting hair, working at barbershops.
You have to say yes or no.
My
Okay,
bad.
that's okay.
And can you tell the jurors that weekend in April of 2021, why were y'all coming down to the Atlanta area?
A shop. Like we wanted to relocate shops, you know. Everybody wanted to really, you know, see what it was gonna be like to be a barber in Atlanta, you know.
Okay.
So
And you said you rented a car,
yes.
and do you remember what kind of car you rented?
Nope.
And what color the car was?
I think it was white.
Huh?
I think it was white. I can't recollect. It was 3 years ago.
Okay.
I rented a lot of cars.
Okay, you said it was 3 years ago. You can't remember, right?
Right.
Okay. And you, I think Direct said y'all were gonna meet at a gas station somewhere in Memphis, right?
Mm-hmm.
I say yes.
Yes, my bad.
And who were you meeting at that gas station?
KP.
Okay, and who else?
Devo.
And who was in your car when you went to the gas station?
Me, Rob, and EJ.
You, Rob, and EJ?
Yes.
And when you did you get to the gas station first, or did KP and Devo?
Yeah, I was there first because I was waiting on them.
And when they arrived, KP was driving, correct?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting.
Okay,
And
you'll get it.
he was driving his white Q50 Infiniti, right?
Yes.
And once he got there, you guys traveled to Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
And you drove your rental car, right?
Yes.
And KP drove his car to Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
You said, I can't remember, and I apologize, 'cause I'm trying to speed this up so you have to talk less. But you said you left, I think you said 5 or 5:30?
Yeah, right, somewhere around that time.
Okay, and that's 5 or 5:30 Memphis time, right?
Yeah.
And Memphis is on the central time zone, correct?
Yes, whatever that means. Yeah.
Okay.
I know it's an hour behind.
Hour behind. So that would make it 6 or 6:30 when you left Memphis here.
The sun was still up.
Sun was still up.
But that's what you're asking, yeah.
Okay, so if you left at 5 or 5:30 Memphis time, it's 6 or 6:30 Atlanta time, correct?
Correct, if that was the exact time. I don't know exact time, but yeah.
Okay. And since then and before then, had you driven to Atlanta from Memphis before?
Yes.
And it takes about what, 6 hours, correct?
No, not 6 hours.
How many hours?
5.
5 hours, okay.
4.5, depending on what part of Atlanta you're going to.
Okay.
Atlanta big.
Okay. How long did it take to the part of Atlanta you were going to in April 2021?
About 5.5, because we stopped.
5.5. You said you stopped?
Yeah, 5. Yes, we stopped at a gas station in Alabama somewhere.
Okay, and when you stopped at that gas station, after you left, you were driving your rental car, correct?
Correct.
And KP was driving his car, correct?
Yes.
And you guys continued to make the journey to here in Atlanta, right?
Correct.
And you were staying at an Airbnb with KP, Devo, right?
No,
What Airbnb were you staying at?
Scoobies.
Okay, you were staying at Scooby's.
Yeah, but we never stayed. So yeah.
Okay. The plan was for you to stay at Scooby's.
Right.
And can you tell the jurors, when you got to Atlanta, where did you guys go first?
Well, I got to Atlanta.
When you got to Atlanta.
Okay. We split. Me and KP, we split. I ended up dropping EJ and them off at their Airbnb. We went to go look at their Airbnb or something like that.
Okay. You say we, who went to go look at the Airbnb?
Me, EJ, and Rob.
Okay. And how long, I guess, were you at the Airbnb before you then left Rob and EJ?
Not long at all, because I was in a rush to get to Scuba and them.
Okay. And okay, so you dropped EJ and Rob off at one Airbnb, and you drove to another one?
Mm-hmm.
I say yes.
Yes, my bad.
And when you got to Scooby's Airbnb, who was there?
Zorro, uh, Scooby House, for the most part, Jay Jones, I can recollect. That's all I can recollect. Cause like I said, I didn't go all the way through because I got a call.
Okay. And while you were at Scooby's, I think you said you got a phone call from DT, right?
Correct.
And you, as a result of that call, went to go pick up DT, right?
Yes.
And you drove to DT's apartment, right?
Yes.
And you remember on direct the map that was shown to you. You said he was living at Fifth Place, right?
Yeah.
Where are you living generally now in Atlanta? Don't give me your address.
About me?
Yes.
Kennesaw.
Okay. So I guess Cobb County.
Right.
Okay. And how long were you at DT's spot or his place before you and DT left?
Couple minutes because I couldn't find it until I see him waving out the window, like as soon as I'm right here. So he had to come down because he was on the top level. So I had to park, wait on him to come down, get his stuff.
And at that point, he got in the passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And you drove him to back to Scooby's Airbnb?
Yes.
When you arrived at that Airbnb, was KP and Devo, were they there yet?
No.
No?
No, they were not.
Okay. And no, like you said, it was a little over 3 years ago. About what time do you think it is that you get to that Airbnb again with DT?
Probably, something made my phone died. He was taking my pictures at about 12:30, or somewhere around that time.
That's not, he was taking what?
DT was taking my pictures. I asked him to take my pictures, so it was about 12:30, like 12:45. It was late. It was super late.
And when you got there, can you tell the jurors what was going on at the Airbnb?
Haircutting, kicking it, you know.
Kicking it, drinking?
Yeah, smoking, drinking, yeah.
Okay. And prior to getting to the Airbnb, had you had anything to drink or been smoking before that?
Before I got to Airbnb, the first time? Off the road?
Yes.
Off the road, no.
Okay. And
when I got there, yes.
Okay. And when you got there back after you picked DT, how long you can remember, were you at the Airbnb before you went to the lounge in Atlanta?
We were there for a minute because, like I said, we were sitting around, you know, listening to music, just kicking it, happy to see each other, you know. So it was a little minute.
All right, so
around 2:00 then. It was around 2:00.
When you were getting ready to leave?
No, it was about 1:50 or something like that. It was late. It was super late.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Cause I got a video of me and Scooby in the club at like 2:30. So yeah, it was like 2:00.
Okay. So, and I may have missed it, but when do you think you left the Airbnb to get to the lounge? That's what I'm asking.
A little before 2.
Okay. And who all went? Who all left from that location? So the Airbnb that Scooby had rented, who all left from that location to go to the lounge?
Everybody that was at the Airbnb.
Well, I know that, but we weren't there. So who left?
You had already asked me who I was there.
Okay. Well, now I'm asking you who left the Airbnb to go to the lounge.
I don't recollect who all went.
Okay.
Cause I told you I can't remember who was all in the car with me when we went to the lounge.
All right. And then you drove your rental car from the Airbnb to the lounge, correct?
Correct.
And who else? I guess Caravan, what other cars went to the Airbnb? Because you said you went together.
All of us did. All of us did go. All of us, everybody that we all met at the Airbnb. We all left and went to the lounge. Okay. We followed each other.
Okay. If I heard you correctly, you said you remember driving, but you don't remember who was in your car.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And do you know who drove or rode in any of the other vehicles that Caravan with you?
Everybody at Scooby, House, Spud, uh, DT, me,
Let me,
EJ. Like,
let me be more specific. How many other cars followed you?
I don't remember. I told you I was following Scooby. I don't remember. That was a long time ago. I don't know if I know I had to run a car. Scooby had his truck. You know what? If Z was there, he had his own car. So, who else? Spud ain't had no car, so he hopped in one of us. Like, I don't.
He had his own car, you said?
Who Spud? No, I said he didn't have one, so he hopped in one of us.
You said E. A second ago, you said E, or did I mishear you?
I said E. No, I never said that.
And who did you say had their own car? I couldn't hear.
Z.
Z.
Zoro.
All right, so do you know who drove any of the other cars that followed you to the lounge?
Everybody that was there.
All right, I'll be real specific. Do you know who got behind the wheel of any other vehicle that you either followed or followed you to the lounge that night?
Yeah, me, House, and whoever else went.
So the question is not who all went, but do you know, yes or no, who was driving each of the cars that went to the lounge?
Oh no, I don't know. I didn't follow them to their car, so I wouldn't know. I only was in my car and I was following Scooby. So, like I said, I was already, we was in the mix of, drinking, smoking, all that. So I'm not paying attention to everybody else. I'm trying to pay attention to what I'm supposed to be paying attention to.
Okay, got it. And then you guys arrive to the lounge, right? And you continue whatever you were doing, having fun, chilling, libations, all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
And how long, if you can remember, were you guys at the lounge before everyone decided to leave because you got the tickets on the cars?
Probably about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay. And you mentioned something about dancers or strippers. Did you meet them at the lounge or somewhere else?
No, that was later on. That was like 4:30 in the morning. That was like at another spot we ended up going to.
Okay. How'd you know them? Did you, I guess I'm trying to ask, did you meet them that night?
The strippers? No, I didn't know them. Spud knew them. We met them after we left the lounge.
Okay. So then you said you leave in a vehicle with Scooby and you said House, right?
Yes.
And you three go your separate ways, correct?
Yeah. Spud, I think he was with us too. Spud, I think he was with us too. Yeah.
Okay. And after you go your separate way, you don't see anybody else leave the lounge, right?
I was in the backseat.
And you have no idea where anybody who wasn't in your car went after
Exactly.
the lounge. Exactly?
Yes.
Well, I'm done, so thank you.
Mr. Miller, any follow-up for Ms. Jefferson?
You mentioned that there was a picture that you took inside the lounge with Mr. Patrick. What was the time that you said that picture was?
That one was at 2:30.
That was at 2:30. And then shortly after that, is that when you all were when Mr. Williams started saying that it was time to go?
Yeah.
All right. So after that picture, about how much longer did you all stay at the lounge?
After I took a video of me and Scooby, I think that was it, because I didn't get a chance to get no more of the videos. That was the only video I got of me and him.
So after that, then it was the part where you were eating with
KP, right.
Thank
you. Right.
Questions from the jurors? All right, Ms. Jefferson, I hope you have a more relaxed evening with your relationship. You can keep the water. That's on the county, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Nope, go that way. Same way you came in. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to press on. Do we have the same stop time, 5-ish? Yes, okay. Mr. Miller, next witness, please.
Your Honor, may we approach?
It's
a time.
I know, but we've got about 25 minutes. Let's start a witness. Any witness you want.
Okay. They would call Quentin Patrick.
gonna be the defense conflict with that.
I-
He said state, I just want to make sure.
Oh, okay. You're not presenting a rebuttal yet. All right.
They say spelling that correct.
Quinn Patrick,
Spell it.
Quintin, Patrick, Patrick.
Mr. Patrick. What do you do for a living?
I'm a barber.
Mr. Patrick, I'm gonna need you to speak up a little so everyone can hear you.
I'm a barber.
There you go.
All right, and do you own your own shop?
Yes, sir.
What's the name of your shop?
In the gang cuts.
And where is In the Game Cuts located?
At the time, it was in Memphis. Now it's here in Georgia. It's in Atlanta.
How long have you all been in Atlanta?
Oh, I've been here 3 years.
When you were in Memphis, tell us about your shop.
My shop was like a pretty well-known shop. A lot of well-known barbers, good talented barbers. You know, a cool environment, helped the community. We was without it. We was with, you know, giving back to the community. Pretty much anything you can name this consists of being a top-tier barbershop.
And the barbers that you hired, what kind of specialty or what did you look for in those barbers?
Talent, personality, just good talent, good personality, good social skills, you know, just good all around.
Did you know Mr. Poole, Kenneth Poole, or do you know Mr. Poole?
Yes.
And how did you know Mr. Poole?
As a barber, he was I got a lot of barbers, kind of younger barbers that look up to me for what I do, you know what I'm saying? So he was kind of like one of my proteges, looked up to me and as a barber. And we met throughout that time right there.
Okay.
But I also known at like a younger age. That cut his hair for when we went to the prom. Also, so.
Mr. Devin Jones, did you know him?
I got to know him throughout time. I knew him, but I didn't know him as long as I knew KP.
All right. And about how long had you known Mr. Jones?
Before he started working in my shop, probably like 6 months. Cause we were conversing about him coming to the shop, but he was somewhere else. Then we finally got a chance to come over there. That's when he came and worked for me for like 2-3 months, probably like 2 months, something like that.
He had not been there long before you all came to Atlanta.
Nah.
Mr. Minor, Deterius Minor, how did you know him?
That's my cousin.
All right, so you had known Mr. Minor all your life?
Yeah, all his life.
What was, I know you said that Mr. Poole treated you like you were like a mentor for him.
Yes.
Mr. Jones, you were kind of more of an employer relationship. What was the relationship that you had with Mr. Minor?
Our relationship was tight, real tight. Like,
how did he view you?
As I say, as a big brother, more than a cousin, like a big brother. Sometimes, you know, conversations we done had, you would think like a father figure. Some talks we done had and things, you know what I'm saying, of that sort.
So, I know you haven't been here, but in this case, in the beginning, we got to hear about Devin Jones and how he was as a person. We haven't been able to hear the human version of Mr. Minor. Could you share with us the Mr. Minor that you remember?
Smart, cool, talented, you know, young, of course had, you know, going through things any younger person to go through. You know what I'm saying? He was just straight up cool. We used to always talk. If he had something, if he got into something or into something, I'm the person that he coming to about it, you know, from time when he was, man, from young to older, you know what I'm saying? Even this, I had a lot of influence on him becoming a barber. Me, his cousin, John, a lot of us, you know, it's like a lot of barbers in our family. So I was one of the ones that had a big impact on it.
Okay. Any other aspects of, were you trying to mentor, Mr. Minor? Would you consider yourself a mentor for him as well?
Yeah, I will say that. I will say I'm a part of the reason he moved to Georgia. You know, he was I had a lot of influence on it. For him wanted to switch it up, switch his life up. You know, he was going through a probation thing.
I'm gonna object at this point. Like, this is not relevant. It's not relevant.
Great. I sound like previous of this. Okay, your response, or do you want to move on?
Well, Your Honor, we were just going through the.
I know what you were going through. We started to veer into an area that was a little different than I think what you were previewing.
Yeah, that's fine. Can I just instruct the witness?
Sure.
Is that fine? So, Mr. Patrick, if you could, not mentioning any criminal history, but just tell us just the human factor of Mr. Minor and his effect on you and as a life and your effect on him as well.
Well, his effect on me was like I say, I motivated him in a lot of things, and he motivated me also. You know what I'm saying? I guess you say the reaction that I seen him giving after talks and conversations and all that. So
On April the 8th, 2021, were you all coming to Atlanta that weekend?
yeah.
And what was the purpose of you coming to Atlanta that weekend?
We were coming to to visit DT. That was one of the reasons, and to just come out and everybody was really talking about moving to Atlanta. We want to transition and take our talent. You know how LeBron took his talent down. We want to take our talent to another state, another city, and do what we were doing in Memphis. We want to take it to Georgia and do the same thing. So we.
Oh, go ahead.
So we all decided we're just gonna go down there and see what the city about, to get the vibe, get the feel for it. But at the same time, we was, you know what I'm saying, still gonna celebrate.
Had you all at that point outgrown Memphis, would you say?
Say it again.
Would you say at that point that your barbershop had outgrown Memphis?
Yeah, it did.
Why would you say that?
Because a lot of things that you can do in the city of Memphis, we done pretty much done it. As far as financially, talent wise, you know, I just feel like it was time for us to match. Kind of look at Atlanta, a bigger city, Georgia, a bigger state. So we kind of want to take it and match, you know, come from a small city and take it to a bigger city, make it do what they do in the bigger city.
How did you get to Atlanta?
Drove my truck.
And who was in the truck with you?
Me, House, with Corey, and Spud.
About what time did you all leave Memphis?
It probably around 11, noon, 1, somewhere up in there.
Was it early in the
day?
day?
It was more earlier than it was later.
And what time, roughly, I know it's been 3 years, roughly what time did you all make it to Atlanta?
Probably out 6, 7, something like that, somewhere up in there.
Once y'all got here to Atlanta, what did y'all do?
I remember I had to call my partner because at the time we couldn't get nobody get no room and no Airbnb, but I had a plug. I had somebody that could get me Airbnb. It was kind of like a more private rental. So I had to hit him up, wait on him to give us the okay, make sure everything was straight for us to go to the Airbnb. So we finally went to the Airbnb. We was in there chilling for a little minute.
All right. Do you have any idea where that Airbnb is?
It was on a street called Pryor, I think.
Okay. So not far from the Scorehouse.
Right. Because I remember seeing a big a Fulton sign going on like a little bridge thing or something like that.
Once you got here, what time or how did everyone else eventually start coming into town?
I guess gradually, because I know we made it. I was more focused on trying to go and get us in, you know what I'm saying? Because we I'd rather sit down and chill and just, you know what I'm saying, get settled before we did anything. So I know we made it, and I don't know, I just can't say who came first, next and all that, because I really don't know.
as soon as you got down here, did you see, or as soon as you got to Marietta, were you able to see Mr. Minor?
A little bit afterwards, cause I know we went to the shop because at this shop he was working with one of my partners. That's how he ended up working at the shop that he working at. Cause my partner had ended up getting him on at that barber shop when he moved down.
You know about where that barber shop was located?
Off of street cars in a Chambly. Is it Chambly? Yeah, in that area right there.
And do you have any idea where Mr. Minor was staying at that time?
I don't know where, but I know who he was staying with. But I don't know where they was staying.
Okay. Who was he staying with at that time?
It was a guy that was working at the barber shop. Who he at the same shop that he was working at down here.
All right. Now, what happened when you all got back to the Airbnb?
Get back to the Airbnb. We chilled for a little second. We chilled. It was getting later around that time, so we was just down there. Me at the Airbnb, just just lounging around or whatever, just kicking it.
All right.
And
Go ahead.
ended up getting tired. You know what I'm saying? I thought I ate some food. Got full. That's what really got me more sleep or whatever. Ate, got full, and just kicked it. Cause like I say, we wanted to get settled and proceed for the next day or whatever. On to the mission.
At the point where you were getting sleepy and going to sleep, who was at the Airbnb at that time?
Me, House, and Spud.
When did you eventually take a nap?
Yeah, I did. I dozed off.
How were you awakened?
My Brandon and my cousin DT came in there playing. Like this, one of the memories I remember. Like came in there playing, I was like, I don't want to go on. You know what I'm saying? So I always take that memory right there. Is like, was there his last, like, you know what I'm saying? Like him coming to tell me, come and spend last moments with him, whatever. So him and Brandon, they came in there, woke me up. They literally pulled me out the bed.
You know approximately what time that was that they woke you up?
It was after midnight. It was late. I'd say probably probably about 1. It probably about 1 something.
All right. What happened after that?
They finally talked us into going on to the lounge.
When you say they had to talk us into going into the lounge, who all did they have to talk into going into the lounge?
Me and House.
Why was that?
We want to chill, but when House finally said he'll go, then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go. You know what I'm saying? So we end up going.
All right. And you said that it was late. Around what time did you all get to that lounge?
Probably around, I'd say probably about 2 something.
And what happened while you all were at the lounge?
I remember us being in there for a while, chilling. At the time, I was smoking. We was smoking, having some drinks, just kicking it, doing lounging, kicking it. And then I remember a point where House, it was like like a patio looking thing, like a clear window you could see out of it. House came, he was like, hey man, they put some tickets on some cars, putting tickets on our car, because all us had parked like down the street. So he came, he was like, they putting tickets on cars. And of course, he was like, man, we really were trying to kick it. He was like, man, hey, look, y'all want to get told or y'all want to just leave or whatever. So we were like, man, let's go on roll. But at the time, we were really waiting on some chicken. I was Brandon, no, KP had with the food. And I was hungry, but it was kind of like too late for me to go on because I didn't want to postpone us leaving whatever. So in my head, I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna eat some of that chicken.
All right. Do you know approximately, what happened next?
We stood out there. Me, I know House had got the keys, went on to get the truck. So we were standing out there in the front. It was some me, KP, Brandy. At the time, DT and Devo, they were right there, but they were talking to it was some chicks right there they were talking to. So while we standing right there, they ended up walking on down towards the car because they didn't want to, we had to go on, get the vehicles from down there or whatever. So while we standing right there talking, while me, KP, and Brandon standing right there, we standing right there eating. I'm eating the wings, I remember getting some wings out their plate. And he moved and KP like, man, watch out, bro, doing all that. And I'm kind of trying to get the wings or whatever. So they had went down there. They, hollering at the girls. I don't know how they conversation going, whatever they were doing there. So
You said they was hollering at the girls. Who was it that was hollering at those?
DT and Devo.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You know, Saturday night, everybody out. It was just everybody feeling good. It was just one of them times right there.
All right. So what happened next?
So they rolled down there. Remember, House pulled up in my truck. He pulled up in the truck, and then the car had pulled up. So at the time, I didn't know who was in the car. I really wasn't paying no attention to who was in the car. I'm just more focused on getting in the truck.
Whose car was it?
It was KP car.
All right, but KP was KP.
He was still right there. We were still right there eating our we were eating, we were still eating food and doing all that, just waiting on them to pull up or whatever. So when they finally pulled up, KP hopped in the back. He hopped in his car in the back seat, and I had hopped in the passenger side. The house is in my truck. So we had they hopped in the car, or whatever. Me, Spud was behind me. I'm in my truck. Spud behind me. House is driving. I'm in the passenger seat. So at the time, I don't know who was, driving the white car, KP car. I just know he hopped in the car. So we ended up pulling off. We went to it was a light, probably like 3 feet or whatever. I know it was a light right there. So then when House had ended up rolling up, my passenger window down, and then DT rolled the window down in the driver's seat. And he said, House was like, hey man, so what y'all finna do? DT like, man, we finna get ready to make a little stop. We finna go get ready to make a stop or whatever. So but earlier, Spud, it was the chicks at the Airbnb, where at the apartment Airbnb that we was at. Spud had ended up hollering it, and I think they were like some dancers or whatever. So he ended up getting down on them. So that was Spud whole mission. He was talking to the chicks. That's why he was kind of out the way, but he was talking to the chicks, conversing with the chicks, doing the whole I guess setting it up. So we ended up leaving. They went their way. We went our way. So we ended up going to I don't know what spot it was.
Going back to that, when you said they went their way, are you talking about DT,
KP, and Devo,
and Mr. Jones?
Yeah.
Jones.
They went that direction.
When they went their way, who was driving the car at that time?
DT was driving.
And how do you know that DT was driving that car?
Because House rolled the passenger window down. He asked him where they finna go, and he was like, "I'm finna get ready to go. We finna go make a stop," because we were trying to see if they wanted to come back to Airbnb. Because with Spud had set up, we was gonna be like, we was just gonna do like an after party type thing at the crib, or whatever. Like I said, we out of town having fun. They went their way. They went their direction. And we went, picked them up. Because, you know what I'm saying, they was gonna be that ride back to the same spot that we were going to.
Who them you talking about? Are you talking about the dancers?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we ended up doing it. So we went back to the Airbnb. I remember Spur went there. He had came out with some ones because he was doing a little jig or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So went in the jump, went to Airbnb, and they were up there dancing or whatever. So I'm cheap. I was kind of putting my one. I wasn't doing too much, but they were doing that thing, whatever. But my phone it was low at the time, so I went and put my phone on the charger in the back. So I had my phone on the charger when putting on the, put my phone on the charger on the little nightstand thing. So, went back in there. We just chilling, music, doing our thing, whatever. And then, man, by this time I went to check my phone. Somebody just told me to go check my phone. Went to check my phone. My auntie had called me. I seen my auntie call a lot of times. I knew right then and there something had happened.
Which auntie are you talking about?
My auntie right there, Peaches.
And who was that? Somebody's mom?
Yeah, the DT mama.
Okay, and then what happened?
So I remember picking the phone up, and I called her back. I called back, and she was screaming. When I seen all the missed calls at that time in the morning, I just knew. I just knew something was going on. So she was like, go check on my baby. Go check on my baby. Then I'm like, she like, they were just in the wreck. And she said 2 people died and 1 was living. So when I heard that, I started throwing up. I just started like literally was puking. I was just throwing up. Went to the sink. I'm just throwing up, crying, throwing up. I couldn't register. I didn't even know who died. I just know 2 people died. I didn't know which 2 people it was. I just know lost 2 people. So when that happened, man, it was just, man, it was.
So, when you all found that out, did you tell everybody else what was going on?
Yeah, I told House and Spud. Told them. Then I remember calling Brandy, trying to call Brandy. Then we had somebody else, Zorro. He wasn't with us the whole time, but I had to end up calling him, let him know what was going on. Try to call everybody, let them know what was going on, to just let them know. Then we stood outside, we walked up and down the street. That's how I know that it was, that's how I remember where the Airbnb was at. I was walking up and down the street, just pacing up and down the street and looking at this sign said Fulton. Pacing up and down the street, Finally, we gathered up, hopped in the truck, we rode to Grady.
Who all rode to Grady?
Me, House, Spud. I think Brandon had got in there with us. Who else pulled up? I think Brandon got in there with us. Yeah. And then we went down there to the hospital, and then we stood out there. We got out. I remember seeing KP relatives out there. Then my auntie called me, and she asked me if I could go identify my little cousin, and I was like,
and you what?
I just couldn't do it.
And so you had actually went into the hospital?
Yeah, I went in, but I wasn't able to. They wouldn't let nobody, go no further than where I went.
Right. What was it about that situation that you couldn't identify Mr. Minor?
This my blood, this my little cousin. I couldn't do that. I done lost a son the same way. I couldn't do it.
All right. Now, when y'all left that hospital, where did y'all go next?
I think we went back to the Airbnb, got our stuff, and it was just a storm came. I remember a storm came. I remember us getting caught in the storm, trying to get back home. Brandon ended up riding back with us because she was through. Everybody was just through. And I was looking at the house like I couldn't even believe he was driving for us because all of us was just, he was through. Like, you gotta think, man, we be with these people every day. They with us every day. They family. They literally like family. Even though they were on my blood, I was growing to really know dude and love them. So I love all of them. They ask them folks like they like my family. Besides, DT is my biological family, but all my barbers they like, got plenty of love for them. Anybody can ask y'all. Anybody.
When you got to Memphis, did you eventually come back to Atlanta?
Yeah, but not right then. It probably was like a week later.
All right, and who did you come back to Atlanta with?
Me and Jay Jones. Rode back.
And what happened when you got back? Did you go back to the hospital?
Yeah, we went to the hospital and we had to sneak. We snuck in the hospital to see KP because they wouldn't let us. But I had to see him. I was going crazy, man. I was like, man.
Were you able to talk to Mr. Poole during that time when you came back?
He was in and out. It's like he was in and out. But I remember one thing. I remember this reaction. Like him having it's like it was like a sore or something. It was like a burnt mark thing. It was something on his leg, and the doctors had ended up they forgot to put the plastic on there. They ended up putting like the cloth part on there, so they had to take it off, and they were taking it off with just raw, like cushion to skin, and that was the loudest scream I done heard. He screamed to the top of his lungs. Like, he screamed loud, like,
How long did y'all stay there that day?
well, the lady, she ended up finding out that we, kind of went in there, snuck in there or whatever. So when she found out, she was like, I'm gonna let y'all go ahead, and she like, y'all got in here. So I might well let y'all go on, stay in, you know what I'm saying? So we stayed probably like 45 minutes, an hour or so.
When you left there, did you go back to Memphis?
I don't think we went right then. I don't think we instantly went back, but of course we eventually went back. I don't know the time frame we ended up staying here in Georgia after we left the hospital.
Were you present for your cousin's funeral?
Yeah, I was.
And I know you said that you were a barber. Do you normally cut hair for deceased individuals?
Yeah, but not my relatives. You know, I kind of felt like I owed him that, honestly, you know.
Did you cut Mr. Minor's hair?
Mm-hmm.
You have to respond.
Yeah, I did.
And was that hard for you?
Yep.
Who was with you when you were cutting Mr. Minor's hair?
I'm gonna object to relevance at this point.
I can move on.
You should.
When you were cutting Mr. Minor's hair, was there anything that you noticed?
No.
I'm gonna show you Defense Exhibit 20.
I'm gonna object to Defense
I don't
Exhibit 20.
Can you hand it to me, please?
Yeah.
What's your objection?
This is the first time I'm seeing it. Yes.
The first set of
He's saying he never saw it. Tell me when he got it.
He would have got this December 21st of
In-
2023.
In what way?
It was by email.
I'm gonna say I never had it, but I've never seen it.
Okay.
But for timing purposes, I'm gonna withdraw my objection. But
Okay.
I'm certain I didn't get it.
Okay. And looking at it, I'm gonna allow it in. He needs to lay a foundation for it, but I understand Mr. Avante's concern, but I'll.
Oh,
No. You're gonna move this way. Did you take a picture of your head?
Yeah, for the haircut.
And
I took a picture and I cut a few of his locks to keep.
in State's Exhibit 20, does that accurately reflect that picture that you took of your cousin?
I don't see it. I don't want to look at it. It's just
I understand. What was the purpose of you taking a picture of your cousin?
I'm gonna object at this point. I'm gonna reassert the objection. I know I didn't get it. And two, he hasn't identified it. The foundation has not been laid for him to continue to question about the photograph, but I'm gonna renew my objection. I'm certain I haven't received it.
Okay, well, two different things. I don't think, Mr. Miller, you're gonna require Mr. Patrick to look at this photo based on what he said. Is that a fair?
I'm still trying to work on that foundation, Your Honor. It's a very important photo.
Well, if he's not gonna look at it, then you're not gonna get a foundation through him, and he's asked you not to have to look at it. So I guess you should tell me, are you going to force Mr. Patrick to look at Defense 20?
When you were cutting your cousin's hair, was there anything that you noticed?
I noticed some scars and bruises on him from accident.
Was there any indentations that you noticed?
Saying the scar on the head, on like forehead part.
What was that indentation of?
I don't know. It was an accident. Could have been anything. I don't know.
Mr. Patrick, had you seen anybody else in the driver's seat that day, would you tell this court who that person was?
If I would have seen anybody else that day,
Right, when Mr. House rolled that window down, your passenger window.
right,
And your cousin rolled his window down.
right.
Had you seen anybody else in that driver's seat, would you let the court know who that person was?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
You don't want to be here to testify to this, do you?
I don't want to be. I hate this whole situation, bro. Like honestly, I hate this whole situation.
The indentation that you saw on his forehead, what was its appearance like?
I don't remember.
Objection asked and answered.
He answered the question. Let's move on from that topic.
Everything that you're telling us today, is that what you remember that morning?
Yep.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for now, respecting your schedule and need to get out of here. Mr. Miller, we're not done with the examination of Mr. Patrick. We'll do the cross-examination on Monday morning. I need to know how many other witnesses you plan to have on Monday so we can let the jury know what remains.
That was a scheduling conflict I wanted Your Honor to know about. He's flying out tomorrow morning.
Okay, well, he'll need to be back Monday morning if we're going to have this jury credit his direct examination. But the jurors have said they need to, at least one juror needs to go, and that's all it takes. Is it hard for you to get back here on Monday? Well, I know it's not easy. Are you leaving the country or you got stuff going on?
Yeah, I guess. Like my birthday Monday, I have some plans. My folks have some plans.
Oh, you don't want to spend your birthday with us?
Of course not.
Judge. Maybe ask how much longer.
Okay. How long, I don't in any way want to limit your cross-examination. We're getting a certain theme with a series of witnesses. I don't know how long your cross will be. Well, if you want to, if you think you can do it in a semi-expedited way and there's not a juror saying, look, I got to leave, let's try to fit it in. I'm hurt he doesn't want to be here on his birthday.
Could have been a theme. Corporal Lee's birthday was yesterday. Good afternoon, sir. You've been a barber for how many years?
A long time, some over 20 some years.
Okay. And you said you owned a shop in Memphis, correct?
I did.
Right. And now you moved the shop down to Atlanta, correct?
Yep.
Okay. And back in April of 2021, that shop was in Memphis, right?
Yeah.
And you said Kenneth Poole or KP, Detarius Minor, or DT and Devin Jones or Devo at one point before April of 2021 all worked at your shop, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you guys had planned a trip, you and the people who worked in your shop, the other barbers, to come to Atlanta, right?
Correct.
And if I heard you correctly, you said that you drove from Memphis to Atlanta that weekend, right?
Yeah, correct.
And it was you, Mr. Williams, who everybody seems to know his house, right?
Correct.
Who else was in your car? I can't remember.
Bud.
Bud?
Yeah.
His
Larry.
And his last name Underwood?
Yeah.
Okay. And you guys left about what time?
Around noon. Noon one. Between 11:30 and 1. I say around noon, somewhere around that time.
Okay. And it took 5-6 hours to get here to Atlanta?
Yeah.
And when you got to Atlanta, it sounds like you were the person with the responsibility of finding a place for everybody to stay, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Us three.
What?
The three who was the group there with me.
Yes. So it was your responsibility to find a place for you, House, and Mr. Underwood, right?
Yeah.
And you were able to do that, right?
Correct.
And you said it was an Airbnb not far from here because you remember the Fulton County sign, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. And when you got to the Airbnb, was it just you three?
Yes.
Okay. And what did y'all do after you first got to the Airbnb? When I say y'all, you, Spud, and the house, I'm sorry.
Got settled in, chilled for a second.
Okay.
Then finally we went, got some food. I don't know if we went to see my little cousin first at the barbershop or if we ate first. But I know we ate. And I know we did both of those things. I don't know which order. I don't know if we went to the barbershop first, or I don't know if we went ate first. But I don't know if either one, we did those two things right there.
You know you did both, just not which order.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And I'm sorry, earlier, I heard you said the shop that DT was at when you went to visit him was in Chamblee.
Yeah.
So before that, I heard you say something about Marietta. What were you, or did I mishear you?
I ain't hear him say nothing about Marietta.
No, I thought I heard you said Marietta. No?
If I did, I was saying where my shop is now.
It's in Marietta.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I missed that, so I apologize.
You good?
After you either ate and went and saw DT, or I went and saw DT and ate, did you go back to the Airbnb at that point?
Yes.
And was it still you, House, and Mr. Underwood?
At the time, yeah, that's who rode.
Okay.
We was in the side view.
And if you can, I know it's been a minute, but about what time was it when you got back to that Airbnb?
Probably around, I don't even know.
You don't know?
No, about 10:30, something like that.
Okay. And when you got back, was anybody at the Airbnb, or was it just you three?
It was just us three.
Okay. And was anybody else gonna stay with you guys at that Airbnb over the weekend?
Nobody hadn't planned on it. We hadn't made any plans for nobody to stay, but like the type of people is, if it's within their group, they were more than welcome to stay if they wanted to.
So everyone was welcome, you just didn't know if anybody needed a place to stay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it sounds like the place that you found was gonna be kind of ground zero, the place, central location.
Exactly.
Okay. And you said the three you were there and got back around 10. When did everybody else, if you can remember, start arriving?
I don't know the exact times everybody else arriving. I know what times we end up leaving.
Okay. What time did you end up leaving?
Around 1. It was after midnight, around 1 something.
Okay. And when you were leaving, do you remember who all was leaving with you?
I'm gonna see. I know Brandon and DT. They came and woke me up.
Yes, sir.
So of course they were there. And I think I don't know if EJ and them came. I don't know if they were there with us or not. I don't know if they were there. But Brandon, EJ, yeah.
And how did you get to the next spot, the lounge that you were going to?
My truck.
Your truck.
Mhm.
And it sounds like, was it just you, House, and Spud who rode in your truck?
Yeah.
And the other people, whether you've mentioned them or you can remember their names, they rode in different cars, correct?
Correct.
And in those other cars, do you have any idea who drove to the lounge?
I had no clue.
Do you have any idea who rode in which car?
Nope.
You didn't pay attention to that, right?
No, I was just on and focused on, you know what I'm saying, who was with me. Everybody grown, you know, so they were doing their own. We just know we were headed to the same place.
Okay. And when you got to the lounge, what did you guys do?
Went in there, kicked it, smoked, drank,
And
vibed out.
No, I'm sorry.
Vibed out.
Vibed out. Okay.
Yep.
Were you guys vibing out at your Airbnb prior to going to the lounge?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Once we woke up, once I finally woke up and got in the mood to go on here, go. You know, you pre-game?
Yeah.
Pre-game.
Were you pre-gaming pretty hard before you left?
I wasn't, not really.
Okay. Was other people pre-gaming pretty hard?
I wasn't, you know, keeping no volume when they, you know, what they pretty much how they were doing what they were doing.
Sounds like it was a weak pre-game.
It probably was.
I'll move up. So when you said you got to the club, you guys were vibing, you said you were smoking and drinking, things like that, right?
Right.
And this is not a trick question, so I apologize, but prior to that and at the lounge, did you smoke any marijuana?
I was smoking at the time. Yeah.
And if you had to guess, how long would you say that you all hung out at the lounge that night?
I don't know. We was there long enough to chill and kick it and get the wings before. I know the police started doing, they were putting the tickets on everybody's car. We could have stayed, if it wasn't for the police putting those tickets on cars, we probably would have stayed there much longer.
Okay. And I promise I'm not being sarcastic, but
Nah.
do you not know? It's clear you don't know how long you were there.
Nah, I say about, I don't know, about 45 minutes. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. And while when you got there, did KP, DT, and Deva, did they join at the lounge too?
Yeah, we got a video of all us in there kicking it.
Okay. And Brandy showed up, right?
Yeah.
DJ, House, everybody.
Went there, yeah.
Okay. And then you guys saw the tickets, so you decided it was time to go, right?
Correct.
And you said you went outside and you said House went to go get your car?
I was going to go get my truck.
Your truck, I'm sorry. And did he go alone?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went along. Now him and Spud, I think Spud was kind of lounging behind, but they did go at the same time because they pulled up together. Spud was trying to put the play together with the chicks.
Okay. And you then, when they got your truck, did they drive it back up to the lounge?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. And you said while you were waiting for them to come up with your truck, you said DT and Devo, they were off kind of talking to some females, right?
Yeah, they had took out walking with the girls. I think it was like two or three girls, but I know it was some girls.
Okay.
They were walking with the girls going towards the car. Cause they had, like I say, they had to go get the vehicles because if in the longer, we would have been having tickets and all this stuff. That's what we were trying to avoid. That was the whole purpose of leaving. That was the whole purpose of them going to get the vehicles to avoid getting the tickets, which was the main reason we ended up leaving outside of the lounge.
Right. And then at that point, you said the cars drove up, right?
Yeah.
And where did you get in your own truck?
I got on the passenger side because it really wasn't no reason for me to go ahead and hop in the driver's side, and it wasn't no thing, no way.
Back, front?
Front passenger.
Okay. And so when you drove up,
I didn't drive up.
Sorry, when your truck drove up,
Mm-hmm.
House was driving?
Yeah.
And you said you got into the front passenger seat?
Yep.
So that would mean either Spud got out of the front passenger seat, got in the back.
Yep. I think Spud was already in the back.
Because it was your truck, right?
Correct.
And
So he was just respecting the game. Go on here, let me get my front seat.
right, because you're the game, they ain't gonna make you ride in the back of your own truck, right?
Right.
Okay. And then you left.
Yeah, we left.
The truck left. And do you remember talking? Do you remember I called you back in April of or May of this year? You remember that?
Nope.
No, I didn't leave an impression.
I guess not.
And so today you told us that you got to a light. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, say yes.
Yes.
And house rolled down the window, right?
Right.
And then you said KP's white Infiniti pulled up next to you.
Right.
And was the car next to you, or was it on the driver's side?
It was on next to me, like.
It was what?
It was next to me. It was next, like the driver. I'm in the driver. House in the driver's seat. I'm in the passenger seat. Then you got the car right here, which is the car next to us. So, which means the driver's side was where the passenger door is.
Okay. So you said what happened next?
We just asked. He asked. House asked where we finna go. Asked them where they were finna go.
Mm-hmm.
DT said they finna go make a stop. I was trying to see if they wanted to come back over there. If they were finna come back over there with us to the Airbnb.
And I know you said you don't remember talking to me. Do you remember? I asked you if you saw anybody driving that white car that night. You said no.
I said I remember. If I did tell you that, I said I don't remember who at the time pulled up. You know what I'm saying? When they pulled up at first, when he hopped in the back seat, I don't know who was driving at that point. That's what I told you. If I did tell you that, I was telling you that I don't know who was driving at that time.
Okay. Now, then you guys left, right?
Yep.
And the white car went its separate way, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea where the white car went next, correct?
I have no clue.
You don't know how many stops it made after it left you,
No.
right?
Right.
And you don't know how many times the positions in that vehicle or where people were seated in that vehicle changed from the minute that you drove off to go see the girls that Spud had set up.
Nah.
Right?
No.
Okay.
Hey, would you say that again?
So you didn't know so after the car drove off, you drove off to go see the
Right.
ladies that you set up, you have no idea if people switched positions in that vehicle from that light.
Nah.
Okay. And you said you got a phone call later and you found out your cousin and your friends had been hurt.
Right.
And you said you attempted or y'all went to the hospital, but you didn't see anyone, correct?
Which mean anyone as far as
you didn't get to see
a person or people. I seen a lot of people. I seen they kin folks out there. I seen my my people. But
I appreciate that. I should have been more specific. You didn't get to see KP, right?
Right.
You didn't get to see Devo, right?
Right.
And you didn't get to see
Devo was at the examiner's building.
Right. So you didn't get to see him, right?
Right.
And you didn't get to see DT either.
We went to see House was going to identify Devo's body, but if for some reason it couldn't happen. It was some reason it couldn't happen.
Okay. So but you didn't get to see you didn't get to see KP, Devo, or DT when you went to the Brady Hospital, right?
Right.
And then you said y'all left and you quickly packed up your stuff, correct?
Right.
And then y'all drove to Memphis, right?
Right.
So there was a big storm. You remember that?
Right.
And at some point, you guys came back to Atlanta, right?
Right. Like a week later.
And you got to see KP.
Yeah, because we snuck in the hospital.
Heard that. And you said after you snuck in, you got to hang out for 45 minutes in his room, correct?
Right.
And then y'all left, right?
Yeah, right.
And you said that you talked a little bit about cutting or doing your cousin's hair for his funeral, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been after you had come back to see KP at the hospital, right?
Correct.
So how many weeks later?
I don't know if it depends on, I don't know if DT funeral was like a week later or 2 weeks later after the death.
Okay.
So whatever time frame that was, I don't know the exact time frame, but the funeral, the death from the actual day of his death to the day of his funeral. I don't know I don't know that part.
You know, it had been at least a week or more after he was killed, correct?
Correct.
And at the time, you said you got to see him and you styled his hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I cut his hair.
Cut his hair. And after, I guess, before you cut his hair, did you know that he had an autopsy had been done on your cousin?
Did I know?
Yes.
Like I say, I done cut a few deceased people hair, and I know everybody gonna always have a cut right here behind their ear.
Okay.
It's part of the autopsy.
Right.
So yeah, he had to get it in order for him to, proceed with the funeral and everything.
Okay. And did you know that during an autopsy that the medical examiner actually pulls the skin off of the skull of your cousin?
I don't know all that.
And did you know that they actually took his brain out of his skull and examined it?
Yeah, I ain't being too detailed.
Hard question, but Mr. Miller made them.
All right, so make that your last question about this topic that Mr. Miller brought up.
Yes. So my last question was, did you know that they actually removed part of your cousin's skull and his brain?
You asked the same question that he was trying to. That's too vulgar in my brain. I don't. If that's part of the autopsy, then that's how I go. But I ain't know that.
He answered the question.
And none of that is in there.
Thanks, sir. I got nothing else.
All right, Mr. Miller, the jury has agreed to stay late for your witness's schedule. Do you have any redirect or are we done?
We're done, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jurors? All right, Mr. Patrick, I appreciate your time. Enjoy your birthday on Monday. You are free to leave.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Miller, how many witnesses do we have for Monday? So I can talk briefly with the jury about what to expect.
Just one, Your Honor.
Total of one?
Yes.
Okay.
Total of one.
Got it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have a break of 2 days before I see you again. You need to stay in that bubble in terms of information. There's not going to be media coverage, so I'm not worried about you bumping into a story about the case. But it's going to be natural for people who've been missing you this week to say, tell me what's been going on. You need to be opaque and ask them to respect this process and just not bug you about it. Once the trial is over, you can answer all their questions or vent to them or whatever you need to do. But between now and Monday, focus on something else. You don't have all the evidence yet. The defense is not rested. You don't have the law. You haven't heard the closing argument. So we will reconvene. Does 9 still work on Monday for you all? 9 a.m. You know how to do it. You've been doing it very well. Enjoy your weekend, please. And I will see you all. We'll all see you at 9 a.m. Any logistical questions from anyone?
Are we going to be done by Tuesday, you think? Just trying to figure out how long I need to be out to let other people know in my office.
Right. So I would let folks know you will not be there on Monday for sure. Mr. Miller has represented that he thinks he has only one more witness. I don't think, but I'm not going to bind the state to it, that they have rebuttal. So that would mean we've got one more witness in closing arguments. My charge to you, which is short, 20 minutes-ish, and then you begin your deliberations. I'd be surprised if you're not deliberating on Monday. I don't know how long deliberations will take. You all are forming an opinion about, is this a tricky case or not a tricky case? And so you might want to, well, you shouldn't talk about deliberations yet, but Tuesday would be the furthest out we'd go, not beyond that. But it could be that everything, the jury will get the case on Monday, and then it's a function of how productive or not, or in-depth or complicated the deliberations are. Okay. I don't mean to be vague, but once it gets to the jury, it's a magical process that the lawyers and I don't say, oh, you've had 30 minutes. You need to finish now. That's not, fortunately, that's not how it works. Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, sir.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Mr. Abate, do you, at this point, think that you will have a rebuttal case?
No.
Okay. If you did, how long would it go?
I couldn't imagine more than an hour.
Okay. Mr. Miller, you think you've got one witness left. That'll be first up on Monday. I would like us to convene at 8:30 on Monday. We have to have a charge conference. We could do it now, but I don't think I'm going to inflict that on you guys now. And so I need, at a minimum, Mr. Miller and one prosecutor here at 8:30 on Monday. Mr. Miller, you can talk with Mr. Poole about whether you need him here or want him here for the charge conference. Obviously, he needs to be here by 9, but I know logistics have been a little complicated for him, and I don't want to make it worse, but we'll start our charge conference at 8:30. You all received the draft charge last night, I think. There's at least one change that'll have to happen, well, that may happen. Mr. Poole indicated that he intends to testify, and the language that was in the draft charge contemplated Mr. Poole not testifying. So obviously I'll pull that out if your one witness on Monday is Mr. Poole. He's free to change his mind between now and then, but otherwise I think the charge is largely shaped up, but we'll have a discussion about it at 8:30 on Monday. I had asked you all to get videos on a USB drive. If you just have that ready for Monday, if you got it now, that's great, but I'm fine getting it on Monday. And the other thing I'd ask, at some point on Monday, you don't have to do it now, is start to get the exhibits in a general order. But you can, for now, just put them in that bin. Mr. Abate, anything else from the state?
Oh, not at this time, Your Honor.
Oh.
Trying to figure out if there should be an instruction about the use of the term criminal history, because Mr. Minor didn't have one, but no.
Okay, well, we can visit that on Monday morning. Mr. Miller, anything on behalf of Mr. All
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
right, have a restful weekend.